Good morning, all. Today's Wednesday, September 7th, and this is the time and place for the regularly scheduled Nevada Gaming Control Board meeting for the month of September. Madam Secretary, has our agenda been posted in accordance with the open meeting law?
Yes, it has.
Okay. Today, we'll be covering all of the items that are noted on our agenda. Madam Secretary, let's proceed with public comment, please.
This item is placed on the agenda to give the public an opportunity to comment on gaming-related matters.
Okay. Let's start up north. Anyone in Carson City who'd like to make a public comment, please step forward to the podium, state your name, and make your comment, please. Is there anyone? I said it's not all that good. I see. I'd say no. Okay. Anyone in Las Vegas? Please step forward and state your name.
My name is Diamante Asbury, Diamanteasberry. Good morning to the board. I'm here today representing the Culinary Union. 2 weeks ago, the Secretary Treasurer of the Culinary Union, Ted Papa George, delivered a public comment to the Gaming Commission, and I want to relay those same comments to you today. 5 months ago, the Culinary Union submitted a letter to Nevada gaming regulators about station casinos that made our position very clear. We believe regulators should regulate, and that means investigating station casinos and taking disciplinary action. Since that letter was submitted, station casinos workers have come to every Nevada Gaming Control and Gaming Commission meeting to tell you why you need to act. They have not missed a meeting, and they've told you how bad station casinos treats the workers that run the industry that you regulate. So I'm here today with station casinos workers to get some answers. Frankly, station casinos workers and all gaming industry workers in Nevada have a right to know whether our state regulators have the power to discipline bad actors. If you can't act here, or if you're powerless, we want you to tell us. And by all means, if you are powerless here, tell us what we can do to give you the powers to hold bad actors like station casinos accountable. Station casinos has a huge footprint in this valley, and their actions have a wide reach in our community. So we all suffer when they're not held accountable. We owe stations workers so much because they've dug in and they've stood up to this company time and time again. Workers are holding stations accountable, and you need to do the same. And if you're not able to hold stations accountable, please say so. If license holders can do what stations did during the pandemic and is doing now, and you're not sure what you can do, please tell that to the workers. We think working people are owed some answers. Thank you.
Thank you. Please step forward and state your name.
Bueno, mi nombre es María Espinosa. He trabajado para Palace Station en el departamento de San Techo durante 18 años. Soy miembro del comité sindical. Hago saber que esta empresa no respeta mis derechos como empleado. Voy a trabajar. He trabajado incluso cuando no me siento bien. Tengo miedo de perder mi trabajo. Despidieron trabajadores durante la pandemia. Ahora nos han revuelto a contratar. Nosotros como nuevos empleados, creo que algunos de los recontratados tienen un salario más bajo, no tienen su antigüedad. Cerraron 3 propiedades y sacaron a estos trabajadores de su trabajo. En trabajo parece que los aumentos no se dan por igualdad. Queremos que nos ayuden. Hemos trabajado duro y queremos algo mejor de la compañía. Gracias.
And I'm going to read that in English. My name is Maria Espinoza. I have worked for Palace Station in the sanitation department for 18 years. I'm a committee member for the Culinary Union. I'm making it known that this company does not respect my rights as a worker, this company being Station Casinos. I go to work even when I am not feeling well, and I'm afraid I may lose my job. They terminated workers during the pandemic, and now they have rehired some of us as new employees. I believe some of those rehires are lower salary and don't have their seniority. They closed 3 properties and put those workers out of their jobs. And in my job, it feels like raises are not given equally. We want you to help us. We've worked hard and we want better from the company. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comment from public? None? I don't normally do this, but I will say to you all, I appreciate the fact that the culinary does come to every meeting. And we'll have those conversations offline. There's some nuance to it. Okay, we'll schedule that, and I'll have someone reach out to you. All right. That will close our public comment section. Madam Secretary, the next item on our agenda is the approval of the prior month's disposition.
Pursuant to NRS 241.035, this item is the consideration of the approval of the Nevada Gaming Control Board disposition for August 2022.
Okay, so each of us has had the opportunity to review the disposition. Would either of my colleagues like to make a motion?
I would, Chair.
Okay.
I move for approval of the control board disposition for August 2022.
Okay, Madam Secretary.
Member Katsaros?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chair Gibson?
Aye. That brings us to our non-restricted agenda items. And Madam Secretary, please read in non-restricted one.
Non-restricted number 1 is the application of Bally's Corporation for an amendment to their order of registration. It is also the applications of Twin River Management Group, Inc. for acquisition and of control and finding of suitability as sole shareholder of Tropicana Las Vegas Hotel and Casino, Inc. and to pledge equity securities as noted on the agenda. It is also the applications of Tropicana Las Vegas Hotel and Casino, Inc. for a transfer of equity securities and to pledge equity securities as noted on the agenda. Also included is the application of Tropicana Las Vegas Intermediate Holdings, Inc. to pledge equity securities as noted on the agenda. You also have the application of Tropicana Las Vegas, Inc. doing business as Tropicana Las Vegas for the addition of a race book and sports pool and for licensure to conduct off-track pari-mutuel race and sports wagering. It is also the applications of George Papanier, Craig Eaton for finding of suitability and or licensure as officer and or director as noted on the agenda. Lastly, you have the request to withdraw the applications of Stephen Kapp as noted on the agenda.
Okay. Thank you very much. Welcome.
Good morning, Chair Gibson, members Katsaros and Watkins, Madam Secretary. I'm Dan Reeser of Fenimore, and I'm appearing on behalf of the applicants as placed in the record by the Executive Secretary and the two individual applicants, Mr. Papanier and Mr. Eaton, for their findings of licensing and suitability. I'm pleased to introduce to the board the directors and executive management of Bally's who are present today on the applications. I'll ask that they briefly stand when I introduce them.
Okay.
The first one will be difficult. It's Mr. Lee Fenton, Management Director and Chief Executive Officer, who with your permission will be appearing shortly from London.
Okay.
And with him will also be General Counsel to the Interactive Division, Dan Talisman. George Papanier, Management Director and President of Retail Division, which is the casino, the brick and mortar part of the company. Wanda Wilson, an Independent Director, Chair of the Audit and Compliance Committees, a member of the ESG Committee of the Board of Directors. Robert Lavin, Executive Vice President and Chief Financial Officer. Craig Eaton, Executive Vice President, General Counsel, Retail and Corporate. Lou Dorn, who, as the board knows, was formerly Deputy Chief of Corporate Securities and recently joined the company after a number of positions here in Nevada, Vice President of Legal Operations. And Christopher Plant, if he was able to make it, the Vice President and General Manager at the property at the current time and will continue. We appreciate the board's waiver of Stephen Kapp's appearance and the accommodation of allowing Mr. Fenton with counsel Talisman to appear remotely. We want to initially give our sincere thanks to Chief Hoffman and his staff for the professionalism and diligence they exercised in processing the applications, and with a specific recognition of the agents who processed this in 7 months, led by Chiefs Tegio, Rippey, Supervisors Abba and Moyle, Special Agents Crowley and Chamberlain, and Agent Barat. With the chairman's leave, we do have an affirmative presentation.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Reeser. It's good to see you. Please, we have an extensive agendized item here. Please take us through it if you would.
To assist in the presentation, the company has prepared and previously provided to the Executive Secretary copies of a presentation, which we submit as a confidential exhibit pursuant to NRS 463-120, 3407, and pursuant to NGC Regulation 5045. Given the transformative corporate changes the company has experienced since it was first licensed in March of last year, I want to give you a brief roadmap so you can anticipate where we're headed in the affirmative presentation. We're going to cover basically 7 topics. The first is we're going to provide an update on the state of the company, including a review of its acquisitions, leadership, and organizational changes that have been completed and those that are still being undertaken. We're going to then present an overview of Bally's retail division, including its properties, operations, development plans for both Nevada and outside of the state. And in that connection, because of the level of interest shown during the investigation, we'll spend a moment on the company's Chicago project. We will then review the current operations and expansion plans for the company's interactive division. We'll discuss, after that, Bally's financial metrics, its current capital structure and credit facilities. We'll take a moment after that to review the company's ESG and compliance programs. If appropriate and helpful to the board after that, I will provide with Mr. Eaton a summary of the transactions of the application that led to the applications and the acquisition from Penn National of the various Tropicana entities. And then finally, as is typical practice, we'll reintroduce the two individual applicants and provide whatever additional and supplemental information you might want on their background and experience. With that lay of the land, I just want to very briefly point out for both the board and the commission the basic applications that are before you. There's an application pursuant to NGC Regulation 16200 for an acquisition of control by Bally's through Twin River Management Group, TRMG, of Tropicana Las Vegas Hotel and Casino, Inc., which is a second-tier intermediate holding company. It owns Tropicana. We'll talk about Tropicana Holdings, and then Tropicana Holdings owns the corporate licensee, Tropicana Las Vegas, Inc., TLVI. In connection with that PTC 200 application, we've also filed a Form 21 for a transfer of interest. The company has also filed, as Madam Secretary indicated to you, a number of pledge applications. Those pledge applications relate to the Tropicana entities, which will now become after acquired subsidiaries in and under the credit agreement, and so they now need to pledge their securities in support of the Deutsche Bank credit facility of October 1st of last year. With all of that, we've applied also to amend our order of registration to bring this into current status with our order. And TLVI has applied to add a racebook sports pool and pari-mutuel wagering, subject to subsequently complying with the conditions which we reviewed with your staff. Finally, we have Mr. Papanier and Mr. Eaton's applications, which are based on their March 18th licensing. On May 1st of this year, Robert Lavin became the chief financial officer when Mr. Kapp departed. Mr. Kapp had filed the applications for officers' positions with this application, the corporate applications. Mr. Lavin filed his full application on May 19th as an officer and director, including the various positions with the Tropicana entities. Mr. Lavin's applications, though, have not yet been activated for investigation. On February 25th, when we filed the corporate applications, we also filed Chris Plant's key employee LKE application. It is under active investigation right now, so we anticipate that will be for you soon. Finally, I want to get the table all set with China here. Explain to you that we want to bring to your attention there are 3 other applications that are in the hopper before you, just so you have that in your frame of mind. Mr. Fenton's application pursuant to Reg 16410 was filed on November 1st. He is under investigation and near completion. We expect that after conversations with Supervisor Boyle and Special Agent Chamberlain, you'll see that his application first quarter of next year. Likewise, Robeson Reeves, Director, as is Mr. Fenton, and also the president of the Interactive Division has filed. He filed on November 2nd. He's under application, and we expect his application to be processed on the same time frame as Mr. Fenton. And finally, on August 10th, we filed on behalf of the company an application for another amendment to its order of registration. Twin River Management Group, which is a Delaware corporation, be converting itself to a limited liability company under Delaware law.
All right.
Thank you for your
that.
patience with me setting the table.
This is a complex item. I appreciate you doing that.
I'd like to now cede the floor to Mr. Fenton and Mr. Patton here, who are going to review with you recent transformation of the company, its existing properties and business, and I think some very exciting new initiatives Bally's is pursuing. Mr. Lavin will then report on financial matters, and Ms. Wilson and Mr. Eaton will discuss ESG and compliance matters. So if we're able to get Mr. Fenton on, we can begin.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Fenton, please step forward.
Mr. Fenton's in London,
Yes,
so
he is.
we're waiting for him to.
Let's let him cue in.
Yeah.
If you please state your name for the record, Mr. Fenton. And as we dip into this presentation, this confidential document, just let us know when we're in it.
Mr. Fenton, can you hear us?
I can. Can you hear me?
We can. Welcome, Mr. Fenton.
Perfect. Thank you. Chairman Gibson, members Katsouris, Watkins, and Executive Secretary Rupert. For the record, I am Lee Fenton, Chief Executive Officer of Bally's Corporation. Thank you very much for the opportunity to address you today. Firstly, let me give you a little bit of background on me. I graduated from the University of the West of England in 1992 with a media and culture degree. I immediately started to work in the new technology space as the connectivity of technology was just emerging, and the opportunity for it to disrupt existing business models fascinated me. I worked at a variety of internet startups before moving into a more corporate arena in 2002 when I joined a Vodafone subsidiary that was subsequently wholly acquired by Vodafone. I left Vodafone in 2006 and joined Fox as Chief Operating Officer of their mobile division. On returning to the UK in 2008, I was approached by a former colleague who had started an online gambling business and was looking for help to scale that business. That company was GameSys, and it was my first role in gambling. I joined as Chief Operating Officer in November of 2008 and became CEO in 2015. We went from private to public in September of 2019 when GameSys was acquired by JPJ Group, which subsequently renamed as GameSys Group PLC, and I became the CEO of the combination. Similarly, when Bally's acquired GameSys in October 2021, I became CEO of the combined group.
Mr. Fenton will be discussing pages 1 through 8 of the presentation.
Thank you.
Excuse me, Mr. Fenton.
Thank you. As you'll be aware, in recent years, Bally's has experienced a period of explosive growth. From 2020, we have acquired multiple retail properties and multiple digital businesses, whilst also acquiring the brand that we use today and securing a number of media and sports partnerships. The largest acquisition during those times was GameSys Group PLC for $3 billion. GameSys were a UK-based company and a member of the FTSE 250. During the course of 2021 and into the early part of 2022, we completed the full rebrand of the retail estate to Bally's, with the exception of Hard Rock Biloxi, which we've left on its existing brand. We also launched a number of digital propositions in the US, and we rebranded the Fox RSNs to Bally Sports through our media partnership with Sinclair. As of today, we're a group that is somewhat unique. We have an almost equal weighting of retail and digital revenues and EBITDA. We are great believers in omnichannel, meaning that where we have an opportunity to provide digital services to a customer and we have a property in that location, we will be focused on servicing those customers when and where they want an entertainment experience. Naturally, with so many assets acquired, we are still in the process of integration, but we've made tremendous progress to date. We have a combined purpose, born to entertain, and we have set out our values for the group to follow. We've already done considerable technology integration to enhance our product set, and we've integrated our data platform across the group. Our IT integration for business systems still has some work to do, but it should take a big leap forward during the remainder of 2022. We have an extremely talented and experienced management team that rightly reflects the core strengths in management of bricks and mortar casinos and resorts, along with strength on the digital side of the house. As one Bally's, our aim is to continue to grow our property portfolio, to continue to add to our strength in digital, and to excel at giving our customers engaging experiences everywhere. Let me pause there to see if there's any questions before I hand over to George to talk through our retail developments.
Any questions, comments?
I'm going to hold off on questions until later. We'll have some questions on the background of Games', their business previously, and where they're at now.
We'll be prepared for that.
Will there be more detail about the acquisitions?
The acquisition of the Tropicana.
The acquisitions over the last couple of years of the company?
We're about ready to discuss the brick and mortar acquisitions.
Okay.
And then we can, when we talk about the interactive division, we can talk about the various acquisitions that were made in that space that are in the presentation highlight. Answer any questions there.
All right.
I'll wait.
We'll hold questions for now, and we'll jump in at the appropriate time. Please go ahead.
Mr. Papnier is going to review
Welcome,
pages
Mr.
9
Papnier.
through 17 of the prepared presentation.
Please state your name.
That was pages 1 through 8 then?
That's
Yep.
3. Okay. Was it 8? Go ahead, Mr.
Well, thank you, Dan.
We're trying to be very cognizant of your time. Remember.
We're civil servants. We never stop working.
Well, good morning, Chairman and members of the board. I'm George Papnier, for the record, President of Casinos and Resorts for Bally's. So I'd like to touch on a few highlights from this extensive deck that was submitted, and be happy to answer any questions at any point during the discussion. So over the last several years, we've been very busy growing Bally's footprint and have acquired and successfully integrated several casino properties. Since the last time we were in front of you, we've added Bally's Evansville, Indiana, and Bally's Quad Cities, Illinois, which are casinos that are now in our portfolio. Since our acquisition of Mont Bleu Lake Tahoe, we have rebranded the property the Bally's Lake Tahoe. We've rolled out new players reward program, and we focus on cross-marketing to our extensive database throughout our regional portfolio. We've added some amenities. We will be adding some amenities that will be complementary to the new Lake Tahoe Convention Center, which is actually being built adjacent to our property in Lake Tahoe. And we'll be introducing a new high-speed gaming floor as well as cashless systems in 2023 pending approval.
What does that mean, high-speed gaming floor?
It allows us to actually add a boat and scene feature to the floor, which is just more and allows the equipment to perform at a pretty high level.
Right, so no latency, but what does it, I mean, what is the actual effect for a patron, for example?
Well, the patron has the ability to accept the words right at the slot machine. So depending on whatever the criteria or the parameters that we put into the system, they'll have the ability to earn extra points right at the machine. They'll also have the ability to do any types of transactions at the machine as well. It's much more convenient and provides a much more entertaining environment for the customer.
Right, so it speeds up, like, thank you.
And I believe it'll be the first one in Lake Tahoe.
Are you swapping out the whole system then?
Yeah, we will. Well, we'll be using the same
Updating.
base system.
Okay, just
We'll be adding a lot of hardware associated with that. So on our development front, we're excited about winning the Chicago RFP, and which will allow us to open a temporary casino by June of 2023, followed up by the development of a $1.7 billion permanent flagship property for a Midwest region by the end of 2026. Our Bally's State College PA project should be under construction by year-end pending licensing approval. We'll also be focused on expansions of existing properties, including our recent $100 million relaunch of Bally's Atlantic City, and that put that property in a way better position to compete in that market. We're also undergoing a $100 million expansion of our flagship property in Rhode Island, slated to open in April of 2023, which will keep us competitive with an ever-expanding New England market. And finally, our $50 million expansion of our Bally's Kansas City casino, which will allow us to capitalize on our superior location and proximity to the market. So we view Tropicana Las Vegas as an opportunity for a flagship property for our Western region. We typically spend 90 to 180 days developing a marketing strategy upon the acquisition of the property with a targeted CapEx component, which is a strategy that serves us very well in previous acquisitions. But in this case, we believe we should also evaluate the potential for a complete redevelopment of the property because of the current competitive position within this market. So in combination with spending 90 to 180 days evaluating existing operation focused on enhancing the current performance levels, at the same time we'll be evaluating the potential for a significant redevelopment plan and associated master site planning that goes along with it. So I talked a lot about our retail casinos and resorts side of our company, but our company has many significant synergies between our casinos and resorts and our growing interactive business, as mentioned by Lee. As Bally's stands today, we're the third largest casino operator in the United States with a portfolio of 17 casinos in 11 states. We have a significant international presence with a leading bingo-led iCasino operator in the UK, and we are an iCasino marketing leader in in Japan. And in North America, we compete with sports betting access in 19 states and operate a profitable iCasino operation in New Jersey. And with our partnership with Sinclair Media, we have a significant Bally's Sports branding presence in 19 regional sports network markets throughout the United States that presents a great opportunity for sports engagement. So in summary, Bally's looks forward to bringing our first-in-class interactive technology to Nevada upon appropriate regulatory approvals. We look forward to leveraging our growing North America interactive segment through our omni-channel approach to maximize our retail database and grow our brand awareness through our relationship with Sinclair. And now at this time, I'd like to turn it to a presentation of Bobby, unless you have any questions for me.
Questions on brick and mortar or?
Actually, you did touch upon the UK. You said the biggest bingo operation?
Bingo-led iCasino operation.
Bingo-led iCasino. Okay. Is that through GameSys or is that a different brand?
It's through GameSys.
You've grown very quickly. What about compliance? How are you managing compliance across these properties?
Mr. Chairman, we'll be spending specific time on ESG.
Okay, great, thank you. I have no further questions.
Did you, and I may have missed it, but did you speak to your division, your Bally Interactive division, and what jurisdictions you are currently active in?
I can leave that question for either Lee, but currently our Bally Active Interactive division is currently in New Jersey with an iGaming casino. And we're looking to launch in several other states over the next year or so. And we're also involved in B2b operations in the sports betting side of the business currently.
You said you had
Member Watkins, page 7 of the presentation, there's a map shows the different. I don't know if that's responsive to your question.
I just want to know where you have launched so far as it relates to your interactive.
Casino or sports betting?
Both.
Answer.
iGaming, sports betting.
Yes, I believe.
Mr. Fenton, can you field that question?
Sure. We're currently launched in New Jersey for iGaming. We've launched sports betting in Colorado, in Iowa, in Indiana, and we are looking to launch in a number of other states over the coming year.
Okay, so that's the current status.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, I thought at your opening, you said you're in 19 states for sports betting.
We have access to 19.
You have
states,
access to 19 states via your brick and mortar?
Yeah.
Do you, are any, does that include
as
any?
well as some licensing processes that we hadn't gone through, but that not involve brick and mortar.
So market access deals?
Yes.
Okay.
Any further questions? None? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Come up on financial matters, and we'll be covering pages 19 through 21 of the presentation.
Thank you.
Chairman Gibson, members of the board, happy to be here. For the record, my name is Robert Lavin, but professionally known as Bobby Lavin, Chief Financial Officer of Bally's Corporation. I refer you to pages 19 through 21 of our prepared presentation. Bally's Corporation is a company with more than $2 billion of revenues. Our key financial metric is earnings for interest, taxes, depreciation, and amortization, otherwise known as EBITDA, and that is projected to be 535 to 550 million this year, which includes approximately 60 million of losses in our North America Interactive business. The EBITDA of our casinos and resorts segment and our international interactive segment are fairly similar. Our total enterprise value is approximately 5 billion, which includes a public stock that trades on the New York Stock Exchange and 3.4 billion of debt that includes 1.9 billion of secured term loan, which priced at LIBOR plus 325% with a 50 basis point floor maturing in 2028, and 1.5 billion of unsecured bonds that mature in 2029 and 2031 at 5.625% and 5.875% respectively. The company also has an unused $620 million revolving credit facility. Pro forma for the sale leaseback transaction that we recently announced with GLPI, at the end of the year, we'll have about 1 billion of liquidity. I'm happy to answer any questions the board may have on the financial performance of Bally's Corporation.
Please jump in. Any questions on ratios, on assets to liabilities, anything that he talked about?
Not at this time. No.
Questions? You're off easy.
Okay,
For now.
thank you.
Thank you.
As promised, I'll ask Ms. Wilson and Mr. Eaton to come to the podium. We're going to review compliance matters and ESG.
Okay, thank you.
And I think also Mr. Eaton may be able to advise you as to the jurisdictions where where Interactive is still under application.
Okay, thank you. Please step forward, state your names for the record, if you would.
Good morning, Chairman Gibson, members Katsouras and Watkins, and Executive Secretary Rupert. I am Wanda Wilson for the record. I am an independent director, having previously served as the state lottery regulator over the past 25 years. I am currently serving as the chair, both the chair of the company's audit committee and the compliance committee, and a member of the ESG committee of Bally's board of directors. I first want to take a few minutes to give you my observation on our compliance efforts since Bally's was registered with the Nevada Gaming Commission. If you look at page 23 through 30 of our prepared for presentation, we provide summary observations on the evolution and status of our compliance programs. Mr. Eaton will provide more detail on these programs in a moment, but I want to provide a bit of perspective. Historically, the company's compliance processes were governed by a charter adopted by the board of directors. We were subject to separate compliance systems in Mississippi and New Jersey. With the exception of AML and internal audit, compliance procedures were largely decentralized at the property level. This approach worked well for us, given we had a few properties and operated only brick and mortar casinos. Since 2020, as the board knows, the company has grown dramatically and Bally's had to evolve culturally and programmatically to a different compliance oversight system. Fortunately, that evolution coincided with Bally's registration in Nevada, which included the condition that we adopt a centralized compliance program that incorporated our traditional retail division casino operations, as well as the compliance apparatus of various firms that includes GameSys, Monkey Knife Fight, Networks, that are now consolidated in the company's interactive division. That process has been pursued since our compliance plan was approved by the board and adopted by my fellow directors last September. In addition to tackling the compilation and review of various reporting metrics set forth in our plan, the Compliance Committee is systematically examining the segments of all legacy interactive and technology businesses that are now a part of Bally's. At the board hearing in March 2021, on our application to acquire Bally's Lake Tahoe Resort, you asked if we were up to the challenges of the compliance task associated with our growing company. Although that task will never be finished, I can confidently report, as I stated then, that the answer is yes, and that the compliance staff and compliance committee is diligently implementing our plan and refining our procedures to achieve a best-in-class program that fits Bally's. Unless you have some specific questions, I will yield to Craig Eaton, our Chief Compliance Officer and General Counsel for Retail and Corporate.
Welcome, Mr. Eaton. I see that you're at the top of all of these food chains. I do have one question. Please step forward and state your name for the record.
It's, thank you.
Sorry.
Craig Eaton and Miss Wilson introduced my title. And it's great to be here in person, having appeared via Zoom last time. So thank you for having us.
So as I look through the separate retail and then interactive compliance structures, one of the things that I would note and I ask you about is the number of your BSA AML compliance analysts. So I see 1, 2, and 3, I believe, right? Is that accurate?
That's right. We have 3 AML total retail.
Any violations with FinCEN? Anything any problems in any jurisdiction?
No, we've been subject to audits in North America. The first real, when I say real, fulsome audit was Lincoln, Twin River Lincoln. We received good feedback from the IRS. It went into FinCEN, no findings. We were issued a no finding letter. We're very proud of that. In the meantime, we are still under audit in Twin River Tiverton, Rhode Island, and in Biloxi, Hard Rock, Biloxi. We've been through the Biloxi one. This is the 3rd time now, so we feel comfortable in that respect also.
And with your structure.
And with the structure, yes, very comfortable. Okay. We're led by a great professional, Stephanie Walker.
Okay, thank you very much.
Where does Stephanie Walker fall on these organizational charts that I'm looking at? She Deputy General Counsel?
No. Stephanie is head of AML.
She's head of AML. Oh, so I see where she's at.
On page 24.
The second row. Understood. In this whole organizational chart between 24 and 25, how many folks are we talking about?
So we're talking, let's see, 26 retail compliance folks, but that does not include 16 internal audit, who I like to try to steal onto the compliance side, even though they are audit, and 34 compliance professionals on the interactive side.
And how does your compliance program functionally work? So quarterly meetings, walk me through what your typical program would look like from a management perspective. You've got all these resources here, 50 plus some people you steal from internal audit. How does the reporting flow? How does it get to you and then to you, Ms. Wilson, as well, in your oversight role as the chair of the compliance committee? Walk us through that, please.
Yeah, I'm happy to, and then Ms. Wilson certainly can add. But it's first of all, I'd like to say it's top down and it's bottom up. So from a top down perspective, the board of directors has set a tone from day one. The compliance is extremely important. Whatever you need, Mr. Eaton, Ms. Wilson, for assets, let us know. So that's communicated. From there, if you look at the retail at the start, we have each property has a compliance professional at that property, and they report up into a central compliance function manager, Jeff Plant, who has 5 or 6 people directly under him.
Is that the corporate compliance manager of North America?
Correct.
Yeah.
Mr. Plant, and I'll slow down if you want. Okay. Mr. Plant reports up to Aaliyah Trowbridge, who is an attorney. She's been a practicing attorney for a long time. We were very fortunate to inherit her from our Dover casino acquisition. And she's truly the day-to-day person who interfaces with Jeff as items funnel up. She funnels up to me. I'm the compliance officer. My duty under the compliance plan, which has been, we worked with the board folks to get that approved. She reports up to me, and my job is to be the liaison between management and the committee. So I'm working hand in hand with Miss Trowbridge and then also with Miss Wilson.
So when you say you have is it a compliance officer at each property then? Or is it?
It's they're not exactly an officer, but we call them compliance professional, or there might be a couple of them we call officers, but they're not officer in the sense that you would be an officer of the company.
Sure, certainly not.
Yeah.
I guess the question is more, are they a dedicated compliance professional under your organization?
Correct.
Would that be the folks, the red blocks I'm looking at the far right, or no?
Yes, that's correct.
13. Okay, so there's 13 of them. They report to the local property manager.
That's right.
As well as to Jeff?
As well, and then up, yes, as well as to Jeff, and then up to Aaliyah, and then up to me.
Would you take us through page 26, please? So I want to know how your compliance committee meetings occur, what you see. You've broken out your interactive and brick and mortar compliance structures. How does it work in practice?
Yeah, this page 26 is meant to try to give you an overview of how we've implemented.
Yes.
We've come a long way. I'm going to be very frank. We've come a very long way with Ms. Wilson's support. In 2019, we didn't really have a real plan. I mean, we certainly had compliance meetings, and we did compliance. As we acquired New Jersey and then the gold standard Nevada, we needed to work on a plan and get it approved by the board and commission. So this is showing you, once we got the plan approved, what we are doing. So I can quickly walk you through this, but
if that's the wrong schematic, you can skip ahead 27, 8, whatever you need to. Whatever you'd like to focus on.
Okay. You can certainly tell me, what's the question again?
I think what he's asking is the information.
Yes. So you've broken out the interactive and the brick and mortar line structures.
Yep.
I want to know how the system works together.
Okay. So the system is, yeah. Go ahead.
If I might, Mr.
Please.
Chairman, having participated in every one of the
So
compliance.
you're the outside lawyer?
Yeah, I am the outside lawyer. So, but I think I understand the question. I'm
Yeah.
going to try to respond to it
Please.
quickly, and then Mr. Eaton can elaborate or amplify what I'm telling you. So the mechanism is targeted to quarterly compliance committee meetings. In connection with that, under the plan, there are 25 different metrics, vendor reports, did you sell slot machines? It's the typical Nevada plan. As to each one of those metrics, the Mr. Plant and his 5 analysts, and analysts deal with certain properties, right? Funnel up the information from at the property level to the extent it's a property level statistic or metric.
Okay.
They also interface with the Director of Human Resources, the Controller, Chief Accounting Officer, and with other departments as is relevant to the metric.
Okay.
They gather all of that information, and it's in written form. And those reports come up to Mr. Plant. And he and his analysts create, there's a SharePoint in a secure location that all of the data is gathered for the compliance committee. Obviously, my client that I'm with many years of experience, I'm really impressed with Mr. Plant's a number of things that he has done, and Ms. Wilson can comment on these as well. It's color coded, so if something's going in the wrong direction, those reports have red on them. If there's a concern, like it might be going sideways, it's yellow. And if it's green, if everything matches up checklist wise, it's green. Everything is, you just look at it and you know where the problems, where issues are rising, or where there might be problems, or where additional attention is necessary. Additionally, so at a compliance committee meeting quarterly, these materials are available to the compliance committee, and they go through, as is typical of any compliance committee I've ever been involved, each one of those metrics under the plan. Parallel to that, there is an interactive process going on through the chart on the following page, and they are gathering the same data and information on the interactive side.
Right.
And that information funnels up to Ian Chilla, who is Mr. Plant's counterpart in interactive.
Okay.
And then that data is integrated into in a separate silo, essentially, integrated into the monthly or the quarterly compliance data set that is available to the compliance committee. And Mr. Chilla appears like Mr. Plant does at the compliance committee and walks them through all of the issues in the interactive space.
Okay, that's all.
I think that was the question.
That is exactly the question. Thank you very
Can I,
much.
can I just drill down just briefly on that though? So the reporting that's happening from the property level, so the property level is reporting up. Are they using SharePoint in order to communicate that information, or is it a series of emails, spreadsheets, and so forth?
I can take.
Yeah, I
if
think
you
yeah,
want.
okay.
Sorry. So it will be. SharePoint's about to be introduced, and we also have Ardent Sky software, if you've heard of that, but it's a very fulsome compliance software suite, which by the end of this month it'll be ready. So this will allow us to put in all what is due, have the regulations changed. So we'll be using that software by the end of the month. So right now it's more manual, but it's going to change very quickly.
Okay, so then that gets reported up, and then the analysts, did I understand it correctly, are then involved in compiling that into a nice, neat, sort of concise series of reports, so that it can be digested properly.
That's exactly right.
And then are they on the front line too of identifying when a trigger may have happened? For instance, a threshold may have been exceeded for one of those metrics that we're talking about.
Yeah, absolutely. And they are under strict instruction if something has been triggered. If someone's gone over an equity threshold, or if there's been some criminal, hypothetically, an executive is under criminal investigation, it's immediately brought up to me, and I immediately get together with the committee.
And then is there a separate team that would then handle background information, probity checks, due diligence type of activities, or would that be handled by the analysts that we're talking about as well?
Depends how serious it is.
Okay.
If it's pretty serious, we might even engage an outside independent look at it.
I guess it's more of the garden variety
Garden.
type of reporting.
Yeah, garden variety, it's handled by them. Yeah.
That's the analyst.
Yeah.
There as well. Okay. And again, similarly on the interactive side too, we've got a very similar process with similar set of folks that are doing that same type of reporting.
That's exactly right. We inherited a very good, complete compliance program. I was pleasantly surprised, not surprised, but it was really nice to see they definitely have their act together. So we've been able, the integration on the compliance end has been very smooth. The gentleman's name, Mr. Reeser said, Ian Chilia. He's excellent, and he reports up to Dan Talisman, and they report over.
And you said, well, SharePoint, that's an excellent tool, frankly, but Ardent Sky was the other one you mentioned?
Yeah, that's, whereas SharePoint is internal,
Mhm.
Ardent Sky is actual software that we are purchasing from an outside vendor that is supposedly, we've looked at it, the best or one of the best compliance software available. So it's going to make Mr. Plant and Ms. Trowbridge's jobs much easier in terms of reporting, in terms of keeping up with regulations, in terms of not missing any reporting deadlines, things like that.
Mr. You said a few minutes ago that the compliance team or committee or compliance in general, I'm not sure what you were referring to, has come a long way. What do you mean by that?
You want to go on?
Yes, well, we started out as a very basic understanding of compliance and what needed to be done. We have really, the team has really progressed to the point that we have this whole outline that we just talked about. And we were a very small company with 2 or 3 casinos, and the compliance was handled pretty much on a basis of each location handled their own. But now, in just the short period of time, that we actually have a program that now covers all of our properties and that we are all doing the same thing.
Okay, understood. What kind of challenges have you faced in your process or your strides to get where you are now, and how did you overcome them?
Well, we are still facing challenges. I mean, and I think we'll always be facing challenges, but it was just the reporting, getting the information. I mean, a lot of it was very, email by emails or by telephone calls. So we didn't have a system. And we have a system now that we handle it. And then once Craig gets this information, then he reports that to me. Or if there's something, a real emergency, he just calls me immediately still and lets me know what's going on. But it was a very, very archaic system, I guess.
And by system, do you mean like the introduction of new technology? Is that what you're referring to in particular, or additional?
The introduction of new technology, as well as trying to be actually getting on the same page. That was really one of our biggest hurdles as a corporation. We acquired all of these properties very quickly, and to try to get everyone doing the same thing at the same time is a real challenge.
Yeah. And so do you see a decrease in human error as it relates to compliance?
Absolutely. And we also see, I think for everyone understanding what's going on, understanding that this will be looked at, understanding that this is not just something we can do at this one property and sweep it under the rug. So yes, in answer to your question.
What kind of training did you have to incorporate to make sure the employees were brought up to speed?
Well, we actually do training regularly at all of the locations, and I'm not exactly sure if there was a company that we hired, but we do constant training on all of these steps.
If I might just add, because I was personally involved when Mr. Plant came on board as as the director of compliance. The plan was relatively new, maybe 6 weeks. We prepared a very extensive PowerPoint and FAQ program, and Mr. Plant went on a roadshow to every property and met with executives and the compliance people and walked them through, to put it colloquially, there's a new sheriff in town, and this is how it's going to be done. And My impression from the reporting given to me was that it was it was quite successful because everybody now realized they were pulling on the same team to a set of clear guidance that could be seen in the compliance plan.
The other quick thing to add is we did send Mr. Plant their quote compliance college. I don't know the name, but it was a couple week program in New Jersey, and he brought his 5 animals.
Compliance College. Well,
Not something I
find
enjoy.
find out what the name of that is and start sending it. So ArdenNet, if I can ask the question, just given the fact that you've grown so quickly, so ArdenNet is your compliance, we'll call it. It's an upcoming, yet to be deployed technological, a piece of technology that will allow you to see changes in regs, reporting dates and so on. Does it interface with AML as well? Is it a sort of anomaly detection system?
Yes, it is.
So it's full house.
Full house. Yes, in fact, that's Stephanie Walker, our head of
Well,
AML.
like list of excluded persons, would it flag those people?
Yes,
Okay. So it's included in like account development or opening and so on.
yes.
Right. Good.
Broadly used in the industry.
In case I missed it as well, when we were talking about the, say, remote or local resources, the compliance manager, are they also responsible then on the AML side too, and have that similar type of reporting into the 3 AML, I'm not sure what you, analysts?
Yes, they are.
So they have like
They are.
dual role.
They have a dual role, and also, as you know, at each property, everyone's trained in AML, right? It's we like to say down from the person who cleans the slot machines up, you need to be trained in, and they are trained in AML. So if there's a suspicious activity, some stuffing bills, and the person who's cleaning the machine happens to see that, and this has happened, this is real, they immediately have to go to their supervisor, who then brings it to either the general manager or the compliance person.
Okay.
Thank you.
And I know in my materials, it's probably in here. Have we engaged in a compliance review yet and of Valley?
As a part of negotiating,
I'm getting a no already.
as a part of negotiating the plan, Member Katsaros, our first audit and review is Q1 23.
Okay. I thought we normally like to surprise you with it, but I guess not.
No. Well, there could always be a surprise, but a fulsome audit, we negotiated, give ourselves some
Sure.
runway to get everything up and running. I will say that Street can correct me, I think with the exception of one meeting, agents have been monitoring already.
Good. I can say just based upon what you've described so far, it seems from a high level that functionally it will hopefully work very well for you.
Yeah.
You've moved from a decentralized type of structure to a centralized one, which is absolutely imperative with especially the size of this company now. And I think it's actually probably a good idea to have separate interactive from retail. At least in my experience, that seems to work a lot better.
Well done. I mean, you've made a lot of enormous progress actually, and I'm sure it's cost a lot of money. But as I say often, without compliance, you may make short-term gains, but once you're caught, that's beginning and end of it. So this is good.
We agree.
All right. I don't think we have any further questions on this part of the presentation.
There's no further questions on compliance. Ms. Wilson's going to just briefly review some ESG programs.
Okay. I also wanted to discuss with the board our environmental, social, and governance initiatives. I would refer you to page 31 through 33 of our prepared presentation. On page 31, we summarize a few of our community initiatives and work of Valley's Foundation. While all of these programs are important to the places where our team members live and work, we are especially gratified by the $2.2 million global investments we made in promoting mental health during the pandemic. We are keenly focused on aggressively implementing company-wide ESG programs. And just as in the compliance area, again, our programs were all very segmented, and we are at the point now we have a new director in which we will actually bring all of our programs together, and that we will be working as one corporation, one company, through getting our programs out. We are pursuing carbon footprint reduction at our properties, and GameSys has achieved a carbon neutral certification from the Carbon Trust. And Bally's is working diligently to maintain and expand diversity and inclusion from the board of directors down to each of our properties and business segments. We are particularly pleased with some of our responsible gaming efforts, including implementing free game ban blocking software, a $600,000 investment with the ICRG to research effective RG tools for the 18 to 21-year-old demographic, and GameSys achieved the achievement of the level 3 Game Care Safer standard.
And that is, that's deployed within your interactive systems.
Yes. Yeah.
Not your
Yes.
land-based systems.
What's the current board makeup as far as diversity is concerned?
It's actually at this point it's about 50-50, isn't it? It's people of color and yeah.
Is our board,
The board of
the board of
Board of
directors,
directors?
right? Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So it's Ms. Wilson, Sue Kim, our chairman, Ms. Korean,
Yeah.
Jamin Patel, Indian.
Mr. Fenton, Mr. Reeves.
Mr.
Mr. Reeves
is So we're
is of color.
yeah we're at
So
50%.
50%.
Yeah.
Mr. Reeves is South Africa.
So 50-50, you said women?
No, there's only one woman.
Oh, just making sure.
Yeah. No. People of color. 50%.
Okay.
Thank you. Any further questions? Yes, Chief.
I did have some questions on due diligence, and we were just talking about compliance,
Okay.
but it was more acquisition related on the process and how that works. So probably we'll go back to that.
Go ahead.
You've been quite active, right? Both land-based as well as interactive. When you're completing an acquisition of a say brick and mortar focused type of operation, does that then fall in the remit of individuals doing due diligence from the retail side, or would that be interactive, or do you have shared sort of resources on those sides to conduct the background checks, or using a third party, for instance?
So if you're talking retail, for instance, and Mr. Papanier can help me on this too, because he's very involved in it, but it's not interactive. It's we have a gentleman named Chris Jewett, who is, I don't know his title, but he leads the acquisition front. And he does that in an internal team who looks at the operations. And then we usually hire an outside law firm to do legal due diligence, who then work with either me or someone who works for me on the legal due diligence side. So it's bifurcated. Really.
Okay, so the individual mentioned, that's more from a corporate strategy acquisition standpoint, right?
But it's also literally looking at the machines, looking at the property.
I guess I was looking more from the probity standpoint. I think you answered it with the latter half of your response, which is it's usually typically an outside law firm.
The law firm, you're talking about legal due diligence, so review of contracts, review of whatever, legal liability.
Yeah.
Right, not probity of individuals.
Not probity.
Not prob.
Who's doing the probity?
So when you say probity of individual,
Individuals or the companies themselves, and I'll get more specific to, it's going to be more focused on the interactive side. So when you're looking at acquiring companies, I think there's a few mentioned here in your Monkey Knife Fight, Betworks, what were the other ones? Telescope, I think, was one of them,
Yeah.
et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah.
Their operations, looking at the legality of their operations, looking at the background of the individuals owning those companies and so forth.
Mhm.
That's a central role, of course, of compliance, to make sure whoever we're acquiring, entering into business relationships, that in fact those individuals are upstanding as well. So who's handling the probity on that sort of front?
And let me add on to that. What about vendors? Who is reviewing backgrounds of everyone?
It's a combination of the law firm and internal. The firm.
So law firm's not. I
Do
doubt that.
internal background checks of vendors.
Oh, the vendors
vendors, we're doing
vendors are
internal.
internal.
Okay.
Vendors are internal. firms look at outside reports on folks on probity, if that's what you're getting.
Sure. Well, let's just focus in specifically on interactive. We're looking to acquire an interactive company. You're going to do probity, a probity check on them. How does this happen?
Can I turn to Mr. Fenton to talk about this?
Yes.
Well, I can't talk to the specifics of monkey knife fight and the telescope as companies that were mentioned before, because unfortunately I wasn't in role at that point. But due diligence from my side going forward for any interactive acquisition would be done and led by our internal legal teams.
So separate from what I'm seeing on these charts right here, it'll be another team.
Mr. Eaton.
Correct.
Yes, at the top level, yes. I can't pretend that I'm doing it day by day, but people who report up to me.
Okay. Yeah, because to Chair Gibson's specific question, it would be generally the same as folks that are doing the backgrounds of the vendors and so forth, right?
That's correct.
And
I
that's gonna-
misunderstood your question.
So that's going to be the analysts. Okay. So let's again go back to interactive then. So when you're looking at an interactive company, they usually have spread across the world and looking at their operations. Who's doing the probity check on their operations to understand the legalities of what it is you might be acquiring?
It's internal legal working with outside legal and then up to me.
Okay.
And then the board looks at it. The board, there was a report issued and then it goes to the board of directors and they look at the risk, no risk, and they either pass or they approve the transaction.
One of the reasons you're being asked these questions is because you're growing with incredible speed,
Right.
right? And so we're not incredulous, but we have a duty to ask you questions about these kinds of things to ensure that you're keeping up.
So Chair Gibson, I will point you to some confidential materials that were provided to the agents, which include a fulsome due diligence. And with deference in that particular example, it is a international law firm.
Okay.
And there are sections of that we gave as an example of a major due diligence effort. And in those materials are due diligence of a regulatory nature.
Okay.
So is this entity licensed?
Right.
Is it not licensed? What's its disciplinary
Agency
history?
checks, right?
Right. Additionally, tax reviews are done in those memos from the outside law firms, and various contractual risks that the target may have undertaken. So I think the agents saw an example of one of the more major types of due diligence products that were done. That said, they are typically, as the board knows, done on a very short time frame. And most of these due diligence memos, not just with Bally's, but I see do materiality. They have at the very beginning, we're not looking at anything that if lost would make this transaction non-compensable based on the terms.
I would add litigation, obviously.
Right. So as you write the contracts for acquisition, you're going to try to leave behind or separate out the liability of the company you're acquiring, but the employees that will continue on are a liability. And that's one of the reasons we're asking these questions.
We understand. We certainly look at the employee contracts and the employee makeup, whether there are unions, what do those contracts look like?
What's the company's policy on operating in jurisdictions where gaming is neither legalized or prohibited?
Could you repeat?
What's the company's policy on operating in jurisdictions where gaming is neither legalized or prohibited?
So the gray market.
So gray market, we look one by one, but generally we are very comfortable operating in the gray market.
Based on opinions that are solid or that have so many conditions that they mean nothing.
Well, I think we, being a lawyer, and we all know opinions
They vary.
vary. We all know that.
But you're looking for solid, relatively conservative opinions that will give you good guidance.
That's what we're looking for, and we understand there's a risk tolerance. We understand this is not an exact science.
Right.
We truly do. If I was to stand up here and say this gray market is absolutely 100% no risk, I'd be disingenuous.
Right.
We have to look at each market. We are. I'm going to transition a little bit here into the compliance committee, but we've looked at this as part of our foreign gaming reports, which is part of our new compliance plan. I call new, which is from Nevada, which has been very helpful. We carefully stepped through. First, we looked at the North American casinos, then we looked at North America Interactive, and then we looked at International Interactive. And when we looked at International Interactive, the committee, there are obviously a lot of markets that are gray, and I know you're going to get to it. There are some that some would say are black, and probably some that say no way, right? I.e. Saudi Arabia. And as we looked at that, we thought it was the committee, and I'm certainly Ms. Wilson can talk about this, but the committee thought it was a good idea to step back and evaluate everywhere we're doing business from interactive side, and carefully step by step look at each and start with what we would call the black markets and looking at it. And so we are under, I don't want to go too far afield because some of this is confidential. So he's got to stop, Mr. So,
but we can say that we are in the process of looking at all of those. We really are taking a very, very serious look at all of those.
I would ask that you speak to the current jurisdictions you're operating in that are gray and or black.
So,
And in particular, answer the question whether you have an opinion from outside counsel as to your operations in that market.
so let me, to answer the last question first, and the company will correct me if I'm wrong. To my knowledge, there is one or more legal opinions for every jurisdiction that is gray. And
you're comfortable with those opinions?
I am
Because I
comfortable
know
with those
you-
opinions, but I want to give you the context of, as a gaming lawyer, of what Ms. Wilson's telling you. As to the interactive business, that business before the Bally's acquisition was largely regulated by New Jersey. And accordingly, the company, the GameSys and the other entities were using the New Jersey advisory of 2016, which set forth a two-prong test. And the two-prong test is one, this is a public document. One is internet gaming explicitly illegal in this jurisdiction. And two, notwithstanding what you find in prong one, in prong two, does that jurisdiction or is that jurisdiction engaged in active, concrete enforcement of its scheme to ubiquitously or holistically to operators?
So let's step back. So two prongs, let's get rid of the second prong. What do we do in the first?
So in the first prongs, there are legal opinions that evaluate that issue.
Even though it's expressly illegal. So, I mean, what I'm getting at is
correct, because express legality may have some condition, or so you wouldn't not go get an opinion there Chair Gibson, still get an opinion to confirm what you are seeing externally. And the example I would give you is there are political statements made, even in the United States. Lindsey Graham, we're going to re-energize the Wire Act and stop all this business. Did it ever happen? Well, he introduced a bill and adopted. So there are political statements, and so you have to understand: is the express illegality a political statement, or is it law?
Expressly illegal, though. You get two lawyers in a room, they're going to have 10 different answers for you oftentimes.
That's how I feel.
In the eye of the beholder.
That may well be, but
expressly by statute.
I agree, especially by statute or regulation, or in some countries, decree or some other mechanism.
So if it's expressly illegal for gambling to occur,
no,
in a country,
internet.
Okay, that's where exactly I was going to slice it a little thinner. If it's expressly illegal for gambling to occur in that country, and it doesn't expressly say, oh, internet gambling, it just says gambling. That's where I'm getting to the point. Is somebody's going to say, that's not express.
That's, and under the New Jersey policy, that is a gray jurisdiction.
Understood. And I understood the approach that they took at the time, because they were grappling with what I would call the legacy online operators, RGS suppliers, game content suppliers, say pre-2010, right? And before, and most of them were European at that point, because there was a bigger industry there. And at that point, most laws around the world never really expressly discussed whether it's brick and mortar, online, or some futuristic type of offering that I can't even think of right now. But the reality was everybody was being very aggressive unless told not to do something. So where my head is right now is understanding the corporate culture of everybody that comes before us and talking about their approach to online gaming and how they enter into the markets, because due diligence, probity on companies is one thing that you require. But there's also the due diligence and the probity on the markets themselves, which is what we're talking about. You get your legal opinions, you try to make a risk assessment. Is it worthwhile? And that's always in the mix. How risk reward. Anyway, so that's kind of where my head is, trying to understand where you guys are culturally with entering into new markets and into relationships. And it's not just you guys, it's everybody. It's a broader question. We've had similar discussions with other companies as well. So
we've read the transcripts. The company's executives have read the transcripts.
And with regard to OFAC, I mean, any federal action that would prohibit an American company from doing business, you are in violation of none of those.
That's correct, to my knowledge. I do want to get back to Member Watkins' question. So with the understanding that historically, it was the New Jersey two-prong test, and Ms. Wilson will kick me in the shin here, but what I think she was mentioning, and we're trying to maintain privilege and confidentiality under 5045 here, is that the compliance committee is going through a systematic review of, is that the right standard, and was it in any part of our legacy business properly applied? So that is an ongoing process that is transparent to the board and your agents through the compliance system. And that is an ongoing process. So the legacy analysis is under active review to make sure that there is still a comfort level with each of those jurisdictions. To your question about black jurisdictions, the company will again augment what I'm saying. I am told by management there is no intention to be operating in a black jurisdiction. The compliance committee has preliminarily ranked jurisdictions, and it is in the materials we gave your agents, saying we think these might be something more than gray. These appear to be gray. And then in the third tier is what's called the aggregation business, and that is the third tier of analysis because that's fairly attenuated. It's not a direct B2B relationship. It's more like a marketplace, which we can explain if you want to know more about the aggregation business. But they are systematically going through that hierarchy. And the question about forward looking, the board of directors in July, accepted a recommendation of the compliance committee that no new jurisdiction in any part of the company can be commenced, contracted, anything, without first going through the compliance committee and having this vetted completely upfront while this other process is going on, so nothing gets through before the compliance committee has set up whatever regimen it wants to set.
Is that edict is just for B2B, B2C type situations?
Any.
So if there's a B2B type of relationship and that other B is going to enter into a new market, how do you have visibility to what they're doing?
Mr. Fenton can augment what I'm going to say. The legacy GameSys company, as an example, did not fail to do due diligence on the B2B part of the. So they would apply, for instance, the New Jersey test to their B2B part. They would do due diligence themselves with a legal opinion, not just rely on the B2C operator to do whatever they wanted to. There are, and Mr. Fenton can, I won't try to answer this part of the question completely, but there are jurisdictions where the company is examining closely what the B2C provider who's in the B2B relationship with values said they were going to do, what they're doing, and how their technology, even outside of their control, is doing. And that is on the docket.
Well, and that's what I'd like for Mr. Fenton to cover, if you don't mind.
Sure.
If you understand the question.
I think so.
I want to understand if you understand what your B2B customers are doing with their B2C. How do you ensure where they're doing business is in line with what you expect them to be doing? Do you perhaps require them to geofence certain areas of the world, etc.?
So let me talk to those B2B relationships. And I'd say there's two tiers of B2B relationships. The first one is where we're providing platform and content. And typically there's 3 providers that we have in Asia, or 3 clients that we have in Asia, where we provide platform and content services. And then there's the content aggregation service, which Mr. Reesa mentioned earlier, which is quite simply this library of content which people can come and pull from. So where we offer platform and content services to those 3 entities which I discussed earlier, firstly, we have a contractual right to be told wherever they are providing services, and we have a contractual right to cancel our contract with those clients if we think that ever compromises our position with any regulator around the world. So that's how we try and stay tight on what it is that people might be doing and making sure that we can examine that. On the content aggregation side, it's harder because sometimes that can be challenging in terms of tracking where that content is being used. We are, however, reviewing that right now and making sure that we can geo-block markets that we simply know we don't want to have any kind of nexus to. So I'd give that two different tiers of control that we're looking to exercise.
Understood. Do you have audit rights in your contracts as well, so that you can go back through and audit at any point? Because you wouldn't necessarily know where they're doing business unless you had that ability to look at where they're doing business.
We certainly do on the platform and content side. On the content aggregation side, I'd have to come back to you on that.
If I can just jump to another subject, when we went through the original March licensing, and Mr. Kim before us, we talked about the sort of private equity nature of his company, and his plan or holding pattern for assets. You've acquired it a lot here. Do you have any comments on what your plans are going forward?
So if I understand the question, are you asking what Standard General?
Yeah, I'm getting at, well, I know you don't have an exact.
I'm going to take a wild swing at this, and I imagine Mr. Lavin or someone else will correct me. There was a proffer by Standard General to acquire, I think, 100% of the stock of the company. And the board of directors passed. There has since been a stock buyback, which affected a reduction in the percentage, but not below the threshold. I mean, Mr. Kim and Standard General are still controlled shareholders.
You bought back quite a bit of stock.
Pardon?
You bought back quite a bit of stock.
Yeah.
I mean, I've seen, the cap go down.
So Standard General appears to be active in the stock. Did want to own the company exclusively. I take that as probably an indication of Mr. Kim's confidence in where they're headed. But to the bottom line, I think they've been at a fairly static range in the last months since the board declined the request for the tender.
Thank you, Teresa. With regard to the opinions that you seek out in gray markets, you have a very fine firm that's managing those. I'll disclose it. It's in the confidential section of our background. But I would say that I know Mr. Reeser, I've worked with him, and insofar as he's comfortable with them, I would have a great deal more comfort.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will also indicate, of course, one of the first things I do when I see an opinion is I go to the firm, and they're, at least at this point, they're all Chambers internationally rated firms with very deep benches. This isn't Bubba's Law and Barbecue in Highway 341 in Texas. They are very reputable firms with deep benches and experience in these foreign jurisdictions.
Thank you. Okay, gone through a lot of material.
Yes,
Please jump in if you have additional questions.
I'd like to switch topics, talk about employees.
Certainly, if it please if you don't have any more questions on compliance and ESG, I'll let Ms. Wilson and Mr. Eaton, well, maybe Mr. Eaton needs to stay with me because that gets to the transaction.
Okay.
And if it's helpful to you, I can briefly provide a synopsis of the transaction.
Yeah, please do.
Okay. And yeah, Ms. Wilson's excuse.
Thank you, Ms.
Dan Reeser for the record. On January 11th of this year, the company entered into an agreement with Penn National Gaming to acquire through Twin River Management Group the equity common stock of Tropicana Hotel Casino. So I think for the board, the commission, if you think about this, there's a holding company structure that sits right below Penn Entertainment Inc. today, and that is Tropicana Hotel and Casino, Tropicana Holdings, and then the corporate licensee, Tropicana Las Vegas Inc. This transaction is essentially moving that structure from Penn right under Twin River Management Group, which is the entity that is the holding company for all brick and mortar for Bally's. So that is what the stock portion of this agreement does.
Had the sale of land and physical structure, the REIT transaction already occurred under PEN?
No, so there's two aspects of it. There is what I call the operating entities, and those are being moved over. The reason for acquiring at that level is that Tropicana Hotel and Casino owns all the gaming devices and equipment. And so to capture all the FF&E, you have to acquire the second tier holding company. The real estate portion of this transaction provided that Tropicana Land LLC, which is an affiliate of GLPI, would sell the other personality and real property that are used on the land. So the buildings, the HVAC, all of the improvements to real estate, and those are being purchased by Twin River and Bally's from the Tropicana Land entity. Concurrently, the company entered into an agreement with Tropicana Land to lease the underlying real estate for 50 years for the initial term with extensions. And as you undoubtedly saw in your materials, Bally's and GLPI simultaneously entered into a sale leaseback transaction related to Bally's Blackhawk, Colorado, and Rock Island, Illinois. And thus the economics of this transaction, which in some respects looks like a wash, that's where that occurs. The operations at the Tropicana are 1,470 hotel rooms, 24 restaurants and bars, 32 table games, 640 gaming devices, 1,200 seat showroom, 100,000 square feet of convention facility and outside and inside recreational amenities. The contract provides a outside closing date of September 30th of this year. So we are very grateful to the board and commission for getting this to agenda. We suspect, based on having worked on the changeover plan in the last few days, that'll be received by you shortly, and it may show a actual cutover on 25-26 September. I'll get to your question in a moment. There's a couple of other issues. The Tropicana Las Vegas Inc. will maintain contractual relationship with William Hill III LLC. So William Hill is going to stay there and operate the race pool and sports book operations that it has there until Bally's is ready to move into that space with its own technology and personnel. There is a transition services agreement between Penn and Bally's for at least 6 months. There's ability to extend for certain purposes, which provides transition support between systems and other matters. Under the purchase agreement, Member Watkins, the company is committed to the retention of all the employees. They will maintain their existing compensation packages for at least the first year. All of their benefits programs are being assumed by Bally's, no changes in their benefits. So for line workers and executives at property, they won't see anything different in their pay envelope or in the benefits they and their families enjoy. They are retaining Mr. Plant, who's a VP and general manager at the property now. As we indicated, he's under application with you. He was not one of your LKEs. He's a local LKE, but he's not one of your LKEs, so we put him up at that time. We applied in February. The management, as with the other properties, you'll remember this from our discussions in March, the operational matters at the property report up structurally to Mr. Papanier. The financial folks report up through Mr. Layton. So that same kind of mechanic is being used. The statutory corporate officers will be Mr. Papanier as president, Mr. Lavin as secretary, and Mr. Eaton, as treasurer, and Mr. Eaton as secretary. I know the board typically wants to hear this under section 804060 of the Clark County Code. We are in direct and continuous communications with business licensing there. That provision allows the county to waive applications and investigations based on their final registration order in this case. So we're squared away with the county.
If I can ask, if I can just mention this, this REIT structure, this Tropicana land transaction is different than some of the others we've seen. So Bally's, their company, Tropicana, will own and maintain the structure.
Correct.
The land is the only thing that's being leased, that you're leasing from them.
Correct.
So, I mean, I asked the question because often I wonder about the obligation in triple net leases for reinvestment property. And in this case, it's your property. So you have direct incentive.
Both direct responsibility and, more importantly, direct control. Nobody can tell them what, I guess ultimately they could say you can't build a 7-Eleven here, but I think finish will be up to the company.
Thank you.
Did I hear at the beginning of the opening presentation, there's going to be about 100 days or so, you're going to evaluate exactly what the changes are going to be done over the next several years, or is that
so?
Something?
Mr. Fenton or Mr. Papanier will correct me, but I asked that question, they gave me the answer, so I'll give it to you. The marketing plan will be the first 90 to 120 days. Concurrent with that will be drilling down on the reinvestment, redevelopment of the property. It is anticipated that Bally's operate for no less than 12 months before it were to commence any kind of serious redevelopment of the property, and maybe as long as 24 months.
It's 25 years within which you have to redevelop or rebuild to the tune of 1.5 billion. The structure. I mean, you have that. Is that correct from the transactional documents? Is there a requirement
that we improve the real estate?
Yeah, I guess improvement is.
Yeah, there are covenants in the lease about taking care of the value of the dirt through what's operating on it.
Right.
That's why that was to my comment of you can't just have a 7-Eleven.
Right.
That was my question though. So you're looking at it from a 12-month to 24-month type of window before you start ripping and tearing and figuring out a grander scheme.
George, am I right? Mr. Papanier indicates that I have not misled you.
Flawless as always.
I want to shift focus back to the employees.
Sure.
Were you done with regard to your affirmative presentation as it relates to employees? Or did you want to say something else?
No, I want to answer any questions you might have. I just wanted to make sure you knew that everybody's on board, going to be on board.
Thank you. So it's my understanding that there's 462 full-time and 394 part-time employees.
Those numbers jive with what I have read in the paperwork.
Okay. So there's no plans, just to confirm, there's no plans to change staffing levels.
There are no plans to change staffing.
And will there be new job opportunities for employees?
We're going to ask Mr. Papanier to come up. Sure. So with the transition services agreement, it's going to leave they have it's for 180 days. So there are positions within that structure that we'll have to replace. So there will be opportunities for
I'm sorry, I missed the last few things you said.
there with the transition service agreement that we have between us and Penn National.
Mhm.
They're handling certain aspects of the operation for up to 180 days. So through that transition, there will be opportunities for additional employment, and we would hire for those positions that would ultimately be vacant if Penn National were not to provide the services.
Will there be new training for employees?
So that's part of our corporate culture. So we're always training our employees.
So, but the plan is to, once this transaction is complete, to provide particularized training or no?
Sure, we will, provide every aspect of the training that we do for all our properties.
Yeah, and the training will be conducted by in-house.
In-house, yes.
Yeah,
In-house.
I always struggle with outside companies coming in to train because then they disappear. And so I think there might be some compartmentalization of the training with the people who then disappear.
Matter of fact, our corporate structure does have our executive director or executive vice president of human resources is located in Las Vegas.
I also understand that, Mr. Reeser mentioned it, but that for those employees who are employed immediately prior to the close of the transaction, there will be that guarantee of the 12 months.
Yeah, we're
Salary,
retaining, yes.
How, is there a period of time prior to the close of the transaction that they must meet in order to qualify for this? Or it's just
They just have to be
day
there
of?
during, be employed at the close.
Okay. All right, thank you.
You mentioned the sportsbook operation, so it's going to be William Hill in the interim until you're able to bring in your own tech. GameSys doesn't have a sportsbook module, correct?
Mr. Fenton, the question, did you hear the question?
I did. So we do have a sportsbook module which we have produced combining GameSys technology with the technology from Bet.Works. So that is actually the product, the sports product that we've been rolling out. But we also need to convert that into a retail experience as well. And we haven't done our first one of those yet. So that is something. It's just mobile.
Correct.
Today.
That has not come through either ITLs here in Nevada or that would be qualified for Nevada or for our lab.
Correct, it has not.
Yeah.
There has been an initial meeting dated now with Chief Barbie and the BetWorks folks. That was timed with the contemplation that we might immediately go into Lake Tahoe. Candidly, the liquidity for your first entree in Nevada was determined not to be sufficient for that investment. So I think what we anticipate, and I know there's an assistant general counsel working on an application package to put this into the lab, put the technology into the lab. I would expect that probably 30 to 60 days.
But that new version that you've developed has rolled out then? I didn't quite hear Mr. Fenton. In other markets or other parts of the world?
Well, not other parts of the world, but in other states. So we've combined the betting engine delivered by Bet.Works along with the GameSys player account management and data integration. And that's what we're using to launch now into additional states. Actually, if I could just update on an answer which I gave to a question from Member Watkins earlier, which was on our digital state presence. In addition to the ones I mentioned, Colorado, Iowa, Louisiana, and New Jersey, we've also currently live with that sportsbook product in Arizona, New York, and Virginia. So that's the core product that we are using to roll out to different states. And we just need to convert that into a retail facing product as well. And that's when we'll be able to make it available into retail. I can just while I've,
go ahead, please.
If I can, just while I've got the floor, the question was raised earlier if whether or not we have an audit right on our content aggregation contracts. And I said that I would revert and come back to you, and I can confirm that we do have a right of audit on those contracts.
Okay, thank you for the quick answer on that.
And I may be jumping ahead because there may be additional questions, but just let me ask, you made a request for Mr. Cap to allow for us to allow his withdrawal.
Correct.
Without prejudice. Is that accurate?
Yeah, I was going
No
to,
issues,
no issues. No,
just resignation.
Mr. Cap decided that he'd had more fun than he could stand, and it was time to.
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, this is something.
Having been at, having worked with him at Pinnacle, and then he went into the deep end with Bally's. Quite frankly, had a conversation with him at his departure, and he said, "There's not a really better time for me to go off into the sunset. The credit facilities are all there. The GameSys deal is done. We've bought all this stuff. Let Mr. Lavin operate it." So
well, there you
no,
go, Mr.
No,
congratulations.
No prejudice with Mr. Cap, as a distinguished executive in the gaming industry. So without prejudice, yes. And I'd also note that we received and reviewed the board's draft second revised order of registration, draft 2, dated August 26. And that draft order is in proper and acceptable form and substance. We have reviewed and discussed at length the conditions that the board staff and audit want to place on the future race and sports wagering activities. Those are essentially the ones that we agreed to with the Lake Tahoe property, and they are in proper form. And so all of those are perfectly acceptable to the company. And that concludes our affirmative presentation. We thank you very much for your patience and for the opportunity to bring you up to speed on where the company is at and where it's going.
Thank you. Just one quick note. So you've done a lot of work with regard to compliance in a very short period of time on a number of different acquisitions. Can we, but not everything is done, right? So we have technologies coming on board. We have processes and procedures that are still not fulfilled. I mean, we're still waiting for them to be completed or put in place entirely. Will you report back? I'll ask Deputy Chief Rippey if he would follow up with you on that.
So we will definitely report back. One of the discussions that Mr. Dorn and I have had is that we may ask, typically it's upon you to ask, but we may ask for an annual review meeting. But yes, and your agents receive all of the compliance committee stuff beforehand.
Yeah, I read it too.
Yeah, so we will definitely keep you in the loop on that under the compliance apparatus.
All right, and with regard to Member Watkins' questions about the different types of markets, internet iGaming, we're talking about here, will you keep us posted as you do your review? Will you keep us will you update us as you go through the different jurisdictions?
Absolutely.
Make decisions.
Absolutely. We can ask, Mr. Eaton can work with the compliance committee to give progress reports on a written progress report to you through the compliance apparatus.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any further questions? I don't know. I mean, we've asked quite a few.
I've got a few.
Please jump in.
That's okay. I don't know if you mentioned this, but what are your plans for branding as far as the Tropicana is concerned?
Branding?
Mm-hmm.
George.
He's like,
So we will be continuing to operate it under the Tropicana brand, but certainly any development plans would be a conversion to the Bally's brand.
Okay. Can someone speak to the franchise agreement with DoubleTree?
it was a 2013 agreement, was it not? That's pretty old. Is it still in place?
It's in place, but we have a handshake deal that it's going to extend in another year.
Okay. And then rebranding, or you don't know, you don't want to.
Yeah. Not sure we want to get into competitive, but
yes, you can. It's fine.
But Member Watkins, there is no dispute. There is no litigation. The parties have agreed to document this extension. This is basically a booking system. And so we don't anticipate any controversy, but even were there controversy, it is not a deal. It will not affect this transaction, nor do I, Mr. Eaton can correct me, I don't suspect it's going to have any effect on redevelopment of the property. Might be a monetary settlement, might not be.
Okay, thank you for that. I appreciate that. What are your plans for the current retail and restaurant operations?
So we spoke to a few times about a 180-day review of the property. There has been a considerable amount of capital that's been spent on the property previous to our acquisition that was really focused on the public spaces. So we'll evaluate if it's the appropriate mix of restaurants that are there. But at this point, we don't have any concrete plans of adding any additional restaurants.
So the restaurants currently in place will stay.
That's correct.
And do you plan to introduce a new loyalty or rewards program?
Sure. During the transition services agreement process, we'll be converting all the player database to the Bally's player database.
Okay, thank you very much. That's all my questions.
And on that point, just one final point, the agreement provides that existing players of Penn National will be able to will retain and use their Tropicana related rewards at the M. So there's no loss to them.
I do have one further question, and it just caught my attention because I study these org charts. And, so Bally's Interactive LC, going down the chain, that works. And then you've got the Association of Volleyball Professionals LC. And I'm always concerned about conflicts, but I'm also just interested in what this is and why you hold it. What is it?
I'll start, and I may need some support being the lawyer, not the volleyball player. Although I was a pretty good volleyball player at one point. I digress. Actually, flying in last night, I actually saw AVP on TV on FS1, which was nice to see. It's as part of the company's foray into interactive sports betting. The company has looked at different leagues to acquire or partner up with, so that we have control of that league and put them on TV, seamlessly, perhaps offer betting.
So you offer, all right. I won't get into this conversation at this point because we have different items on our agenda, but I would just note that is something that I'm watching. It's just conflicts between ownership of leagues, teams, and then also sports wagering.
We're well aware of what you're saying. We get it.
Okay, thank you. All right, anything further? Ma'am.
Further clarification, I'm sorry. When Board Member Watkins asked about the composition of our board, it's the 9-member board, 4 of which are people of color and 5 are not. So that I said 50%, it's a little less.
And 1 woman.
And one.
Yeah, you're not getting out of that one.
Okay. Thank you.
I didn't have any other questions, just a couple comments, that's all.
Please.
If we're doing deliberation. Yeah, I don't have a problem supporting these applications. They're obviously flawless presentation. I think you mentioned that Mr. Dorn was deputy chief. He believed he was chief of corporate security. So not to correct you.
Thank you. Yes, and I understand.
That was at the very beginning.
I understand Mr. Getsource, you worked with him, so you probably know his title better than I. He was signing those yellow sheets for salary every week.
Exactly.
Travel.
Yeah, where most of my interest is the happenings that we've had since you've been licensed as a company. The company got licensed here, 2021, just like a year and a half ago. Mr. Papinier and Mr. Eaton were licensed as well at that time. My questions were not concerned, just interest is all about what's happened since then, primarily the GameSys acquisition, where things stand with compliance, those two fronts. I think the aggressiveness of a lot of the online gaming companies are similar, especially the legacy ones. This is very fresh for you guys to own GameSys, although I know Mr. Fenton was with GameSys for a long time. It's, the world's evolving. The New Jersey two-pronged approach there, I understand that from 7-8 years ago now, is what it is. we don't have any online gaming operations here, but we do, of course, govern or regulate your operations here as well as any of the tentacles that reach here. So there's always going to be an interest in what you guys are doing, particularly on the due diligence side and your purview with markets you're entering into and those partnerships that you have. So very fresh for you guys, given that you haven't even had a compliance program, one that we would have required for very long. So I'll be interested to see what occurs after the first review that we undergo. I will say from optically, how you guys have structured it, the amount of resources you guys have for that looks great. But again, I'll hold judgment until we actually see the first review.
And so for now, as you've got William Hill that's going to operate your book, but as you come back and we make a decision about you operating your own book, I'm going to be looking for documentation that separates out the league from your betting action to ensure that there is no conflict, just so you know. Okay.
Happy to support the application.
All right, even with one.
Yes.
All right.
Notwithstanding anything I said.
Okay, let's take the draw first, please.
Yes, absolutely. So I'll make two motions.
Yes.
So I move to grant the request to withdraw without prejudice.
Member Katsaros?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chair Gibson?
Aye. Thank you.
All right. And I also move to recommend approval of the remaining applications and restricted and non-restricted item number 1 as read into the record by Secretary Rupert pursuant to the second revised order of registration, draft number 2, dated 8/26/22, and pursuant to the following conditions. Prior to the commencement of race and sports and/or parimutuel wagering pool operations, an executed reserve agreement must be received and approved by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Audit Division pursuant to Nevada Gaming Commission Regulations 5.225 and 22.040. Prior to the commencement of computerized race and sports and/or parimutuel wagering pool operations, attestation letters regarding the race and sports and/or parimutuel internal control system must be received by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Audit Division pursuant to Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 6.090. And prior to the commencement of race and sports and/or parimutuel wagering pool operations, an adequate written internal control system for race and sports and/or parimutuel that documents compliance with minimum internal control standards must be received by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Audit Division pursuant to Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 6.090.
Those conditions are understood and acceptable.
Okay. Madam
Member
Secretary.
Katsaros?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chair Gibson?
Aye. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I've gotten a number of these sticky notes, so I've got to take a break for our court reporter. When we come back, I'm going to take out of order non-restricted number 8. Sorry.
Also, decide if there's anything I can do inside research or anything like that.
All right, everyone, let's get back back to order. Please take your seats. As you all know, we've just gotten through one item so far. So let's go to number 8, please.
Non-restricted number 8 are the applications of MGM Resorts International and Mandalay Resorts Group LLC for an amendment to their order of registration. It is also the applications of MGM Sports Interactive Gaming LLC and Gary Fritz for licensure as a member or manager or key executive of BetMGM LLC as noted on the agenda.
Welcome.
Welcome. Good morning, Chair Gibson, Member Katsaros, Member Watkins, Executive Secretary Rupert. For the record, Sean McGinnis with Butler Snow on behalf of MGM Resorts International and Mr. Fritz. Gary is, I see he's on the Zoom link there. We appreciate the dispensation having him appear by Zoom, but also the dispensation of moving this item up because of some scheduling things that have arisen yet this morning.
And again, good morning, board members, Secretary Rupert. For the record, Scott Scherer, Brownstein Hyde Farber Schreck, appearing on behalf of BetMGM. I'd also like to take just a moment to introduce Connor Shea, who is an associate with our firm, working with us now on many gaming matters. You may see him in the future.
All right, thank you.
And
you have an affirmative presentation?
Yeah, if I could just sort of give an overview of this. It's Mr. Fritz's essentially finding a suitability, but also there's an entity piece of this. At the moment, MGM Sports and Interactive Gaming is a member of BetMGM, and back when BetMGM was initially licensed, it was found suitable to be a member. On this agenda item, it is also being listed as being a manager because the way BetMGM is set up, the members or it's member managed. Mr. Shearer can explain a little bit more about the details as to why this is coming up on the agenda the way it is. It all came out when going through the investigations of the different board members of BetMGM dealing with GCB staff. And while I mentioned GCB staff, I do want to recognize Senior Agent Daniel Butler did an excellent job working through this file for Mr. Fritz. But if it's acceptable to you, I would turn it over to Gary to provide a little personal background on himself.
Okay, welcome, Mr. Fritz. Please state your name for the record, if you would.
Good morning, Chair Gibson, members Katsaros and Member Watkins and Executive Secretary Rupert. My name is Gary Fritz. I also just would echo Council's thanks for the virtual appearance accommodation as well as the scheduling. So much appreciated. My background, just for the record, I graduated the University of Pennsylvania 1995 with a degree in economics. I hold a master's degree from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. I've spent almost the entirety of my career in the online internet and e-commerce consumer space. I was a senior executive on the early management team at Expedia Inc., serving in two primary roles. First as the head of the corporate development function, responsible for all mergers and acquisitions for Expedia Inc., and then transitioning into a role as the president of the Partner Services Group, which was the largest operating division of Expedia Inc. As you may or may not know, Expedia Inc. At the time was controlled by IAC as its largest shareholder. Subsequently, ultimately, Mr. Barry Diller was the largest beneficial owner of Expedia Inc. And I began a relationship with both IAC and Mr. Diller approximately 20 years ago. The rest of my career, I spent time at TripAdvisor, which was actually one of the businesses that we purchased at Expedia and subsequently became its own listed entity. And spent time in that business leading their Asia Pacific operations, as well as being responsible for the growth strategy and overall corporate strategy of TripAdvisor. That role ended in 2020. And I was reached out to by both IAC and Mr. Diller in the summer of 2020 upon their investment in MGM Resorts International to serve as the steward of their investment in MGM on a day-to-day basis. And in conjunction with that role, was appointed to the board of directors of BetMGM as one of MGM's 3 designees on the board of directors of BetMGM. Subsequently, over the beginning in December of last year, I also assumed a direct employment relationship with MGM Resorts International as the managing director of digital mergers and acquisitions for MGM Resorts.
Okay, thank you for that.
And with that, if you want to
Yeah,
take him
you have
his
questions
personal
about,
stuff first.
The individual. Fritz?
Sure. Are you engaged in any charitable activities?
I am. I was the chairman of an organization here. I live in Seattle, Washington. I was the chairman of an organization called the Herring Center, which is a world-leading model for inclusive education for neurodiverse children, pioneering curriculum development to supersede home interventions for children who are neurodiverse. I'm the parent of a highly impacted autistic child. I was fortunate to have resources to be able to provide a very strong early intervention for my son, but recognized quite early on that most parents are not in that situation. So I took a leadership position in this world-leading program we have here in Seattle that seeks to deliver similar interventions through schools, which is a scalable way of delivering those interventions, as opposed to parents having to rely on private practitioners.
Well, thank you for that advocacy and explanation. I appreciate it.
Yeah, just a couple of follow-up questions. Good morning, Mr. Fritz. Just on your background then. So you said you started in e-commerce, and I can see from your history, it goes back, pretty far. This is going to be your first, MGM would have been your first entrance into the gaming side of the business, or through IAC, I guess, because you as the steward of their investment. So this is going to be your first licensing event here, nowhere else, correct?
This is my first licensing event in Nevada. There are obviously many jurisdictions that I require to be licensed for as a part of my involvement in BetMGM.
And
correct.
have you completed those already? Have you been licensed in those markets yet?
The short answer is yes. Unfortunately, just given how many there are, where the process has been completed is beyond me. I know last month Mississippi was completed. I believe there are a few others, but it's upwards of 25 jurisdictions that I need to go through on.
So you're going through the whole gamut of jurisdictions then, just
correct.
Like, you would typically expect here. So are you employed by MGM then, not IAC anymore?
I am employed by both. So well, actually, let me define that. Let me be a little bit more precise about that. I am directly employed by MGM in this capacity as the managing director of mergers and acquisitions. I then have a consulting relationship with IAC, but it's an exclusive consulting relationship with IAC with respect to my duties helping to shepherd the investment on their behalf.
When you say exclusive, meaning you don't have any other role at IAC other than as the steward of their investment with
Correct.
MGM?
And I don't have any other consulting clients.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, through the materials, I wasn't exactly sure. And I guess that would be through your own LLC is where you're the consultant for IAC?
Correct.
I don't know how to pronounce that.
It's called Amanagawa. The inspiration for that was I was staring out of my home office and I have cherry blossom trees in my backyard, and the species of cherry blossom is the Amanagawa cherry blossom. So no more
Okay. Okay. Well, and then I wanted to ask about your outside directorships as well. You have something called Store Llc. Can you share what that is?
Sure. Dark Store Llc is a micro logistics platform. I served as an angel investor for that business. They essentially are seeking to create a network of very small warehouse fulfillment centers that will enable not only same day delivery of e-commerce purchases, but delivery within 1 to 2 hour windows. So if you wanted to buy a new phone via Amazon, they would literally be able to locate a warehouse containing your phone within a few miles of your home so that you could receive those purchases quickly. I was the original angel investor in that business and was afforded a board position.
Okay, interesting. And then the only other one I wanted to ask about, because you have a few of them that you were formerly a director of, is Eat to Go in Thailand.
Oh, sure. So that was as part of my responsibilities at TripAdvisor. I was responsible for almost all merger and acquisition activity, as well as operations in Asia Pacific. TripAdvisor has a fairly healthy, in addition to its review business, has a fairly healthy restaurant booking service business, which we expanded into Southeast Asia through the acquisition of a business called Eat2Go based in Bangkok.
Okay. And then your current duties right now.
My current duties right now, really twofold, with sort of my IAC hat on. It's ensuring and taking a look at the long-range plan of MGM Resorts International, helping Mr. Hornbuckle, Mr. Halkyard in developing the long-range plan. And then I spend time also looking for merger and acquisition candidates for MGM Resorts International, specifically for the interactive side of the business. For example, actually, we closed a transaction today in Sweden for the acquisition of a business called Leo Vegas. So that was an acquisition that I sourced and led. And then in addition, I spend a reasonable amount of time with the management team at BetMGM, just given my background in e-commerce, helping them think through operational issues related to customer acquisition, risk management, analytics, trading, et cetera.
Okay. And do you report to anybody at MGM, or are you reporting to
I report
folks
to
at IAC?
I report to Mr. Hornbuckle at MGM.
Okay. Okay. I just wanted to have an exchange on that, get a bit of understanding on your background. Your background came back clean, so I didn't have any questions other than that or concerns. Thank you.
Thank you.
I guess what I would do is I would add, since he mentioned the Leo Vegas transaction, I just wanted to let you know for the record that we've communicated with Candace Nishizawa on the foreign gaming reporting requirements for that. So we already filed way back when the transaction was announced, a notification statement, and we're in the process of coordinating with her, filing the operation statement that's due following the closing. So we're on top of that.
Thank you. One just quick follow-up, since we're mentioning Leo Vegas, then I'm not all familiar with them. Are they a game content supplier? Are they a platform supplier? Both?
They're an operator.
They're an operator?
Operator focused principally in Sweden, with reasonably strong operations in continental Europe as well.
Do they not own their own tech stack?
They do own their own tech stack, which was a large part of the thesis about why we sought to acquire the business. It's a very robust tech stack.
And does that include game content as well as a PAM, a patron account management system?
It's principally the PAM. They have a relatively nascent, call it a gaming studio, for lack of a better word, to develop their own proprietary content. But largely on the content side, they are reliant on third parties.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Member Watkins.
I don't have anything further.
All right. Thank you very much for that presentation. Can I ask Mr. Shear to come forward and just explain the provided to white people licensing? Just go through the structural issues here.
Sure, be happy to, Mr. Chairman. Again, for the record, Scott Shearer. When BetMGM was first licensed, there was discussion with the staff about sort of its unique structure. It is an LLC, so it's got members rather than shareholders, of course, and it's got managers rather than directors. Technically, as Mr. McGinnis said, the managers are the two entities that are also the members, they're managing members. But in the operating agreement, they have delegated their authority to the board of members representatives, which Mr. Fritz is a member of. So they're not technically directors. When the discussions occurred, though, because they have all of the authority of the managers, the discussion was that originally they should be the individuals who are licensed rather than having the companies licensed as the managers. So that's why it's structured the way that it is. Subsequently, there was, I think, has been some confusion because of the way the Gaming Control Act reads. And even though I think in substance they got it right, you could argue that in form they did not, or we did not the first time around. So, so this is to fix the form, even though the substance is always.
Okay, well, thank you very much.
been
So in
addressed
lieu of, well, not in lieu of, but in addition to licensing of the LCs of the entities that are board that are members, we have individuals who exercise sufficient or some substantial control over the entities who are for us.
Correct. And we've recommended a condition that would require that, because if the managers, the companies are licensed, the managers technically they would not be in a mandatory licensing position. We recommended a condition that would require them to file, so that because of the authority that they exercise, that they'll always be on file, and also having that condition actually in writing. Then, if there are changes in council in the future, as there have, I was not involved in the BetMGM licensing. I had to go back and look at the history. But if there are changes in council in the future, we'll know. You'll be able to look at the conditions and say, yes, this person does need to file.
Okay, I appreciate that. It's very conscientious of you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
All righty. I don't have any.
I just had a question, Mr. Shear, then. So if I went to the, good to see you.
Good to
If
see
I
you
went
as
to
well.
this, if I went to the Secretary of State's website, then all I would see is MGM Sports and Interactive Gaming LLC. I wouldn't see any of the individuals.
Correct. You'd see them listed as the managing members.
I would see those individuals as well listed.
No, you would see the companies listed as managing members. Now, if you went to those companies' websites, I'm not sure. Or, I mean,
Yeah, I just mean on the main
listed them.
page and where it would list that. So those individuals wouldn't be there. It would just be those two entities.
Not for BetMGM. There may be a single listed individual, but not it would not be the whole board of members representatives.
See the
my
GVC
understanding.
Holdings and I'd see the MGM Sports.
Yeah, to be honest, I have not looked at it, but that's I've looked at a lot of others on the Secretary of State's website. That's my understanding of how it would be reflected on the Nevada Secretary of State's
Just
website.
wanted to visualize.
Yeah.
Member Watkins?
I don't have anything further. Thank you.
Okay. With that, if there are no further questions, I ask for a motion.
I'll make that motion. I move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 8 as read into the record by Secretary Rupert pursuant to the 56th revised order of draft number 1 dated 8/2/22 and pursuant to the following conditions. A key executive application for the position of member of the members board of representatives must be on file with the Nevada Gaming Control Board at all times and refiled within 60 days of any change in the person occupying that position.
Okay, Madam Secretary, please.
Member Katsaros?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chair Gibson?
Aye. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the dispensation again.
Appreciate it.
Thank
All
you.
right, let's jump back to number 2. This is the former chair's item, AG Burnett. We figured that he wanted to watch everything, so we had him sit through that.
Non-restricted number 2 is the application of 2853142 Ontario Inc. for registration as a holding company and for finding of suitability as sole shareholder of FSB Holdings UK Limited. It is also the applications of FSB Holdings UK Limited for registration as an intermediary company, for finding of suitability as sole shareholder of FSB Technology UK Limited, for registration as a private investment company, and for a waiver of NGC Regulation 15C.010.1A as noted on the agenda. Also included are the applications of FSB Technology UK Limited for registration as an intermediary company and for licensure as sole shareholder of FSB Technology USA Inc. It is also the applications of FSB Technology USA Inc. for licensure as a manufacturer and distributor and as an operator of an information service. Lastly, you have the applications of Kenneth Rotman, Michael Wagman, Mohit Kansal, David McDowell, Samuel Lawrence, Andrew Bowen, Glenn Elliott, and Robert Ackeret Jr. for finding of suitability and or licensure as a sole shareholder, officer, and or director as noted on the agenda.
Thank you very much. Welcome.
Thank you for having us, Mr. Chairman, Member Katsaros, Member Watkins, new Executive Secretary. It's good to see you and congratulations. My name is A.G. Burnett, here with my partner behind me, Dennis Gottwald, and standing at the podium with me now is Mr. David McDowell. He's the CEO and Director of the FSB entities. Mr. Chairman, just a brief overview.
Please, we've had a great deal of internal discussion about this item, so please take us through it.
I'm sure there has been. Brief overview, and then Mr. McDowell will do a PowerPoint presentation for you. As I mentioned earlier, it may only take about an hour or two longer than Mr. Reeser's presentation. So we'll be out of here pretty quickly. As Madam Secretary has noted, you have several entities for licensure before you. The first is 285314 Ontario Inc., and that's essentially a Clairvest company.
Yeah.
And you'll recall Clairvest from previous months here before you, I believe, with the Excel item. They do have a representative here. That is Mr. Michael Wagman, in case you have any questions. And we want to thank you for waiving the appearance of Mr. Robb.
Yeah, no, I appreciated the conversation with Mr. Robb the last time around with the other company that they purchased.
Very good.
Rock solid. So
Good.
please go ahead.
The other entities are, of course, FSB Holdings UK Limited, FSB Technology UK Limited, and FSB Technology USA Limited, Incorporated. FSB, as I mentioned, is ultimately owned by the Clairvest Group of companies. It was founded in the UK in 2007. It provides omni-channel sports betting platforms that consist essentially of three components. First, sportsbook, which is essentially mobile and live betting. Second, platform, such as solutions that provide KYC compliance protocols, and casino offerings for digital slot and table game content. The individuals that are before you are all here, as you mentioned, except for Mr. Rothman. You have Mr. Michael Wagman, who's chair of the board of the FSB UK entities. Mohit Kansal, who's a director. David McDowell, CEO and director. Samuel Lawrence, CTO and director. Mr. Andrew Bowen, who is the CFO. And Glenn Elliott, who is the COO. And then lastly, the USA entity, there is Mr. Bob Ackeret, who's the COO and director. They're all here and prepared to give overviews of themselves should you wish.
Okay.
Lastly, I would like to, along with the company, thank the agents and staff who worked on this. They did a great job. Those are specifically Candace Nishizawa, Pam Brown, Missy Lundeen, and Tina Logan.
Okay, thank you for
With
that.
that, Mr. Chairman, I'll turn it over to Mr. McDowell for his presentation.
All right, please, Mr. McDowell, step forward, state your name for the record.
Good morning, Chair Gibson, members Watkins and Katsaros, Secretary. My name is David McDowell. I'm the CEO and co-founder of FSB Technology. I believe we've got a presentation. I'm hoping it might be able to come up onto one of these screens. But before, as that's coming up, I just wanted to say thank you for the opportunity to present FSB to you today, and really reiterate how excited we are over the prospect of being able to do business.
Sure. Thank you.
Great. There are four parts of the presentation that I'd like to take you through today. And the first is really just touching upon our background. What have we been doing as a company since inception through to today? Talk a little bit about our technology. What are we doing globally? And what are we also intending on bringing into Nevada? And then a quick discussion around our operational structure, and then wrap things up with a discussion around compliance. Yeah, the company was founded in 2007 by Sam and myself. We had worked together for 6 years in the online gaming industry, so we knew the systems, we knew the industry very well, and we could see that live betting was going to fundamentally change the sports betting industry. We had a vision to build a sports betting platform that was driven by live data feeds, had real-time algorithmic models, but we also knew that that was going to be a very expensive proposition. We would need to raise tens of millions of pounds to do that. So our early years as an organization were focused on fantasy sports, more of a minimum viable product. We could use real-time data feeds, we could create live player ratings, and we started taking wagers on a customer's fantasy points, who would score the most fantasy points. In fact, that's what the F in FSB stands for, was the fantasy games. The second phase of our business was when we pivoted. End of 2012, we signed up our first customer who asked us to build a fully managed sports betting service for them. They were a UK licensed online casino operator. They asked us to build full sports book, plug that into their existing PAM and casino products.
Was it entirely unique?
At the
bespoke?
time, providing sports betting as a managed service was a fairly unique product. There were some larger B2C operators that may have spun a product out. Cam is one of our larger competitors that was spun out of the Unibet operation and set up as a B2B entity. We saw that casino operators in particular might not have the experience running a sports book. And so we thought it was a fantastic business opportunity to create a fully managed sports betting service to go out and service that I guess those target customers.
Thank you.
Through that period of
Sorry, that was sports betting, or was it fantasy you're plugging in only?
So at this point, we had actually transitioned and we jettisoned all the fantasy. We were just focused on fixed odds sports betting.
Are you at liberty to say who that was?
It was with Genting Casinos in the UK market. So we, on the back of that first implementation, 2014, we're really adding a lot of more data. We began trading, I think, 20 sports pre-game and in-play at this point, and we started to commercialize the product. So we had a B2C license in the UK. We used the white label business model to roll out our business. Effectively, we could get new brands live very quickly. We were the 13th fastest growing private company at the UK market during that period of time. And I think we've had a fantastic product.
Can you speak to what you mean by white label and why you chose that model?
Yeah, so specifically with white label, not only did we build the entire technology stack, but we also we acquired data feeds. We did all of the trading and the management of the risk
under your own name,
but we would put it under someone else's brand. Some of our customers had their own license. Other customers didn't have their own operating license. In those cases, that's what we'd actually call the full white label. And FSB also had the obligations, the regulatory obligations to contract directly with the client. So for that subset of white label customers, we were also handling the client funds and contracting directly with the client, although we had a partner who would be doing the marketing, promoting.
And what was the reason for this model?
Really, as a small business, it's very difficult to get products to market. We knew that as a new sports betting supplier, there was no way we were going to have a very large operator just switch all their business onto an unproven piece of technology. So that business model really facilitated our ability to go to market, start getting some transactions and some volume going through our license.
But you're no longer engaged in this model, is that correct?
You've jumped all the way to the middle and even the back of the presentation. But yes, when Clairvest came on board, actually just jumping onto the third phase of our business, we became private equity backed in 2019. One of the strategic decisions that we took at that time was to unwind the entire white label business model. So we no longer have any B2C operations. We were only ever a B2C operator in the UK and Ireland during that time. We haven't taken on any new white label customers since 2019. We no longer have any live customers.
Thank you.
During that period of 2019 up through today, we took private equity backing. It's really to scale the business so that we could go from being a smaller UK focused operator to becoming a global B2B supplier. We now have some 300 employees and contracted outsourced contractors working for the company. We've got technology hubs in the UK, in Colombia, Glasgow, and we're regulated in the UK, in Malta, in Ontario, South Dakota. We've got applications pending in at least 6 other territories. What is it that we do? It might be easiest to just concentrate on the value chain graphic that we put along the bottom. The second box there, we do sports betting, we do iGaming, we do the PAM. Those are our 3 main technology components. If we look to the left on the value chain, we don't have anyone that goes into the stadium. We don't have anyone that goes into the stadium to collect data. We're not a data collection or a data feed agency, but we do work with almost every major data feed supplier in the market. The same thing holds true for casino games. We're not a game development studio, but we integrate content across a wide range of suppliers so that we can offer a turnkey solution to our B2C customers. Again, those B2C customers will have an operating license in the territory that they're focused on.
So you're doing direct integration to all the different RGS suppliers.
It's exactly
into your PAM.
We do direct integrations with the larger content providers. We'll do aggregations. We'll integrate platforms, aggregate. So we've kind of an aggregator.
Aggregator.
For some of the longer tail content.
So you said 3 different tranches there, and then you mentioned a 4th, but is that not part of your business? And that's the data integration as well. Sorry, the live feed, is that really a part of your business that you're monetizing on the data feeds?
So we're not a data feed distribution company. Okay. We do build our own algorithmic models for soccer and fixed odds horse racing and a few other important sports for us. And then we'll take odds feeds from a BetGenius, a BetRadar, Sporting Solutions. We work with just about every major data feed supplier, and what we're trying to do is curate the best package of content, trying to work with whoever's got the right, the proper rights to distribute the content, or just trying to make sure we've got the right breadth of content. The sports betting platform that we put forward to our global clients, we're trading something like 35 different sports and 55,000 live events every.
So that data integration or data aggregation is just for your use on your sports book. You're not then on selling.
That's correct. That's how we are today. I think to become a data feed seller, it's another piece of technology. We need to take a different strategic direction if we were going to try and monetize our models. And
so just to back up and clarify, so you do not pass along or funnel through any data feed, Sport Radar, Genius.
There's a lot to unpack in exactly that. So we don't resell those data feeds into other people's platforms.
Right. I mean, as it is, you can change it if you. I mean, I understand that you apply your own algorithms to the data.
We use data feeds from most of these suppliers. We put it into our platform, and then we provide it as a fully managed service for our customers. We have, and when it comes to Nevada, very quickly getting to the end of the presentation here. When it comes to Nevada, we're not going to be providing trading services. If our partner, our operating license partner, wants us to integrate a data feed for them, we will integrate that data feed. We'll pass that into our technology platform.
If I can ask, so FSB, which entity is it that has contracts with these various data providers? The UK?
Yeah, currently it would be the UK that has both the contractual relationships with those. I guess the last thing I wanted to mention here is, again, just refocusing on, we're a B2B supplier. Our business model is about trying to make sure that we get the sports betting, the iGaming, the PAM technology solutions deployed to our customers. When we get those systems deployed, that's when we have a recurring revenue stream, for the license, the use of the IP or the services that we're providing. And we think that, I personally think that's a very exciting business model because it allows us to diversify our revenue across multiple operators, across multiple products, and also across fees.
When you say that sports, are we talking just mobile, or do you have a retail component as well?
I've got a slide coming up, but yes, we've got an omni-channel sports betting solution as well. So that's just a very brief overview. We build the technology in-house. We own all the technology. All the IP has been developed in-house. There's a lot of content that we plug in from third parties. And when we deploy a system, it's always the operating partner that's giving us the specifications of how they want that system to act. Often they're telling us which payment providers, which KYC providers they want us to plug in. When it comes to Nevada specifically, why are we applying for a license? Several years ago, we identified the Nevada market as an exciting opportunity to do business. We saw that there were a number of existing operators that might have technology that was a little bit out of date, some legacy platforms. And we saw that there was an opportunity to try and bring some modern technology to some of those operators. We thought that we could help drive positive growth, help drive what we've learned globally and regulations and compliance, and help bring that to operators wherever we work. There's also the second leg to that, which is, quite frankly, it's a real statement of intent. I think Nevada license is a gold standard, and as we don't have a lot of business in North America right now. We weren't large enough to participate in 2018 when Nuego was, or when the PASPA, thank you, going back to 2006, when PASPA was repealed. We weren't large enough to really compete and win business in 2018. Now, what we really want to do is tell entirety of the U.S. that very legitimate operator that we want to have that seal approval, and we think the Nevada license is an absolute excellent standard. We've already talked a little bit about our technology solutions. What is it that we actually do? On the omni-channel sports betting platform, again, this is technology. It's entirely been designed and developed in-house. This is where we hold all the wagering information. This is where we integrate those data feeds. We run our algorithmic models. This is where all the wagers are held. This is where all the risk limits are managed. All the settlements and payouts of the wagers happen on that technology platform. We think it's absolutely best in class. We think we've got some very exciting opportunities to bring this technology outside of the UK and scale up the business.
And just to be clear, just so everyone that's listening understands, it's the entities that we're looking at here. We're not looking at the technology. It hasn't been submitted for consideration or approval.
Yeah, that's right, Mr. Chairman. The plan is to submit that, assuming licensure by the board and commission as soon as possible. We've had dialogue already with the technology division, I believe, starting around April, just in general.
Yeah. On the iGaming platform, again, we don't develop content ourselves. We aggregate content. Here, the technology is focused on making sure that any bonus systems can be implemented consistently. So if a customer has a free spin or has some sort of turnover-based bonus, that they can use it across all the content that we've got integrated. And then with the multi-state PAM, it's not just the wallet and the handling of funds. It's also the AML tools that we're using to make sure that we understand who customers are, to make sure that our operating partners know who they're doing business with. We've built very robust AML tools with thresholds and automated suspensions if we don't have documentation. Our operating partners don't have documentation. A customer can't off the bill in the middle of the night without passing thresholds. And the same holds true for safer gaming initiatives. We've built in our own in-house developed artificial intelligence to look at a customer's gameplay across all the different products, try and spot problem gambling behavior. We probably have a dozen different metrics that we're looking at, flagging customer accounts and getting those accounts into review for customer interactions. So I think our PAM, because of our time as a white label operator for the UK, is incredibly strong. I think we've got fantastic technology there. And then last but not least is the user interface. For all three of those, the customer still needs to access the product. For the sports betting, we do over-the-counter ticket writing stations and even handheld devices. We do self-service betting terminals or the kiosks that you walk up to and bet on your own. We do websites, and we also do native mobile applications. When it comes to Nevada, we've certainly seen the question asked in other presentations. I know that there's a need for some absolute clarity on here. What are we doing and what is the operator doing? It's probably best to describe.
I've got a note here, another sticky from our court reporter. Would you please speak louder and into the microphone?
Thank you.
I've never
I
been
get stickies. It's
very
a
rarely,
nonstop.
I've been rarely accused of being speaking too softly.
I just think it was a function of you not being in the middle.
Sorry, is that better?
I'll take that as a yes. I'll get another sticky if it's not.
Great, thank you.
Yeah.
So when it comes to what our intentions in Nevada, the board's already aware that we have a commercial relationship that we've been pursuing with an existing licensed operator. It's best to describe our interaction with that customer as we will be deploying our systems to their configuration and specifications. We're working hard on our own to make sure that that technology incorporates all the regulatory requirements, but on top of that, the technology will have their own specific operational requirements.
Now, all right, I got to stop you right there. I was satisfied when you said that whether it's, an AML company or it's, it's whatever the back end systems that you contract with. I was satisfied at that point. So now let's talk about whatever the specifications of the companies here in Nevada that you might contract with, what that means.
Yeah. Is there more specific?
Well, I mean, we're trying to demarcate where licensing begins and ends. I'll just put it that way.
Yep. So we do not have an operating license. So I guess some of the things on the left-hand side here are what the customer is going to be doing. We're not going to contract with end users. We're not going to handle client funds. We're not going to be an operator. We're not going to be trading, which means we're not going to be the ones determining where the odds are set. We're not going to be the ones who are determining what events are traded, what markets are offered, or how the prices are set. We're not going to be doing risk management. That's all the requirement of our operating partner.
Pleased to hear that. Thank you.
And would you like any further clarification on what we will do, or?
We would add, Mr. Chairman, we understand that is getting blurred right now in the industry. And I absolutely listen to any guidance you have on some of those items.
Yeah.
If they do cross over.
I appreciate it. So far, I think you've said the right things. So thank you.
If I can move on to our organizational structure, I think one of the things that I wanted to touch on was our thinking of why we did the private equity transaction in 2019. Really, we were a company that, in my opinion, had fantastic technology, but we were really cash constrained. We wanted to grow much more quickly. We were really limited to the UK market. Had a very, very small business development team as well. I sought out private equity investors. What I really liked about Clairvest was their deep sector knowledge. They know the gaming industry. Coincidentally, at the same time, because of that knowledge, they were looking to invest in B2b sports betting. So I think we just right time, right place. We found each other. I think I don't want to put words into their mouth, but I think they saw the same things that we saw: some fantastic technology and an opportunity to transition the business from a UK-focused business to a global B2B supplier. Upon taking that money, the first thing we set out to do was build a strong C team, build out the management team. We then built out a very strong business development team. And we started building a North American operational team as well to try to show our intent so we could win business in North America. On the back of a very robust sales pipeline, sales wins that we've had, we've been scaling up the technology team. It's really where we're at as a business. We're rapidly growing that technology team. Recently announced setting up technology hubs in both Colombia and Glasgow. When Clairvest came in, all employees.
Did you say Alaska?
Glasgow.
Oh, Glasgow.
Sorry. I can't understand our Scottish guys who work up there.
Alaska
either. Yeah, Glasgow. So really, UK, Glasgow, and Colombia are our technology hubs supporting the operations now. I think we've done a fantastic job of scaling up the business. We're rapidly growing, winning all sorts of very top quality business. I think we're now established firmly as a #1 challenger brand in the market. I think we can become a top 3 B2B supplier in sports, iGaming aggregation, and the PAM.
Well, I mean, what I'd say is just from my observations, you've entered the right niche. Player acquisition is extraordinarily expensive.
Yeah.
But we have had challenges with systems. And so you're in a prime spot.
I agree.
What I also want to note, I don't want to advocate for you, but for my colleagues, for her benefit, I'd note on that in your presentation, you have 56% of your female employees who are in tech roles. Right? Okay.
but I would ask what your board looks like.
To answer it directly, our board is the shareholders, right? It's Sam and myself, the co-founders, and it's Michael and Mohit from Clairvest. So there's not really been the opportunity to have the strict board members diversified beyond the shareholder group at this point. We are still a very small company.
I'm sure the opportunity will arise.
But just getting on to that, I'd like to skip past this and maybe bring everybody up individually afterwards, if that's all right. Or we can shuffle everybody up and have them give a few minutes on their background if you'd prefer right now.
Okay, are we done with this presentation?
No, I've got a section.
Well, I mean, let's get through this if we can, but we can come back to them.
Okay.
I want to deal with the organization as a whole first.
Okay.
We see them. We've seen their roles in this. We'll bring them back up.
Okay. Excellent. Really jumping on this slide, 56% of our female employees are in technology roles. I'm very pleased. We've gone and we've sought out an organization which helps us to find underserved demographics and bring those into technology roles. I know that there's a lot of room for improvement. We are still a very male-dominated organization, being technology and sports betting. But we also represent 22 different nationalities. I think it's a really strong part of our culture that we do respect and understand the need for diversity.
Thank you.
I know that there'll be some questions coming up on compliance, so I wanted to just touch on some of these subjects. The first thing I wanted to mention is we based the business in the UK in 2007, because at that time, the UK was one of the very few jurisdictions which had positive legislation in place for online gaming. We thought that was an important, again, statement of intent to base our business in a regulated jurisdiction. While everybody else was moving offshore, we went onshore because we wanted to be seen as the regulated operator. At that time, my background, I was born in Illinois, raised in Michigan. So I had always seen that we would be able to come back into America at some point, and I always thought that basing the business in a jurisdiction that had positive regulations was important. We've been licensed continuously since 2009. As the board's aware, it's not a perfect record. We did have a settlement agreement, and I think it says not 2019 here. It was actually, I think, 2020 when it was agreed. And I think the important learnings to really take from that are, first of all, we worked with the commission very openly and transparently across audits ranging across multiple years. When they came in, we were an incredibly fast-growing company in the UK. The regulatory framework had shifted very quickly, and we weren't able to keep up with it. But I do think that we took our obligation seriously. And I think one of the most important things to point out are what I call the 4 pillars around compliance right now. Through that time, we established incredibly strong AML committees, safer gaming committees, due diligence processes, and staff training, and really tried to make sure that we focused on continuous improvement. A little bit of my background as a manufacturing engineer, there's always room to improve. I think the AML and the safer gaming committees, while we were a white label operator, had a different job. They were the dip testing samples. They were looking at the implementation of our policy. They were trying to find ways to improve our policy, making sure that we're continually reviewing guidance and incorporating that guidance into our policy changes. We're no longer a B2C operator. Those committees still meet, but now they're still reviewing guidance more as a B2B technology supplier. How does that influence our technology? When it comes to the due diligence processes, we ask our partners to show us that they have legitimate rights to operate in the territory. As the board will be aware, the vast majority of our revenues comes from regulated partners who have got operating licenses. If a customer is able to show us an operating license for the territory, we'll continue to do our own due diligence about that company. We'll make sure we understand who the ultimate beneficial owners are. We'll put together our own due diligence package. Currently, that's reviewed by the C team, and then it's passed up to our board for review before we enter into any contracts. In the off chance that we're entering into a partnership with someone who is working in a gray market, we'll ask them for legal opinion. How do they convince us that they've got a legal right to operate into that territory? We'll then do a more robust review of that market. Are there other operators in that market? What do we know anecdotally about that market? We may go get our own legal opinion. Again, that's all put together for the C team. Do we want to enter into this relationship? Take a risk-adjusted view on that. As a B2B supplier, I think our risk appetite is more focused on trying to understand the thinking behind the operator. Who are they? Are they a strong operating partner that we can trust to make the right decisions as well? We'll evaluate that due diligence package, and then again at the board level, we'll sign off before we enter into any agreements. On that point of continuous improvement, it really just brings us to the last point. Rather than the C team agreeing on the due diligence package and having it go to the board, we're looking to implement a compliance committee. Independent compliance committee, should we be fortunate enough to get a license. We've already spoken to Sean Reed, who I believe the board may be aware of. He's verbally agreed to join us. The independent committee would also have James Miller, counsel for Clairvest, and would have Andy Bowen, our chief financial officer, who oversees our compliance at the moment. With that, I'd just like to say thank you to the board to giving me the time to communicate some of the background of FSB, and reiterate the comments about the investigative officers were not only diligent and thorough, but incredibly professional, courteous, and just a joy to work throughout.
Thank you. All right. Any questions about the entity, my colleagues? Entities. So AML, you had a bit of a dust up in the UK. They've been very active in this space, finding a number of companies. But what have you done to remedy, to strengthen that part of your company?
If we go back to when we had our first audits late, when we'd been audited all the way through, but I think the regulatory framework shifted in 2017 when the EU put in money laundering directive. I forget, I think it was the fourth or fifth money laundering directive. That really kind of triggered a lot of changes in the regulatory environment. At that time, we were really just trying to check customers' ID. We made sure that through automated processes, customers were over 18 before anyone could access any of the game material. I think we're always very solid on that. We were, from a customer due diligence and a KYC point of view, just asking to see the driver's license or some proof that they were who they were. That was clearly not enough. And in this rapidly changing environment, what we ended up putting in place and where we were before we closed the B2C business down was on the AML side of things. We put thresholds in place. The first one was the customer due diligence level at 2,000 euros. And then subsequent thresholds built into our technology. I believe they were initially set at 10,000 and 25, 50, and 75, 100,000 and beyond, to make sure if a customer continued to spend, their circumstances may have changed. We want to make sure we picked up on that. The document review processes were built into our policies, and we built training around all our customers. We hired nominated officers to oversee that, make sure if there's anything suspicious that it could be reported as a suspicious activity report.
What is the trigger in UK for interaction with the financial intelligence unit?
That's exactly right. So if
what is the trigger? What's the number?
It's less a number, it's more the activity. It's if we're seeing that somebody's doctored a driver's license, and I think more likely what we're seeing is that there will be 3 or 4 accounts that were connected, and there was some doctored documentation. We would submit a SAR that. We would also submit a key event to the gambling commission.
Can you? Oh, sorry.
Please go ahead.
Were you finished speaking? I'm sorry.
No, I was just going to say I think that AML committee as well that was put in place. It had 2 C-level members put onto that committee and another 2 personal management license holders. So we had very senior level viewpoint on what that was. We made sure that we regularly reviewed any changes in the guidance that may be coming from the Gambling Commission. We looked at dip test sampling of the individual customers' accounts. If there were failings, we'd make sure that the individual employee involved would receive more training, and we'd look at those failings and try to find out if we could make improvements to our processes and policies. At the end of that first audit cycle in 2020, up till the closure of our B2C operations, the safe gaming policies and the AML committees, we made something like 22 improvements to those policies. So we're continually meeting on a regular basis to review and improve the policies.
Thank you for that explanations. But can we back up a little bit and give it a bit of context? What issues are you talking about? You've told us about solutions, but you didn't necessarily, you spoke to failings, but you didn't tell us what the failings were or why that was important. Were there regulatory violations? What's the issue you're speaking to?
So the first question was specifically addressing AML. I think again, the regulatory framework had shifted very rapidly. We were at the time of the start of the audits, we were checking ID, but we weren't looking at source of wealth or source of funds. We weren't able to really put together a picture of the end user to really understand, do they have the means to gamble with? Are they, I think if we are able to look at their paycheck or their assets and look at how they paid for their gambling activity, connecting the dots to make sure that the credit card that they're using or the now debit cards, because credit cards were discontinued during the pandemic, the source that they're using to pay, can we connect that back to their employment income, and just trying to make sure that we're reviewing the accounts and spotting any anomalies.
Try to help.
Yeah.
Member Watkins, if I can, as part of the investigation, the company prepared a detailed chart that showed the UKGC's findings and then a list of the detailed responses by the company, and they're pretty numerous. I think if Mr. McDowell needs help, we can have Mr. Owen come up. He might be able to speak to those more specifically, but hopefully you have that in your packet of materials.
Yes, I do have it in the materials, but I just wanted you to outline for us what it was that was the initial issue. How did you become aware that this was a problem in the first place, that these AML issues were of concern?
KGC.
Yeah, I think the findings and certainly the settlement that we ended up coming to was
what was the amount of the settlement?
The amount of the settlement was roughly £600,000.
And would that be considered a fine or?
It definitely was not a fine. It was a settlement. We worked openly and transparently with the commission throughout. If the commission had if the commission had believed that we were hadn't worked open and transparently, then we would have gone to a separate type of tribunal. We didn't fight the fine. We were working openly and transparently throughout. And again, the systems that we put in place were by working with them, talking to them in open discussions, looking at customer accounts, having open dialogue with the commission, saying what I would have expected to see is this, and challenging our decision making at every step.
So the concerns were flagged by the Gambling Commission?
Initially, through the audit process, yes. I think that there were some things we had already identified that we needed to improve on the document checking. We knew that we needed to put more things in place. But over that period as well, from the beginning of 2018 through 2020, the regulations themselves were also, or the expectations of the regulator, I would say, was also rapidly changing. And as more fines would come out, more settlement agreements come out, be more learning. And I think that what we're trying to do as an organization is just keep up. It's also, quite frankly, it's one of the reasons why we have decided not to be a B2C operator. That's very challenging. It's incredibly difficult to keep up with the changing landscape. We were a small company. We're growing incredibly quickly, and I'm very proud of the technology solutions that we put in place. But ultimately, we're a technology company. We're not an operating company.
Absolutely, yeah, that's understood. And that's why I was asking you about the white label and the change in model earlier. But so would you say that all of the issues that were of concern previously were related to your white label model? And what issues have carried over, if any?
Yeah, so certainly all of the AML and the safe gaming concerns are 100% related to the white label model because we contract directly with end users. We'll work with our partners to try to make sure that they've got the tools that they need to fulfill their obligations. We try to work with them very well, but I think those challenges are now completely gone. There's no risk to the licensing objectives because we don't handle client funds. I think if we look at the due diligence processes, probably half of the settlement agreement that we paid was by taking on board a customer that we probably should have done. We definitely should have done more due diligence on.
Just to back up, so white labeling would put the onus on the company whose name is forward facing.
The white label business would put all the regulatory onus on us
So you still
as the license
are-
holder. So even though someone else was marketing, we were implementing systems to make sure that we're looking at any marketing that may be putting up, trying to spot it if they haven't told us, trying to make sure the terms and conditions are being, properly displayed on the documentation. It's incredibly difficult to try to police somebody else's business, and ultimately that's one of the things that led to the unwinding of the white label operation. If a white label partner is marketing, if they've got customer services, we don't know what they might have said to an end user over the telephone, and that's not a position that we felt was tenable.
Okay. And you mentioned threshold issues earlier. Were those processes automated previously, and are they still? And what has changed?
Yeah. So going back pre-2018, we didn't have any thresholds in place. And so a customer could come in, they could deposit a lot of money. We're trying to review some of the accounts to understand more, is there fraudulent activity going on? But we didn't really have rigorous processes in place. The thresholds that I talked about were very quickly put in place, I think in 2018, to try to make sure that we really had control over different risk-based tiers of a customer. Customer coming in and spending a really low amount of money, don't need a certain amount of documentation, but as they would pass through and hit these higher tiers. We also, those tiers are configurable, so the customers that had their own license set their own tiers. And those tiers had a time backstop, so once you hit a tier, if you didn't give us the documentation and we didn't positively approve your account, it would be suspended after 48 hours or after you deposited, say, another 1,000 or 2,000 pounds, whatever the backstop was set at. So that way we could prevent customers coming in the middle of the weekend, middle of the evening, if we weren't staffed, and depositing large sums of money, and just kind of bypassing those thresholds. That's why we put those thresholds in place.
And did those processes always work?
I believe so, yes.
There were no threshold issues, no areas of concern?
No, I think from a technology point of view, it worked fantastic. I think the questions along all the audits really was more around the decision making. If we saw somebody's bank account or somebody's employment records, what in those records, do we have a view, full view of their assets, their source of wealth? How do we know that we could let them pass through that tier and continue doing business with them? I think most of the challenges around our findings are more around the individual. Sometimes it's a little bit more subjective. It's difficult to really kind of pinpoint how to review a customer's account when every account is literally different asset values and different incomes. And a lot of the decision making is I'm going to allow a customer to continue on and continue with their gambling for both AML and their safe gaming. I think that's really where a lot of the challenges have come from a regulatory point of view.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions on the entity?
Just briefly, if I had to look globally, then in terms of where your focus is now, not that you wouldn't focus everywhere, but generally speaking, is your growth and your focus more North America oriented, or is there still that?
So we've actually split up the organization to focus on 3 different territories: really Europe, rest of world, and North America. I think that North America is incredibly strategically important for us. We see it as a very high growth area, but we don't have any business here, and it's going to take a while for us to. It's a very expensive place to do business, with each of the states requiring licensure, requiring hardware in the state, and each of the states having regulations. So we see that as an incredibly strategic, important territory to be supplying into, but it's going to take some time to build that up. In the European market, we see some very large regulated operators that we think are still operating on legacy technology. We think that getting them to switch on to our technology platform will also help drive positive revenue growth for us.
So at this point in time, Europe's really paying the bills?
Yeah, quite frankly, we're growing incredibly rapidly. What we're trying to do is continually kind of target larger and larger operators. We're trying to work with WLA members, World Lottery Association members. We're trying to target tier 1 operators. And really, if we look at our journey from early 2015, we had almost no volume through our systems at all. to the amount of turnover and volume going through our systems, we've been able to prove the quality of our software. And that means that we're able to attract larger clients into our sales pipeline.
In that journey, I can see, I mean, when you're a small fish, it's a grind market with the white labeling business, right? Because now you've got other small fish that are trying to grow as well, and you've grown into that now. So I can see where that journey is leading you to the point that you're at now, where you can target those tier one type of operators with your platform. So you've probably learned a lot along the way, given the spread that you have with all the different operators you're dealing with and challenges that you had in delivering a product that would meet everybody's needs.
Yeah, I think that's well put. I think we've tried to focus on keeping a modern and modular technology stack up to date so that we can service all of those different requirements for different territories. I think that our time as an operator has served us very well to make sure that the technology that we use, because we used it for ourselves, is excellent. But we recognize that we're an operator. I think we've built that into our technology. We just want to bring as much volume onto that technology platform, which is reasonable for us as a very fast growing business.
I think you've given an excellent overview. I'm completely understanding your business. I'm comfortable with everything. The report materials that we have were excellent. I'll just throw one question at you on the operational side. If we had to talk about your tech, though, what would be the main product differentiator? If what I've heard so far is it's configurably friendly, we've got some ability to plug and play. It sounded as if when I came into this, that I thought a focus was in play betting in particular, and maybe the real-time nature of the data that you're able to put through with your algorithms. So I'm just trying to figure out what makes you the best in class.
Yeah, there's a lot to unpack in that, really.
Just
and I think
one or 2 points, and I don't want to believe.
I guess I'll also point out there's a consultant that I know in the space who answered the question, who's got the best technology, and he said it's an impossible question to ask because you need to understand what the operator is doing and what they want to achieve with technology. So I think, first and foremost, the flexibility of our technology, being able to configure it differently for different operators, it makes the projects a little bit more challenging to get the systems live. But what we're trying to do is focus on making sure that our operators are driving the strategy and their own strategic direction without being limited to technology. When it comes to the sports book itself, I think that the integrations of data feeds, the live real-time algorithms that we built are certainly unique. But I would actually focus on the risk management tools, the risk limits that we put in place, the automation of the entire platform. We're running 20 plus brands on our managed service with a small team of roughly 25 traders. It's a highly automated system so the traders can focus on the value-added tasks of risk management. And what we've tried to do is really automate a lot more of the manual tasks so that that the things that a computer can do better, we're doing better with.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, at the end of this discussion, we can circle back and talk about the UK entity, the holding company, and then go down the line to the USA entity. But for now, if there are no more questions about the company itself, let's go through the individuals.
Do you want to start with myself?
Let's start with you. And if you have any questions, jump in, please.
Again, for the record, David McDowell, CEO of FSB Technology. Born in Chicago, raised in Michigan. I did an engineering degree at General Motors Institute, now Kettering. I moved over to the UK in 1993 to do an MBA at London Business School. Started a company up in Toronto.
Where did you go to undergrad, did you say?
So originally it was called General Motors Institute.
Oh.
It was called GMI Engineering and Management Institute when I attended there, 85 to 90, now called Kettering. I think when I went there, you had the choice of mechanical, electrical, or industrial engineering. And those are the only programs that they were running. So it was actually a program set up by General Motors to train their management. And as a program, you'd go to school for 3 months and then you'd go work at a sponsor for 3 months and back and forth. So you came out not only with an engineering degree, but 2.5 years of work experience. I worked for a company called Hayworth that manufactured office furniture in West Michigan throughout that time. I worked for them for 3 years coming out of college, and then I left to go to UK to do my MBA at business school. I've been in online gaming since 2000. 22 years in online gaming business. Sam and I had worked together for 6 years prior to setting up FSB, and I've been entirely focused on FSB since 2007.
Okay. Any questions for him?
A Game Account Global, is that GAN?
That is GAN. I was the original co-founder of the business back in writing the business plan back in 2000, set up operations in 2001.
And then you said you approached Clairvest for this investment, right? Or was it a combination?
Did I approach you, or did you approach me? I think we had an I met Moa in it was an event in New York, wasn't it? We sat and had a coffee. And
I didn't note anything to you, just that you were born in Chicago. I think their initial hearing had to do with a company out of Illinois as well. So maybe there's something with Illinois with.
No, there's no connection with that.
It's good. Any background questions?
Didn't have any concerns in your background, came back clean. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's go to our next qualifier.
Sure, we'll ask Sam Lawrence to come up. He's the CTO and co-founder for the company.
Okay. Welcome, Mr. Lawrence.
Good morning, Chairman Gibson, Member Watkins, Member Katsaros, and Executive Secretary. I'm Sam Lawrence, CTO, for the record. I think a lot of my history has been covered already because I've been working with Dave for the last 21 years.
Mm-hmm.
I've been married for 18, so that's a longer engagement. I graduated in 1995 and did music and mathematics at Leeds University. And I did various developer type jobs after graduating. I worked for American Express in Brighton, worked for a mobile company, which is subsequently O2. And then I joined Dave in 2001 at what was then called Game Account, it's now GAM. My role at FSB has changed quite significantly, I guess, as we've grown. At the very beginning, we were very small and it was doing much more hands-on developing, writing the code. As we've grown, I think my role is now much more about still overseeing all the technology, but it's more about, I guess, people, processes, still about the actual software development as well, the whole thing. I guess I'd like to say I'm very excited about the opportunity for what we can do here in Nevada. I think it's a great time, as you've discussed already. And I'm very happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. Any questions about his background?
No, it came back clean, and I don't have any questions or concerns.
Great. All right. Yep, came back clean. Didn't have any questions or concerns either, but I saw the Game Account on yours as well. So it's where you guys met, huh?
Sam was a very.
Oh, really?
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate you coming forward. All right, let's go to our next individual qualifier.
Andrew Bowen is the Chief Financial Officer for the company.
Welcome, Mr. Bowen.
Hello, Chair Gibson.
He's also 6'6".
Yeah, he's
we know. Sorry, just to make sure you can hear me.
Chair Gibson, Member Watkins, Member Katsaros, Executive Secretary. Thank you for your time. For the record, I'm Andrew Bowen. I am the CFO at FSB Technology. My responsibilities as CFO is, as you would expect, the financial aspects of the company. I'm in charge of all internal controls, financial reporting, planning, treasury management. I also have the compliance team reporting into me, and I look after them. By background, I'm a qualified chartered accountant of 26 years. I've been in the gambling industry for 25 of those. I started working with Ladbrokes, where I guess I had my apprenticeship gambling and gaming. I then moved to Scientific Games, and latterly I worked at FSB. I joined FSB in 2019, following the Clairvest investment, as part of what Dave described earlier as strengthening the management team. That's it, basically. That's me. I'll take any opportunity to, take this opportunity to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions regarding his background?
Just a quick one. At iGames, were you on the iGaming side, brick and mortar, or is it a combination thereof?
Yeah, I worked for what was called the Global Draw company there, and they're responsible for what was fixed odds betting terminals of the UK, and then other machines around the world, basically outside of the USA. So I was responsible for machines in Mexico, Austria, various other places, but largely it's a UK retail shop estate of FOBTs or fixed obsies, fixed odd building terminals, of which they were the largest supplier.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Didn't have any questions.
Thank you very much for your time. If I may thank my agent, Agent Burke, who did my investigation. Very professional and very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
And I forgot, I should thank her as well on the record. Forgot her in my initial comments.
Sure.
Glenn Elliott is the COO.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Madam Secretary. I'd like to echo the sentiments of my colleagues and thank you for seeing us today. My name for the record is Glenn Elliott. I'm the Chief Operating Officer at FSB. My area of responsibility is in-life operations, which includes customer account management, customer support, customer onboarding, and it includes other areas such as trading, where we actually provide the service as well, which I realise will not be the case in this instance, of course. I joined FSB in 2020 following the investment from Claire Vest and moved to strengthen the management team. Prior to that, I was at Scientific Games, actually the open bet arm in the UK of Scientific Games from 2015 to 2019, where I managed a diverse portfolio of customers. Prior to that, I was in the iGaming, the online iGaming industry from 2007, where I worked at Probability, and then latterly at a company called Nectan, which is now known as Mortar. Again, that's my background. If you have any questions, I'm more than happy to answer them, of course. But similar to Andrew, I would very much like to take the opportunity to thank Agent Wilson for the highly professional, courteous way she ran my investigation.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions?
Nope, none for me.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Pretty clean group. Thank you.
Bob Akeret is going to run the USA operations. He's the director, but will also be at that level.
All right, welcome.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the board, and I'm Secretary. My name is Bob Akeret. I'm Vice President of Operations and Director for FSB USA. I joined FSB in November of 2020 as FSB's first full-time employee in USA. I come to FSB with over 10 years of experience in the gaming sector. Born and raised in Atlantic City and continue to reside in the area. Held many operational roles with Resorts Casino in Atlantic City. Played a key role in their digital transformation. My responsibilities include leading all North American operations, which include advising on technical localization and regulatory compliance, client success and account management. I advise on building and scaling the business in the US and assisting business development and sales. Thank you for your time. I welcome any questions.
All right, let's pepper him with questions. Questions?
So you're the youngest member on the team, is that
I
correct?
am, yes, at 33.
At 33 years old?
Correct.
So how did you get involved? You said you've been involved over a decade, so since you're 23, that's in gaming in particular. How did you get involved?
So getting out of college, moved back to Atlantic City area and had a friend of mine who was working at Resort Casino. When I got out of college, I went to school for recording arts. New Jersey does not
I'm
get
sorry,
very
for what?
recording arts, so I thought I was going to be a recording engineer in a recording studio.
Oh.
So realizing that Atlantic City is not huge into the music scene, and the casino industry is very prominent there, I joined him. A few years later, New Jersey was regulating online casino.
What position did you say you started out?
Marketing operations manager on the casino floor. So providing players cards, any sort of promotional offerings, etc. A few years later, online casino was becoming a thing in New Jersey. So he said, hey, listen, this is the ground floor in New Jersey. You should really get involved in this. At the time, it was a crux. My father was a union electrician. He built all of the casinos. I understood what the brick and mortar casinos did for my area, through school, my raising me and my family, and was online gaming going to cannibalize that? And we found, years later, it hasn't. So probably the best decision I've ever made. Actually worked with FSB on the online side of things, so I was familiar with the company. And when presented with the opportunity, I knew the technology could, really suit the U.S. market. So excited to be here.
So you oversee a team of total 9, including yourself?
Correct, yes. 4 of those in Nevada.
When you said you worked with FSB, FSB's not in New Jersey though, right?
So we had a fantasy sports product in 2016 prior to PASPA.
Okay.
So had full blessing of the DGE. Actually reported in the Department of Consumer Affairs because it was fantasy sports, but they ran the platform. Yeah.
Okay. Is that still alive there?
No, it's not.
Okay. Who was the individual that brought you on then at Resorts?
Who brought me to Resorts originally?
Yeah, I think you said you had a friend that was working.
Yeah, so Ken Adams.
Okay.
All right. Any questions about his? Okay.
Oh, thank you for sharing that with us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So the next individual would be Michael Wagman. He's at the ClearVest level and at the FSP level.
Okay, great. Welcome, Mr. Wagman.
Thank you. Joe Gibson, Member Watkins, Member Katsaros, Executive Secretary Rupert. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today. For the record, my name is Michael Wagman. I am the President and Managing Director of ClearVest, and also I sit on the board and chair the board of FSP. By way of quick background, I joined ClearVest in 1998. I spent most, but not all, my time leading the gaming practice at ClearVest. I also sit on the board of directors of ClearVest. Prior to ClearVest, I spent 3 years working for a Canadian bank, both in the banking side and private equity side. Share my time between Toronto, Canada, where I was born and raised and lived, and Chicago. So the continuing theme here. That's my background. I'm happy to take any questions you might have.
Yeah, Mr. Rotman's not here to answer the question, so I'll ask you. I've wondered about this bio. So one of the things that has stood out to me since I first met Mr. Rotman, what it says is upon returning to Canada, Rotman went to work for his father, Joseph Rotman, who had started ClearVest in '87. Prior to Rotman being hired, ClearVest was unsuccessful. After Rotman and his colleagues were brought into the company, they were able to change the strategy of the company, and it's now very successful. Does this any offense by his father? I just read that and I think, wow, my dad might, have
Joe Rotman was an extraordinarily successful individual. I think the genesis of the company, as we've always talked about, was entrepreneurs. And the entrepreneurs founded the company with a vision, but they all ran their own companies and had no experience running an investment firm. And when Ken came on board, he brought in disciplines, and then Jeff and myself, about investment practices, domain research, and building a value and a culture that I think our board, which Joe oversaw at the time, I would say that's the distinction. He was extraordinarily successful.
I'm kidding, by the way.
Nonetheless, I felt like I had to answer the question.
Thank you.
So 98, you've been with ClearVest?
July 9, 1998.
Wow. So were you key in finding this investment then? I know you're shepherding it now from a ClearVest standpoint, correct?
I oversee most gaming investments. I don't want to steal Mohit's thunder, but we did a lot of work in the brick and mortar to start. We still do. We've done a couple investments in the online world, and Mohit really took it upon himself to map out the universe. And you mentioned earlier about what area to play in the online space, both for online gaming and sports betting and the like, and we chose this space. So Mohit was the key to finding Dave, and Dave Mohit at the same time. So I oversee most investments, and I am directly involved, but we share the duties, Mohit and myself.
Okay, and what's your involvement and level of engagement then with the team at FSB?
Through anything that ClearVest does. If Mohit's not available, then I will step in and take the lead, and if Mohit's available, I will support. We're there as board members. We're there to help. We're there to help with acquisitions, with strategy, to challenge the management team, and that's how ClearVest approaches all of our investments.
Wait, is it like a monthly meeting you have a quarterly, or is it just more of a?
We have a monthly meeting. We also have a quarterly meeting as well. Yes, and there are many discussions in between those monthly and quarterly meetings.
So.
Yes.
Okay. I didn't have any questions on your background.
All right. Thank you. Any questions? No.
Nothing.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Give my best to Mr. Robin.
Well, thank
you.
Mohit Kansal is a director.
Welcome, Mr. Kenson.
Thank you. Hopefully last but not least. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, board members, executive secretary. For the record, my name is Mohit Kansal. I'm a director at FSB Technology, as well as a managing director at the ClearVest Group. So we get a background at ClearVest for 6 years, not quite 1998, 2016 is when I started. Prior to that, various roles. Most prominently, I was at McKinsey & Company for about 5 years. I have an MBA from the Wharton School of the University of Pennsylvania, as well as an engineering degree from the University of Toronto. That's myself in a brief overview. Welcome any questions from anyone.
No, you've got a strong background. Any questions for him?
I was going to say the same thing.
Thank you.
I didn't have any questions either. The background came back clean. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. All right, so that's it for individual qualifiers. So take us through the structure, if you would, Mr. Brandon.
Sure, the corporate structure.
Yeah.
There's a number of ClearVest companies at the very, very top, and then you have some ClearVest entities that are making the investments on an economic basis, and then the individuals who have the voting shares before you today. And then there's 3 entities right below that. Those are the applicants. That would be FSB Holdings UK Limited, FSB Technology UK Limited, FSB Technology USA Limited.
Okay, and just to flesh out the internal conversations we've been having, the licenses for information service, I think manufacturer distributor are going to sit with the USA. So is that?
That's right. Excuse me. That's the entity that's applying to be a manufacturer and distributor and an information service.
And so once, I assume that once it starts distributing, manufacturing, distributing, then we'll see that product. We'll see them back. Okay.
Hopefully.
Yeah. Well. Okay.
Yeah. As I mentioned earlier, the plan is, assuming board and commission approval, the company is going to submit their technology to a test lab, go through the usual process. After that, technology division, and then hopefully field trial.
Any questions from the colleagues?
Can you take us through your NGC Reg 15 C analysis?
Sure. And Mr. Gutwald can come up to fill in any blanks that I may have made a mistake on. It's a historical thing that started out when the private investment company structures were first licensed. And really what it comes down to is not being able to meet that 1A specification regarding everyone. And there's a listing of economic holders that are excluded from that. In previous board agendas, I believe some of those individuals or entities may have been named. Here, we didn't list them, not on the agenda. But I think that's an overall summary of the situation.
So why should we grant this exception here?
It's a common exception that's been granted probably 6 other times. Probably 50% of the private equity companies have other individuals in place. When the law was passed originally, or the regulation was passed, it was set up with the idea that your initial default would be 100% of these private equities, but there's always employees involved that have interests outside of the funds or legacy investors. And so it's been very common to have these exceptions in place, and it was contemplated right from the start. And so when the regulation first passed and many companies opted to use this, you'll see those exemptions coming in.
What's common to those exceptions? They're all passive, right?
Yes, and these are too. Thank you for bringing that up. In this case, these are investors from the prior company that were there before ClearVest came in. They've hung on to a certain a little percentage. Each of them have less than 5%. They have no voting rights, and 2 of the individuals, McDowell and Lawrence, are actually getting licensed anyhow. So we have people with less than probably 2.5% across the board that are being exempted.
Okay, because despite that they don't have voting power, suitability is still of concern to us. Is that correct? Or shouldn't it be?
It's the reason for this ownership structure, and it's, as I said, we've done it many times, is trying to get herd cats, to get all of these individuals to apply and file minority interest. There are many limited partners in those funds that are also not getting licensed, are not having a voting interest, and effectively have no control over the company. So we're just,
Ordinarily though, we'll see a fund, right? Fund 1 to 7, whatever. And we'll just draw a circle around it. We won't see the LPs inside of it.
correct.
Right.
Correct. You'll just see, they'll call it a fund, but usually the fund is an LP.
Right.
And you'll have a general partner managed by the private equity company. And then you'll have a bunch of limited partners with no voting rights. Essentially, these individuals are in that same role. They're just outside of the limited partnership fund. That's it.
In the past, to your knowledge, have there been these legacy interest holders up to the percentage of approximately 15%?
I can't say what the percentages are because board transcripts don't list those. However, there's been a number of those, and we've also seen actual waivers of minority interest holders, for instance, in I think it was February with Zenny. So it's not, the board has waived minority interest holders even outside of this structure where the minority interest holders might actually have a voting interest at some point.
Right. One thing I would note for the record though is that we have, regardless of the ownership interest, assuming it's not zero, right? We have the right to call forward any owner.
Absolutely.
If they exercise any kind of, sort of, what is it, activist right, we'll call it.
Thank you for bringing that up.
Yeah.
The board always has discretion. The regulation makes it very clear. Anybody can be called forward at any time. So you'll have a hook in them regardless.
Okay.
So if they start moving around, we can call them forward.
Yeah.
Can I just add one thing? I also believe we've got a very strong shareholders agreement where if any of these individuals cause risk to our license, we could have them removed from the table.
Quickly.
Let me ask you this. At what percentage would you be concerned of legacy interest holders?
16%.
Is that 16 or 60?
16.
Be careful of your next client.
They'll have to pay more.
All right. Thank you. I appreciate that discussion on the record.
Also, if there is a true concern regarding it, we could put a condition on the waiver limiting it to the current owners if there's a real concern there. But you have the ability to pull these people forward. And as David mentioned, there are provisions in there to take care of it quickly.
But 2 points, passive, no voting rights, correct?
Correct.
Do you want to see if new members enter, they're outside the LP structure and they have ownership? Would you like to see that?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Didn't catch all that.
Just asking her, I think Mr. Gutwald mentioned that if wanted to, we could see new members entering outside of the LP.
Any new members that come in?
Yeah.
Absolutely. No
Or
problem.
under the threshold.
Yeah, if you want to condition it, I think there's actually provisions in the regulation that require regular reporting. But
Yeah. I was just going to say, isn't there a quarterly report, I believe, that we get
I
on
think so.
15C has some of those mechanisms.
quarterly, monthly, quarterly?
DC Rippey,
I
is
think
that
it's
what?
quarterly.
It's quarterly.
Quarterly, it is. Okay. That goes to our monitoring agent, I believe.
I'm not sure, to tell you the truth. I'm sure Chief Hoffman looks at them every night before he goes to
I
bed.
think he does. That's one of his requirements.
Yeah, I've got a stack of them.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, we'll make sure the monitoring agent monitors those and.
But we're happy to provide any new, notifications of individuals.
Are there any other concerns, questions about the entity, the structure, this construct?
I'm all good.
Okay. One of my original concerns was the fact that the UK entity is going to be providing all of the substance for the most part, aggregation, pushing it across sea, right, to us. But I think we've satisfied that with a condition 1, but also with the fact that, with the fact that as you go forward and the USA entity takes on more responsibility, it will at some point assume some of that. Any other questions about that, about any of those items?
Nope.
Our rump session.
I guess I'll go back to our question about the 15C analysis and just say that I think my concerns are to a great extent deviated about the 15% because some of those investors are being licensed today.
Yeah, and they're the majority holders, they're the controllers. And I think backing up at the beginning of an investigation like this, the agents are provided with all names of the individuals, regardless of the amount of shares that they hold and in what capacity it's voting or non-voting. So there's the opportunity to review those folks, but also the board has the power to put conditions on licenses in terms of waiving those specific individuals in and of themselves, only themselves.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. You survived, I think. If there are no other questions, I would entertain a motion.
We just like to thank the agents again. There was quite a team of them, and they did
There
a good
was,
job.
yeah, it was great. They did a very good job here. We were pleased with. Okay.
Did you ask for a motion, didn't you?
Well, I just make sure that we've got everything in place. Okay. Yeah, if you're ready.
We are on 2. Right, okay. I move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 2 as read into the record by Secretary Rupert pursuant to the following condition. FSB Holdings UK shall fund and maintain with the GCB a revolving fund in the amount of $50,000 for the purpose of funding investigative reviews by the Nevada Gaming Control Board for compliance with the terms of this condition. The Nevada Gaming Control Board shall have the right, without notice, to draw upon the funds of said account for payment of costs and expenses incurred by the Nevada Gaming Control Board and its staff in the surveillance, monitoring, and investigative review of all activities of SSB Holdings UK and its affiliated companies.
Member Katsaros?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chair Gibson?
Aye. Thank you very
Thank you.
much.
Thank you.
There are no sticky notes, so we're good to go to the next one. All right, let's go.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Non-restricted number 3 is the application of Courtney Cardinal for licensure as a key employee of Casino Fandango LLC, doing business as Casino Fandango.
Okay.
Yeah, good afternoon. AG Burnett with the law firm of McDonald Carano, representing Casino Fandango and Mr. Court Cardinal, who's in Carson City. We want to thank you initially for allowing him to appear in Carson. As you can imagine, he's got a new job with Legends Bay and he's hard at work, and this gives him a chance to get back to work.
Yeah.
So Mr. Cardinal, hopefully you can hear us. Please go ahead and introduce yourself.
Yes, I can. Thank you, Court Cardinal, Regional President for Olympia Gaming. And I'd also like to thank you for allowing me to appear at teleconference today so that I can be a lot closer to my new baby that just opened up. Chairman Gibson and Madam Secretary and Member Watkins and Member Casaros, thank you very much for having me today. I know I've seen you recently, so not a lot has changed since then, except for the fact that we opened up a spectacular casino last week and have been very busy with that. And I know we're getting some, I guess, housekeeping in order today by getting the licenses back kind of where they were supposed to be.
Right, and so you were part of that original group, but I think your application was straggling a bit, so.
Yeah.
Hear it now. Okay. Any
So
questions for Mr. Cardinal? How are the food trucks working out, by the way?
The food trucks are good. I have a little problem with my ramen. The bearings are too tight, so you can't pull the ramen kettles down, but all the other trucks are going great. And you guys know how much I talk about Dukes. And I can tell you, we in a single night, we did more covers in Dukes, which is only 80% of the size of Dukes in Carson. In one night, we did more covers than we've ever done in Carson. So pretty popular out of the gate.
Great, thank you. You had a question, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I just wanted to actually ask just about the operation and the opening in general. There's a lot of, my mic wasn't on. I wanted to ask about the opening in general. There was a lot of fanfare.
It
was
really
like every
was.
channel
Governor,
up
you had
in
everybody
Reno.
there. I think I saw Mr. Burnett there, holding the scissors.
I made an
Did you?
appearance.
Yeah.
Yeah, he made an appearance. We had the governor there and the mayor there and several dignitaries. The grand opening went great, and it went even better than any of us could actually have anticipated. There was actually 3 times throughout the night where I closed the doors and I wouldn't let anyone else in. And after I let about 300 people out, we kind of ran it as a nightclub, 10 out, 10 in, just to give us some more comfort factor with the level of people in there. We never even came close to reaching fire code, but I just wanted to err on the side of caution. So extremely busy. We had a line of a couple thousand people outside the door.
Cover our ears when it comes to you closing the doors.
With gaming's approval, gaming was there the whole time.
Oh, okay.
So,
All right.
yeah. Enforcement
Safety
was there,
first.
Good.
and we were doing it in coordination. So,
Wonderful.
yeah, it turned out really well and went into a very busy holiday weekend, as you can imagine. And I think yesterday was the first day that we've kind of taken a breath and things have kind of calmed down a little bit. I'll tell you, hiring still went well. I've got over 335 employees we've hired, and because of our business levels, I plan on hiring at least another 20 to 30 to be able to service appropriately the number of people we have coming in and patronizing the property.
Well, I have no questions. I wish you the best of luck. It looks like that this was a good proposition for Mr. Goet and his partners. So any questions from my colleagues here?
Yeah, no, it just seems we are doing a little house cleaning here, and that you were just licensed here a few months ago. So unless you've been arrested since then, I don't have any other questions.
No, I've been pretty clean. Drive back and forth to
Just
work.
wanted confirmation of that.
But thanks to Justin Schweitzer, who worked on this one. He was great to work
Yeah, Justin's worked on mine, I think, for almost 15, 16, 17 years now. So he knows me pretty well.
Good. Well, thank you.
Did you say whether you had hired a general manager at Legends Bay?
I have not yet. My intention is to bring on an assistant general manager, and that way I can kind of mold them to the way that our culture is and the way that we run our operations, which I think has proven to be very successful in the past. And then when he's ready, promote him up to general manager.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. With that, I would ask for a motion.
I move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 3 is read into the record by Secretary Rupert.
Secretary.
Member Katsaros.
Aye.
Member Watkins.
Aye.
Chair Gibson.
Aye. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's move to our next item, please.
Non-restricted number 4 is the application of Red Rock Resorts, Inc. for an amendment to their order of registration. It is also the application of NP Centerline Holdings, LLC, doing business as Wildfire Fremont for a non-restricted gaming license and for licensure as a manufacturer and distributor. You also have the application of NP Opco, LLC for licensure as sole member and manager. Lastly, you have the applications of Jeffrey Welch and Stephen Cootie for licensure as a key executive.
Okay. Welcome, Mr. Rubenstein.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Madam Secretary. Mark Rubenstein of the law firm of Reed, Rubenstein and Bogatz, appearing on behalf of the applicants. I'd like to introduce first the following executives of Red Rock Resorts and Stations Casino. Stephen Cootie, Executive Vice President, Chief Financial Officer.
Please step forward and make an appearance. State your name for the record, if you would.
Stephen Cootie, Executive Vice President, Chief Financial Officer of Red Rock Resorts.
Thank you.
Jeffrey Welch, Executive Vice President, Chief Legal Officer.
Mr. Welch, please.
Jeffrey Welch, Executive Vice President, Chief Legal Officer.
Thank you.
John Pasqualato, Senior Vice President of Regulatory Compliance.
Welcome, Mr. Pasqualato.
John Pasqualato, Senior VP of Regulatory.
Thank you.
And last but not least, Joel Hampy, Vice President of Special Projects.
Hello, Joel Hampy, Vice President, Special Projects.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to suggest perhaps we can also have the next agenda item read into the record, as we have an affirmative presentation pertaining to the Fremont matter that covers a lot of the ground we would normally cover in connection with the shelf application.
Yeah, I don't have a problem. That's fine. Please.
Unrestricted number 5 is the application of Red Rock Resorts, Inc. for a continuous or delayed public offering.
Thank you. We also have a confidential presentation document we would like to provide to the executive secretary so that the board can follow along with the company's presentation. I think it'll make it a lot clearer and easier to follow. And we'd like to have this exhibit treated as confidential under the statute.
Okay.
What we'd like to do, Mr. Chairman, if it meets with your approval, is go through our affirmative presentation, then answer any questions any of the board members might have. We've structured the presentation as follows. Mr. Hampy will come up and review the wildfire Fremont property structure specifically. Then Mr. Cootie will come up along with Mr. Welch to provide information on the company's development pipeline, which includes wildfire Fremont and the larger Durango project currently under construction, as well as several additional planned future developments in the Las Vegas Valley. And then finally, Mr. Cootie will provide a financial overview for the shelf. So after that, of course, we can answer any questions and then review the proposed conditions and draft orders if that meets with your approval. Okay, then I will begin with Mr. Hampy, who ultimately will be the key employee overseeing the wildfire Fremont property.
Okay, welcome.
Good afternoon, Chairman and board members. I want to first thank you guys the opportunity to present and give some insight into the wildfire Fremont property that will be located at 2700 Fremont Street. It will be slated as a 24-hour casino operation. It will have 200 plus convenient and well-lit parking spots. We anticipate a job increase of our job opportunity of 40 positions within the casino side itself, not including the opportunities that will come from the 2 vendors that we have for food. From a gaming perspective, the property will house 200 slot machines, a boarding pass self-service kiosk, STN sports kiosks, as well as STN sports counter wagering. From a food and beverage perspective, we will have a single bar that's located towards the center of the casino, as well as 2 food outlets, the largest being IHOP. They will be a 24-hour service, as well as Tacos El Pastor, who provide authentic Mexican food for both the lunch and dinner services.
Can I stop you? Is that the entity that we saw over at another unrestricted licensee?
Within stations?
No. Do you all know what I'm talking about? Different entity?
Different entity.
Okay. Okay, please go ahead.
Is that a chain though? Because I've seen a few. Okay.
Yes.
All right. I thought I've seen.
Yep. That being said, we feel that the design which you guys have in the presentation, pages 2 through 7, will present the property in one of the cleanest and safest properties of this size, as well as creating the comfortable atmosphere for all guests of all different genres. So, with that being said, I'd like to turn it back over to Mark.
That's it. That's it.
That's it.
All right.
Nice,
Thank you
quick
very
one.
much.
So at this point, I would like to bring Mr. Cootie back along with Mr. Welch to talk about the development pipeline.
And for the record, Stephen Cootie, Executive Vice President and Chief Financial Officer, and I appreciate you taking the time. Member Kateris, Chair Gibson, Member Watkins, Executive Secretary. First, we'll start with on page 9, the Durango project. For those of you who haven't seen it, it's coming out of the ground pretty quickly. It's located on the 215 Beltway and the Durango property, which is in Durango, which is probably the most fastest growing area of the Las Vegas Valley, with some of the most favorable gaming demographics, in our portfolio. What makes this project truly unique? It's the first time we've ever had built a non-restricted gaming resort without competition on a restricted side within 5 miles. So the closest casino resort to our property is actually our Red Rock property, located just outside that 5-mile radius. The company started construction in January of 22. We're expected to complete by the fall of 23. To give you a sense, we're completing the 12th floor this week of a 15-floor resort. The top out of that resort will happen October 7th. The curtain wall or the glass structures will be complete by year end, and we will power up the building in February of next year and fit out the podium and the tower going into the summer, again with the expected opening on track and on schedule for the fall of 2023. The current expected budget for the project is $750 million. We have about 70% of that currently under GMP, and we've secured 77% of the FF&E as long as most construction equipment has already been secured.
Yeah, it really is in a wonderful location.
100%.
Congratulations on that. Red Rock has always done a great job of taking control of the market. Very strategic.
And when, yes, thank you very much. When finished, will be 530,000 square feet, 70,000 square feet of gaming, 2,000 slot machines, 46 table games, over 200 luxury rooms and suites, 4 full-style restaurants, as well as a food hall concept that's not on this page, 20,000 square feet of meeting and banquet space, resort-style pool, as well as an experiential race and sports book. We're still working through the employment compendium. We expect to hire about 980 people to Las Vegas Valley, and that's not inclusive of the third-party vendors in the food hall, which are not in that number. So that number will be most likely north of 1,000 employees, new employees to the Valley.
Any questions?
The 750 million, I mean, for what the scale of this thing is, I would have expected the number to be bigger.
Right. There's no lumber, right? Is that what it is?
No lumber. Yeah.
I went to Home Depot recently. It was like $9 a stud. I mean, I can't buy this.
I mean, the fortunate thing is, this has been in planning for quite some time, and so a lot of the, let's call it, more expensive items, the steel, the MEP work was long, procured quite some time ago.
Okay, that's interesting. All right.
And as Steve indicated, we've locked in a lot of the FF&E.
Yeah.
Trying very hard to keep it at 750 million.
Good luck.
I mean, in the next page, to Chair Gibson's comment, the demographics are truly unique. Not only, again, the only non-restricted gaming license in 5 miles, 250,000 people reside in that radius. And from a gaming perspective, it's 50 adult people per gaming device, which is about double compared to our next largest resorts, Red Rock and Green Valley. And it's situated on a 71-acre site, which we anticipate selling about 21 acres of that site to multifamily home developers, and about 166,000 people pass the resort every day. So we definitely expect to hit our 20% return that we've indicated to Wall Street.
I drove by it recently. It's coming along quickly. And with regard to the demographics, I've watched you for years, and you are extraordinarily strategic the way that you handle it. So this is a good team.
I appreciate the compliment. And page 12, that just really highlights, and this is in our investor deck, this really just highlights how unique the Durango demographic is. For those who don't know the demographic, people understand what Red Rock Resort is, people understand what Green Valley is. And so when you look at the population, it's a much bigger population. It's very similar from a wealth perspective. And as I mentioned earlier, just from a gaming supply perspective, it's completely underserved from an unrestricted gaming license. And so for that, I'll just stop a minute if you have any questions on Durango.
Any questions? There we go. Okay.
Covered everything.
All right.
On the next slide, I think Jeff and I were going to talk about our organic pipeline. I'm sure you've heard on our recent earnings call, we've indicated to Wall Street as well as the city of Las Vegas that we expect to double our platform in terms of number of entities over the next 8 to 10 years. Well, this announcement is really a new announcement. It's a strategy that Frank Renzo and Frank's dad started over 46 years ago, so there's nothing really new there. And one of the biggest reasons why is we're big believers in the Las Vegas market. It's one of the fastest growing MSAs in the United States. It's low cost of living, low tax rate, just ease of living make this a receiver of a lot of other people from other states. We expect that continued growth, and while the population is expected to grow about 2% over the next 5 years, when you break down that population, a different set of demographic is moving there. You expect people with a net worth over $200,000 to grow almost triple that rate. It's 12% over the next 5 years, and if you look at $100,000, it's 12% CAGR over the next 5 years. So that bodes well for Las Vegas, and it bodes well for our casino industry, particularly in the locals market. And then if you look at what our strategy is super simple. We look for development sites of size. We have maximum flexibility and optionality from a sizing and a master planning perspective. We look for ingress, egress, normally across the beltways. We like SB 208, kind of restricts competition in some these local markets, and we look for areas that we think we can actually generate a 20% return. So the bottom line is, we try to anticipate where the growth in Las Vegas is going to be, knowing that we can be patient and waiting for the growth to come to us. And if you look at some of the slides, Joel talked about Fremont. We own 71 acres at Durango, 47 acres at Sky Canyon, which is in the northwest. Inspirada, 45 acres, which is located in the south. Cactus, I'm going to talk about both cactuses because we own two cacti, one north of Cactus, one south of Cactus. We recently purchased 126 acres south of Cactus, the 96-acre Viva site, which is the home of Wild Wild West, which I'll talk about in a second.
Yeah, please do.
And the new the Llc, which is 167 acres located in the northeast that we're currently under PSA. And when you combine that with the properties of our 3 closed properties, as well as the property in Reno and the additional Cactus, about 630 acres of undeveloped land that we actually own. And CB Rigel has recently put a value.
You're just throwing out those numbers. Is that on a slide or no? Because I skipped ahead to 17, but
no, that's just it is throwing out the slide. But all those numbers are in the investor deck.
Okay.
It is filed with the SEC, so they're all public numbers. And I think owning the real estate is incredibly important to us because, one, it gives us maximum flexibility in how we plan and when we plan, and we can do what's best for our customers, our employees, and our shareholders. And so we don't have to rush into development. So if the economic situation changes, we can sit on the land. And for those of you with the history of Las Vegas, we've owned some of this land for many years, over 20 years. So very patient investors. And on the next slide, it's really, I kind of talked about that. We are growing, where Las Vegas is growing. So I mentioned 2% population growth. It's spread very uneven to the valley, and it's going out to the suburbs. And so where Llc is, where where Durango is, where Town Center is, Inspirada, Cactus, let's call it Southern Cactus, it's all in the outskirts. So we're waiting for growth to push out to our resorts. And that's why, that's why owning them is so important. We can be patient.
The western outskirts.
Western outskirts.
There's an eastern outskirt.
There's an eastern outskirt. Yeah, it was. I'm going to talk about that in a second as well. We didn't forget.
And the northern outskirt.
And the northern outskirt, as both sides, Llc and Sky Canyon. And I think not to be outdone just by new developments. Announced on the earnings call, we're also retooling our properties and putting our capital where our mouth is. We want to bring our customers fresh amenities that they're looking for and they expect from Red Rock. We recently announced the entire remodeled Boulder Station food court. We've also announced the re-imaging of the buffet area, the 30,000 square foot buffet area at our Red Rock Resort property, which will be a high-limit table room, a casino bar, Lotus IM, which is now coming up to Red Rock, as well as a Greek restaurant expected to open up in fall. So, and we're going to continue to do that throughout the portfolio. And as I talked about the last slide, it's really the transactions that we've probably seen in the news over the last several days. I know we've been very active in the real estate market. We'll continue to do so. As I mentioned, that's really part of our core strategy. And to sum it up, it's really we're trying to improve our lie and reposition the portfolio from a real estate perspective and an asset perspective as we start the next cycle or generation of growth with respect to closures of Texas Station, Fiesta Henderson, and Fiesta Rancho. Well, the decision was definitely a hard one, and it was not took lightly, as you know. That was those resorts were closed coming out of the pandemic in June of 2020, and we were not sure of the economic demand coming out of that crisis, so we thought it best to remain closed. We've since captured the majority of the gaming revenue at our open resorts, which made it very uneconomic to open those resorts, and we thought that selling, basically closing, selling those properties would allow us to quickly to redo and re-image and help fund our next round of investment.
Could I stop you there?
Absolutely.
That's my mic on. Just wanted to understand that logic as well. So coming out of the pandemic, a lot of apprehension, nobody knew, nobody's got a crystal ball. Obviously, you've seen what locals have been doing, Nevada's been doing. But at a certain point, there was a decision already taken that, look, this market doesn't have legs, so we need to maybe shut these down. How did that evolve? Because clearly nobody knew that the market was going to keep going on the trajectory that it's gone on, right? So anybody who thought or made decisions based upon coming out of the pandemic, this is going to be dire straits, was making a wrong decision at that time, unknowingly, of course. So talk me through that a bit more again.
No, absolutely. So I think you're spot on of how we were going through the 79-day shutdown. Right, we were preparing for the worst, not knowing what the future may bring, and we wanted to create the tightest operating environment we possibly could. And so we looked at those three resorts. They generated under 10% of our EBITDA. They're our lowest performing resorts. Those made sense to keep closed until we understood market conditions. And then to your point, no one could have anticipated what happened over the next, let's call it year, 2 years in terms of the comeback of the low and the sustainability of the locals growth. But what we've seen since then is that a lot of, let's call it, the dominant patrons to Fiesta Henderson, Fiesta Rancho, and Texas Station moved to our other facilities.
So you've been able to track that by your club, obviously,
That's
Players Club. So you've been able to see that they've been able to migrate to somewhere nearby.
That's
in any event.
Yes, and that wasn't a decision that was made in 2020. That was a decision, and Jeff can correct me on the date if it's wrong. It was made literally this in the second quarter. So we tried to take a look at cutting up the resort, opening up smaller resorts, and trying to establish different programs to make sure to see if we could deliver an economically viable resort. And at the end of the day, it was decided that the best solution would be to sell the properties and upgrade the real estate. For example, the city of North Las Vegas, in effect, trading Texas and Fiesta Rancho for Llc. Llc is a much bigger site, gives us a lot more financial flexibility, master planning flexibility, and it's on the 215 Beltway. So it's really a trade up from that perspective. As Chair Gibson mentioned on the east, we closed Fiesta Henderson, but now we're looking to retool both Green Valley as well as do a refresh of Sunset Station to serve all of our customers.
Wildfire up and going too out there.
That's correct. Or Lake Lounge.
And we have Inspirada in the development pipeline in Henderson. So we're very, very committed to Henderson. The only thing I would add to what Steve mentioned in response to your question,
Could you move to the mic?
Yeah. The only thing I would add in response to your question to Steve, Member Katsaros, is when we reopened the properties, we did reopen and left those poor performing properties closed. It bears reminding to people that there were real operating restrictions on reopening. It was not full capacity. It was not everything was open. The buffets were, still closed. And so having those poor performing properties, which pre-pandemic were our poorest performers in our portfolio, try to reopen them with limited amenities and restrictions. We thought that was really a choice that would have been a very poor decision. And when things came back, very robustly, and we discovered that all the players from those properties had actually migrated over 90%, I believe it is, migrated to our other properties. Then it became uneconomic to open them the way they had been opened, and we experimented with other ways to try to reopen them, but it just didn't make economic sense. Okay. So resulting in what Steve said, just for the repositioning for North Las Vegas and for Henderson or other properties.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful.
So I wanted you to speak. You said a few days ago there was news, right? Would you comment more on that? The news was closure of location.
Yeah, the Wawa West is purely simple. It's really simple.
And you're rebuilt.
I'm sorry?
Rebuilt.
That's correct.
Right. So I wanted to make that point.
Yeah. So Wawa West is a resort. As you know, it's an older resort. It doesn't fit with the rest of the portfolio or Frank and Lorenzo's strategy going forward. This was seemed like, especially with NDOT just coming in and doing a refurbishment of all the infrastructure around that. So that property is going to be disrupted for quite some time and impaired for quite some time. So we look at that and this is the right opportunity to bring that property down and reposition that asset. We look at the 96 acres. It's probably the largest contiguous property right next to the strip left. So we look at that as a great opportunity for future development. I don't know if you have anything.
How many employees are
at Wawa West? There were 85 employees. All employees were offered employment elsewhere in the system.
All of them? And do you have an idea of how many accepted or how many offered?
We don't know yet. They were informed on Friday, and they will the opportunity for continuous employment. We don't know how many have accepted at this.
How far in advance were employees given notice?
They were all informed on Friday last week
about the closure.
About the closure, which happened last night, midnight. They, of course, were all offered jobs, told that they would be getting jobs with our system.
Okay, so that happened at the same time?
Yes, it
Okay.
did.
All right, thank you.
Right. And the reason I note that you're going to rebuild is because there is a large PR battle out there, and we should separate out those locations that are going to close permanently and the ones that
That's correct. I think that's well put.
I guess I missed that. You announced on Friday that they're closing down, and you just closed when?
Last night.
So they were offered jobs. So what are they going to do in the meantime? Will they transition? Because they immediately go to another property, rock up, and get a check?
There are a number of them that are assisting with the transition and with the shutdown. But if they do not immediately start work elsewhere, they will get paid until they start elsewhere.
They will get paid until they start? Okay.
Absolutely correct.
Okay. Absolutely. All right. I just didn't know if all of a sudden, sorry, see you later, and you gave them zero notice.
We're taking care of them straight through exactly the same way we did with
So how long are you
everyone
gonna
during the pandemic.
What if I drag my feet and say, I'm not sure if I want to go work somewhere else? How long are you gonna let me drag my feet?
Basically for until you're supposed to start it at the next place. It's not an option to take their job 6 months from now. We're offering them options at our existing places, and if they do not want to accept them and start there in the relatively short time frame, which is probably 2 weeks, then they won't start their job. But we won't continue to.
I guess my point is, if I live right around there and you're gonna send me off to some place, I'm like, no, I don't want that place. I want to go somewhere else. So, I mean, how is that working?
Yeah, we're
practically
very
speaking?
aware of sort of the geography of the employees there. We expect that with Palace and Boulder relatively nearby, that is where we will land some. We also have Wildfire Valley View, which is quite nearby. So what we're trying to do is accommodate those who actually live close to the property and prefer to stay close to the property.
Okay, so they've got checks for what's the length? I mean,
well, forever if they're actually willing to move.
And if
right, and if they're unwilling to move,
respond to
then
your-
I don't know the answer to that. It's a couple of weeks anyhow. But I don't know the answer to that. We're actually expecting that
missed the
everybody will
deadline
take.
anyway. I mean,
Yeah, I didn't know it was closed that quickly, so I
Yeah.
knew it was announced, and news travels slow to read it sometimes. But I would like to understand that. So when you say a couple of weeks, does that mean 10 days, or does that mean 3 weeks? Or just get firm on that.
Yep, I'll do
Because
that.
I can see that there's going to be some people that I'm not sure yet. They're going to drag their feet. At a certain point, want to know
Understood.
what that break.
Yeah, we'll get back to you to the people with that.
Okay, as far as the structural items here that we're dealing with, we've got a pledge, which is the next item. And then we've got an application for amendment to order of registration, and then a few licenses we're looking at here. Any questions on those items related to the entity?
I'll say, I guess I'll get us started in that, the company has a significant amount of debt, right? So have there been plans to reduce it, or what's the plan moving ahead?
And we try to lay out the capital structure on page 29. The debt, to be fair, it's just very similar to the way the debt has been structured since its IPO in 2016. It's about $2.8 billion of debt. When we did the IPO, we were much higher levered. Right now, we're about 3.5 times levered. But another way to look at this is that we were able to negotiate lower cost debt, which is highly unusual in a very high interest rate environment. So our average cost of debt across the entire portfolio is roughly slightly over 4%. So we have about 7.5 times interest coverage. So we have no long-term, no short-term maturities. Covenant package is incredibly flexible and very low cost of debt. So we're constantly looking at leverage profile. When we talk about growing the platform and doubling the size of the platform, Frank and Lorenzo make a big point of this, that they're going to do this in an old school way out of free cash flow. So this is not a levering up event to go build out the next 6 casinos.
Yeah, and in light of the historic bankruptcy, we will be monitoring your debt load closely.
100%.
Lowered, as you can imagine.
Yes.
Okay.
I understand there was some, perhaps Mr. Rubenstein would like to speak to that. But I said that and I haven't even said what it is yet, sorry. But concern related to the condition that we proposed regarding gaming devices.
No, there was,
No?
we have no issues with respect to any of the conditions. There was some back and forth on one of the conditions on the reserve requirements. But, we ultimately conceded the point and we're fine
so
with
there's,
it. There are no issues with
what's your
conditions.
understanding of what the condition is?
On the gaming devices?
Yeah.
That we would have to get administrative approval for anything other than the addition of new gaming devices.
Do you have the,
Slots. Right.
Right.
Yeah. Well, typically the condition would have been a slots only condition.
Right.
You then came back and said, wait a minute, we want to have the flexibility without having a condition having to come back before us.
Correct. And that was the negotiated. Yeah, that one was agreed upon, weeks ago.
What do you mean agreed upon?
I mean, what appears in your proposed conditions is what we had asked for.
can you read the language to us so we know that you have
Okay.
what we have?
Yeah, what I was sent yesterday, I will read verbatim. Sorry, I have a lot. There was a lot of correspondence, so give me a second. Here it is. Games may not be added without the prior administrative approval of the Nevada Game Control Board chair or the chair's designate. Actually, that's from August. There was an update. Here it is. I apologize. Games other than slot machines may not be added without prior administrative approval of the Nevada Game Control Board chair or the chair's designate.
Okay, so what you read previously was the proposed language from our staff, and then that is what was negotiated, what you read second, correct?
Actually, no. The original language was not a condition. It was just characterizing the license as, on the title page as slots only, parenthetically. And we said we would prefer not to have that read that way. So it wasn't a condition per se. It was kind of an implied condition the way the title page was written.
Normally attached to that would be a condition that says, in fact, that.
Right. But we hadn't gotten that far. So when we got the draft title page that said slots only, we said, can we please not have that as part of the title page? We would prefer to have the ability to come back, since this is a new property in a new area for us, to see what the operations experience is for a while. And that way we can have some flexibility without having to come back for a complete application investigation, simply to modify that condition and add table games if we saw fit. So the compromise was, okay, we'll allow you to do it administratively. And we said, fine. And so the condition language I read to you the first time was the initial condition language. And then it was modified slightly by adding the clause other than slot machines.
Okay, so I would ask my colleagues what they think about that.
So I'd read it as part of the report. So you say a number of weeks ago, we don't necessarily get all that stuff in advance.
Right.
I've had about 8 minutes to really consider that point when we really started to digest it. I think it's a reasonable ask. My question is simply, why would we change precedent? Because I don't know that we've ever dealt with it in this manner with any similar property, right? Normally it would be conditioned as such, slots only. Next time you want to upgrade it, then include tables. And correct me if I'm wrong, because I haven't gotten the answer to that because I haven't had to be able to digest it yet. And then my next question was, why have we done that forever? Maybe, Mr. Rubenstein's asking for his reasonable ask, but I haven't got to that, like, oh, okay, this is more, since it seems to be precedent setting, I'd usually want to at least reflect upon it for a bit before it's like, here you go.
Well, I guess, first of all, we don't view it as precedent setting. I think we've got all the authority in the world to regulate, and pick and choose locations. We think this location is somewhat unique in that it is effectively a greenfield project in an area of town that, where we're not really sure, what the results are the initial opening and results are going to produce. And so to lock us in, look, we think either way, we would be able to state a case to add table games if we saw fit. So the issue is, do we do it through a full-blown application and investigation, or do we do it by sending in a letter explaining our rationale and having you guys review it administratively? And we didn't think that it was, and in addition to that, I mean, it's not like we can just flip a switch. We still have to submit an amended IC system. We still have to submit the surveillance plan. So whether it's administrative or a full-blown application, there's a lift on our side. And there's information that you're going to require that to satisfy yourselves, whether it's done administratively or in a public meeting, that it's the right thing to do. And so we're not real, all we're doing is really saving both sides some, bureaucratic expense and time, having to assign agents, having to do a full-blown investigative report when the kind of materials that would be submitted for a request like this are fairly straightforward and narrow, in terms of an IC system, a surveillance system, and a new layout, a floor layout.
If in fact it is purely bureaucratic, I would agree with almost everything you just said.
Right.
By doing this, we completely change the process, though, because now we're removing this as well as the commission's approval on that back end as well, and it's all now done administratively, right? So that's the difference, and I probably makes sense to do, but I just never got to that. Is it or not? So I wanted to hear from my colleagues as well.
Well, and I wasn't aware that it was, that it was tried and true. Maybe an internal policy, but there's certainly nothing in the regulations that say you should proceed one way or the other.
That's right.
Because you've got a non-restricted gaming license to begin with, right? Right. And so non-restricted gaming license is either more than 15 slot machines or one table game, and there was no.
I'm asking your decades of experience, and why would we ever say no when it would come to us, or have we ever said no?
Well, and that was our point exactly. Is the likelihood of you guys saying no is small. So why should we go through the formalities and expense and length of time to process an application, especially what we've heard. And again, I don't want to get into board business, but you guys are fairly burdened with a workload and manpower. And so, is this really a good use of either side's, funds or manpower to simply add a couple of tables when we can, formally, I don't mean to suggest it's informal, we're going to submit a formal request with a ton of information that is necessary for you guys to make an informed decision. But why do it through a lengthy and expensive investigative
I'll say
process?
this is Rubenstein as the chair. I always harken back to what Plato said. I mean, you build government for the worst people, not the best. And I say that because I won't be here forever. Hopefully we'll have somebody good in this chair. I don't know. But we don't want to get into a situation where in the future, the chair is making all the decisions. I think there's value to having a public process. Let me ask our staff. What is your reasoning behind that provision?
I've often felt that if somebody or an entity is vetted for a non-restricted license, it gives us a comfort level, whether it's 20 machines or 40 machines, a couple tables added. And I've felt that having them have to come back and apply to add table games after they're already found suitable with a non-restricted gaming license just burdens our agenda, and it's something that can be dealt with administratively really easily.
Let me say this then. All right, so Wildfire, former Lake Mead Lounge, I don't believe tables should be there. I live near it. It's in a shopping center. It'll be a non-restricted license, I believe. And I don't want precedent set here.
So I guess the question is, how does location play into this?
Right. This is a unique location.
I would say location plays into it. Well, let's talk about the structure of the actual location. If it's a location that can easily accommodate table games, if it's built to accommodate table games, and the proper surveillance can be put in, that would be something to be considered during the administrative approval process. Location as far as geography, that also could be taken into consideration for administrative approval, but then you are starting to get into a larger analysis. There are certain places that you probably definitely wouldn't want table games added. There's some, I mean, you don't want, there's some grocery stores that are grandfathered in with non-restricted licenses with slot machines. I don't think you want table games at Albertsons. But a built-out casino, I'd go the other way, saying if there's room for table games, I don't know what harm they do if there's already slot machines there.
Well, and if I may, I mean, I understand it's great to have a bright line and be able to apply one rule to everyone, but the reality of your world is you do have to play faces, to your point, and you're looking at a company that's heavily invested in this valley that treats compliance incredibly seriously, has been amazingly successful, and thinks that it's acceptable for you to grant this concession in this case. I mean, people come up here and get limited licenses on occasion.
We do make concessions, but I don't like the precedent of having a non-restricted license being sort of a prerequisite to, or I guess leading to the conclusion that therefore you may qualify for any kind of game on the floor. I don't like that.
But isn't that what the statutes and regulations permit?
Well, I mean, and we're permitted to make decisions.
Understood. No, I understand.
So I don't like it going the other direction. Where it's maybe the burden may be on us to make a decision as opposed to the other way. I don't know. What do you think?
Yeah,
this is called following the open meeting law,
right? Yeah.
Deliberation in public.
I'm honestly very conflicted. I like bright line rules, but I also like, treating entities fairly based on their unique circumstances. So I think it's a really tough question, honestly. My fear is setting that precedent and other companies wanting the same treatment and going down that road.
Well, I think the burden be on those other companies to satisfy you that they've earned that right. We feel we have.
And what if, I mean, and I may be thinking about this wrong, but what if there are companies who simply want to amend their condition, right, to achieve what you all have achieved today?
Right.
What do we say to them who aren't necessarily applying for a non-restricted license at the same time?
Well, they would have to file to amend the condition. It's just that's a requirement. They have to file an application, go through an investigation, and convince you and your staff that it's reasonable to lift that condition or modify it. So look, we've got some other locations where we're going to be filing an application to modify conditions on some of the other wildfire properties to be consistent with the conditions here. We've got GM conditions on some and key employee conditions on the other. So we want all to be the same so that organizationally, we have a clear view as to what is required of us for these smaller properties.
Yeah, I would hate to see a request to have a single manager over multiple properties.
Well, no different than, again, no different than what is permitted for some of the other
Right. So we need to be
for example, I believe Gold Gaming has
we tried to hold back that,
right, but I mean they're over multiple properties, and you've got non-restricted locations on the strip where you've got presidents and general managers running 2, 3, 4 properties, and those are, having worked inside Caesar's Palace and Wynn Resorts, those are like operating large cities. And you've got one executive or chief executive in charge of multiple properties. So again, I don't think this is as precedent setting. I don't think you're opening the floodgates. I don't think you've got a lot of these and I could be wrong because I haven't surveyed them, a lot of these slots only 200 or 150, 200 slot machines where they would even consider coming in and making this ask. So
did Castaways have tables?
I don't know.
I'm just trying to hang your hat on something like,
did you know?
Showboat
Back in the day. We talking about?
Yeah, no, understood. But it was on that same parcel or part of it at least.
I'd be shocked if it didn't.
Is there any action, a decision, if it was in your favor in saying, yes, you could have either, does that have any effect on any of the local licensing or permits or anything, any effect one way or another?
No.
Benefit you or?
No.
Or hurt you either way? Okay. So it's purely that one issue.
It's
So
purely.
we don't have to come, you made it sound like.
Well, we didn't know it was an issue. We thought
The one
we had
question-
been given a condition that you guys were comfortable with, or at least staff was.
You made it sound like there's some arduous process though to change a condition, which it's typically not.
Well,
but it
again,
does-
it's not an
the
arduous.
Full board and the full commission typically would weigh in on that.
Correct. And it's not, I mean, look, any licensing, as we like to say, is an arduous process, and deservedly so, right? It's a privileged license process. So having to go through an application and investigation, it's a 3 to 6 month process for the simplest of asks, and it costs, tens of thousands of dollars. What we're trying to do is make it,
Who's that paid to?
I understand, but it's arguably paid to the state to even out the time expended, right? So, it's not supposed to be a net sum gain.
Trying to employ more lawyers.
Understood. Understood.
I'll give you the tiebreaker.
But in any event, that's our objective is to understanding that you don't want all of your important decisions to be made administratively.
We don't. I don't.
By one.
Yeah.
We didn't think this was a big ask in that context. We were not aware that this is precedent setting in any way. Again, because this is an area that we're not dealing with every day. Several hundred.
Just for your background, Mr. Rubenstein, there are other requests to move things to administrative decisions.
Oh, I'm sure.
So we are guarded against that.
I'm sure.
I don't want to use the word, and I threw it out there first, precedent setting, but functionally, the mere fact that originally the suggestion was slots only tells you that's the process. That's normally what would have occurred. So precedent might be a strong word. in this
Understood.
forum, but
Understood.
And
Yeah.
I'll back off that.
I'll add to Chief Hoffman's point that this makes a more difficult analysis for the chair, as it would make a more difficult analysis for the chair as it relates to administrative approvals, because he then would have to make an assessment about the location.
Yeah, and ordinarily, if I'd rely on staff, so staff would have to do a really solid job assessing things, and it couldn't just be a pass.
Sure. I mean, we don't anticipate that this would not be reviewed by a number of eyes. It's just a question of, again, length of time and formality and cost of process that concerns us to be able to make the decision
Yeah,
relatively.
I mean, I don't have a problem saying no to administrative requests. I am happy to do it, especially if staff recommends it.
Well, I guess if you're asking for my opinion, I'm not completely moved to make that change at this form right now. So I would defer to the original slots only type of condition. However, and if it was the will of my colleagues to agree with that, or if they want to go a different route, you can still always try with the commission and see if they felt otherwise.
Sure.
So have another crack at it.
I would just say not at this moment as well. I don't think I've had.
Yeah, I agree. So sorry for that bit.
So it was a good dialogue. I like that because
Yeah,
I was
I mean,
interested.
he did a good job
Why do
arguing.
we do it that way? What's the harm? But we got to digest all of that before I think changing it.
All right, so we've dealt with a condition, 1, and the entity, the structure, 2. Individuals are on here too. Do we have anything to talk about with regard to individuals?
The individuals are just licensed here. A couple of, well, let me look. Sorry.
So, Mr. Welsh, I think you're okay, solid. And I would say to your colleague that we don't make exceptions regardless of who we are, right? I think you know what we're getting at here.
I do.
So what is your comment?
My comment is, a couple of years ago, I did something that I regret, and it was a relapse of judgment. I think I paid financially, from, embarrassed my company, my colleagues, and myself. And luckily, no one was hurt. And in the last 2 years, I've been pretty clean slate. And it's something that
So
I'm
for
52
you,
years
I
old.
don't care if it's a CEO or if it's, a janitor. We're going to pick up on it and we will ask.
Well, I'm 100% understood. And in fact, I brought it forward.
Okay.
Any other questions? No.
I guess I would ask, did you want to provide an explanation?
I did. I submitted a report on it that the agent asked me to write.
Okay. Did you want to provide an explanation here? I'm not asking that you get into the details, but it's my understanding that there wasn't actually an explanation, or at least a justification.
Well,
Maybe
there is no justification for an act like that. I mean, to be honest, Member Watkins, it was just a incredibly poor lapse of judgment.
Okay.
But I will, to your credit, you've gone through everything that's necessary, programs and everything else. So you've satisfied the legal requirements, and it sounds like you've experienced the necessary course and everything else. So I give you credit for that, and thank you for just speaking to it. I know it's not comfortable.
No, I appreciate that, Chair. Chairperson.
I mean, we all make mistakes, candidly. I think it's to your credit that you are upright about it.
Appreciate it.
I would agree. And I think we all have lapses in judgment at some point in time. And, we all make mistakes. And so you also honestly saying that you feel there's no justification, because I was kind of wondering, because usually people try to explain themselves, or, this was the situation and this is why this happened. But I guess the reason you're saying that, there really is none, it's not excusable. That's your perception, right?
That is my perception.
Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. Thank you. So is it you who has 3 bachelor's degrees?
I'm sorry.
You got some incredible. By the way, Bowdoin, great school, outstanding school, very small, one of the best biology programs in the United States. Liberal arts school, right? And then you went to Columbia, right?
That's correct. So it's 2 bachelor degrees. I participated in engineering. Bowdoin has.
Was it a 3-2?
Yes, Bowdoin has a program with Columbia University where you can get an undergrad degree. My undergrad was physics and government, so 2 majors, and then an industrial engineering degree from Columbia University, and then I went back for my MBA at Columbia in 2000.
Awesome.
Okay, one other thing. I just want to make a record make a point on the record. On a weekly basis, we receive updates on the NLRB action. I'm not going to get into the facts now, but we do know we watch every twist and turn. We see every motion. We see every response. We see it all. So you understand that we follow it. You're going to receive a letter soon from our attorney asking that you provide us with documentation regarding every movement in that action. Okay.
That's me, and we're happy to do that.
Yeah, I mean, we already see it.
It's all of public record anyhow, so we're happy to provide you all the information. What I will just say here, and I appreciate you're saying it's nuanced, and
it's nuanced, but let me say this also. The goal here is it's sort of like Heisenberg's principle. We don't want to affect the underlying thing, right? By virtue of observing or acting upon it. So we watch it. If there was something that was incredible, outstanding, really needed us to focus on or act on, we would, but we want to let this play out. So that is our policy. It has been for 50 years.
I believe that's Chair Gibson. I believe that's the correct policy. What I will say, having sat here for as many hours as you all did today, I heard three times this morning that we're a bad employer, we're a bad actor, we treat our employees badly. Those 3 statements were made earlier this morning, and they were made in front of the Gaming Commission at the end of last month. Nothing could be further from the truth. We treat our employees extremely well. And if you don't believe me standing here saying it, you can ask our employees who have voted us the top casino employer in Las Vegas for 2 years running.
My experience with you and your employees goes back to the pod issue and the vaccination issue. Right. And you were willing to, pay for the whole thing. You're willing to vaccinate people who were employees and those who weren't. I think that showed a lot of integrity on your part. And I thank you and Lorenzo and Frank and the rest of the crew for that.
We try very hard to do the right thing, and there aren't people that agree with everything that we do. But we treat our employees very well. They believe it, we believe it, and you should believe it as well.
So let me also state for the record that we do have authority to take action, even in this NLRB action, if we wanted to.
But again, I'll say it again, and this is for the world and one group in particular. We don't act in a way that would affect the underlying action until it's complete. Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I'll accept particularly the latter part of that. And before I step away, I just also want to say, because we haven't said it yet, thank you to the board and to staff, and I admire your endurance.
Yeah, we do. I don't know. It's being tested here.
It is.
And yeah, I mean, just so your lawyer's good. He called me early in the morning on my cell phone. We had a long conversation. I have a lot of respect for him. So he's pugilistic, meaning he fights, but he's good. So he didn't win this one. He didn't win this condition, but
I chalked it up to a lack of judgment on your part.
Hey, I didn't know who was calling me, you know. But anyway, thank you for
by the way, for the record, I'm kidding.
So we can get that in the transcript.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly. With my last name, and I get asked on the record, is it Rubenstein or Rubenstein? And then when the transcript comes back, it's spelled the same way both times. It's
right.
Very odd to look at.
Right.
Well, if there are no other questions, are there other questions? Nope.
No, I don't have anything
All
further.
right, with that, I'd ask for a motion.
All right. I move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 4 as read into the record by Secretary Rupert pursuant to the 8th revised order draft number 1 dated 7/22/22 and the following conditions. Games may not be added without prior administrative approval of the Nevada Gaming Control Board Chair or the Chair's designee. The surveillance system must be inspected and approved by the Gaming Control Board Enforcement Division within 60 days of issuance of the state gaming license and thereafter be maintained at.
So that better revert back to the original.
Slot only. So that one would the slot only condition would replace that one, and it would simply read, this location is limited to the operation of slot machines only.
Oh, I don't have that language in front of me. Do you?
I don't.
There's
have
been
it
a
here
lot of
either.
movement of papers over the past 24 hours.
Anybody have that
that
language?
thing.
Because I thought it was just removing the.
I think I can come.
Read it in if you would, please.
Yeah, I'll read that one in first. The location is limited to the operation of slot machines.
Okay. That's a condition.
Okay. So,
and I'm sorry, go ahead, Nathan.
And a sports pool.
Got it.
And a sports pool.
You read that in.
Location is limited to the operation of slot machines and a sports pool only.
Okay. Sorry, is it race and sports pool? Or is it just sports?
Just sports. Just sports pool.
Okay. Check it on your behalf. All right.
all right, I'm gonna try to make a clean record here.
Oh, hold on. Can I stop? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I have to ask this. So I mean, this just came to my memory. I saw in here that you're using a particular system for your sports wagering. You're in the process of replacing that system, I believe. Is that accurate?
That is accurate.
Thank you. All right.
All right, can I start all over again? Okay. All right. I move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 4 as read into the record by Secretary Rupert pursuant to the 8th revised order draft number 1 dated 7/22/22 and the following conditions. The location is limited to the operation of slots and a sports pool. The surveillance system must be inspected and approved by the Gaming Control Board Enforcement Division within 60 days of issuance of the state gaming license and thereafter be maintained at or above the standard that is approved. A key employee application must be filed within 60 days of issuance of the state gaming license and thereafter be refiled within 60 days of any change in the person occupying that position. Prior to the commencement of operations, the attestation letters regarding the internal control system must be received by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Audit Division pursuant to Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 6.090. Prior to the commencement of operations, an adequate written internal control system that documents compliance with minimum internal control standards must be received by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Audit Division pursuant to Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 6.090. Prior to the commencement of race and sports and/or pari-mutuel wagering pool operations. An executed reserve agreement must be received and approved by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Audit Division pursuant to Nevada Gaming Commission Regulations 5.225 and 22.040. And as to the manufacturer's license, okay. The manufacturer's license is restricted to the modification of machines that are or have been utilized in the operations of the licensed location or its affiliated companies, and that any such modification shall be limited to operational configuration changes such as replacement of one pre-approved component with another pre-approved component, or modifications that will not affect the manner or mode of play or device. As to the distributor's license, the distributor's license is restricted to the acquisition of machines to be utilized in or the sale of machines which have been utilized in operations of the licensed location or its affiliated company.
What about 5? Is there anything for 5?
Yeah, I'll make another motion
Okay.
for number 5.
Right, Member Katsaros?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chair Gibson?
Aye.
So I'll make a motion as to number 5, as she already read that into the record. I move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 5 as read into the record by Secretary Rupert pursuant to the shelf order draft number 1 dated 8/4/22.
Member Katsaros?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chair Gibson?
Aye. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
And the respect is mutual. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Is this sticky still valid? All right, we will take a short break for our court reporter.
I love your sticky joke.
For those of you who are listening, this is Bryn Gibson, Chair. We're going to need to reschedule our reg workshop on Reg 5, just given the fact that it's 2 o'clock already and we are not moving with great speed. So it will be 5 before we start, I think. So I apologize for that.
Is it canceled?
Well, we're gonna have to reschedule. Yes, it's canceled for today. Yes. Soon. Thank you.
For the record, that was Evan.
Okay, welcome back. We're on non-restricted number 6. Would you please read it into the record, Madam Chair or Madam Secretary?
Non-restricted number 6 is the application of Nugget Sparks LLC doing business as Bourbon Square for a non-restricted gaming license.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Member Katsaros, Member Watkins, and Madam Secretary. For the record, I'm Michael Alonso. I'm here on behalf of Nugget Sparks LLC. With me today is Matthew Woodhead, who is the Chief Legal Officer for Marnell Gaming, which is the owner of Nugget Sparks LLC. First of all, Mr. Chairman, I want to thank you for allowing us to participate from Carson City. As far as the application is concerned, this is for a one-day non-restricted gaming license at the site of the old Bourbon Square Casino Sparks. We're just trying to preserve the grandfather non-restricted gaming rights. This would be the third time that Nugget Sparks LLC has come before the board and commission on such an application. Obviously, the first two were approved. The site would, which is the site of an arena at this point, we would put a trailer on it as we've had done the past 2 times and run the machines over the 16-hour period approximately. We believe that would happen on November 9th. There are no plans by Nugget Sparks LLC to move that license or do anything with that license at this point other than to continue to preserve it. And with that, I would just like to take a moment to recognize Agent Barnard and Supervisor Doyle for their great work on this application. And it was a pleasure to work with them on this. With that, Mr. Chairman and members of the board, we're happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much. That short presentation. Any questions from my colleagues?
I'm sorry. Hello, Mr. Alonso. Did I hear you correct? So you're going to do a 1-day, 8-hour opening?
We're going to do it, yeah. So we'll actually cross over. I believe the way they've got it set up is they'll cross over into the second day. So they'll operate for several hours and then cross over into the next day.
Is there a reason for that?
I think the agent asked me the same question, and we planned it this way, and I haven't had a chance to talk to the property yet. We would normally do that when we're straddling a quarter, so we could cover both quarters. But given the date that we're running it now, there really isn't a reason for doing it that way.
Okay, I don't have a concern, but it was exactly that question. Are you straddling some artificial date or that I'm not aware of? But okay, no, that was it. Thank you.
Member Watkins, any questions?
Same question, but wondering. So that's resolved, but thank you. Nothing else.
Okay, with that, I would ask for a motion.
I move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 6 is read into the record by Secretary Rupert.
Member Katsaros?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chair Gibson?
Aye.
There's a condition.
Oh,
What's there?
Would you like me to read it?
yes, please do.
Location is limited to the operation of slot machines for 24 hours.
Okay, yeah. We need to revote.
And we have no problem with the condition.
Somps, do we need to revote on that with the condition?
I would recommend that.
All right.
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chair Gibson?
Aye. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Alonso. Okay, for those of you who didn't hear, if you weren't here, we need to reschedule the workshop scheduled for 2:00. It's past 2 now, and we are about halfway through our non-restricted set of items. So we're a ways out. So we will reschedule it for a time soon. All right, let's go to our next item, please.
Non-restricted number 7 are the applications of Matthew Woodhead and Patricia Corral for registration as a trustee or beneficiary of the Lud Corral Family Revocable Living Trust as noted on the agenda. This item is for board consideration only.
Okay.
And good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Member Katsaros, Member Watkins, to Madam Secretary. Again, for the record, I'm Michael Alonso, and I'm here on behalf of Matthew Woodhead as trustee of the Lud Corral Family Revocable Trust. Mr. Chairman, thank you for allowing us to participate again from Carson City today and for waiving the appearances of Mr. Woodhead and Mrs. Corral. But Mr. Woodhead was here for item number 6, so he stuck around as a voting with me. This matter started as an application for Mr. Woodhead to be approved as the successor trustee to the trust after Mr. Bud Corral passed away in December of last year. And we submitted that application for Mr. Woodhead to be registered as the successor trustee of the trust. And then it was brought to our attention that the board records indicated that there was not a beneficiary licensed in connection with the trust. And so a couple of things then happened. We were able to apply for Mrs. Correo to be licensed or registered, as a beneficiary trust. And given discussions we had with your staff, Mr. Woodhead returned any of the distributions that were made prior to us understanding that an application needed to be filed for the beneficiary, and worked something out with GPEG 1 to where they would hold all further distributions of distributable net income until this matter gets resolved. And with that, I would like to take a moment to recognize Senior Agent Butler and Supervisor Moyle, and it was very good to work with them on this matter. We appreciate their work and their professionalism. And with that, we'd be happy to answer any questions that Mr. Chairman, you and board members may have.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Alonso. Any questions? This one's fairly clear, I think. And there was one item that came up during our conversation. So Mr. Woodhead is trustee, and beneficiary has nothing material that she needs to do. Is that accurate?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. I won't go into any more detail than that then. Okay, I'd ask for a motion or unless you have questions.
I do not.
No, I just offer my condolences. I don't have any issues or concerns.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I'll make that motion. I move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 7 as read into the record by Secretary Rupert. Conditions on this one.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Done 8. Let's go to 9 and please get it in.
Unrestricted number 9, application. Non-restricted number 9 is the application of Light and Wonder Inc. to pledge membership interest and equity securities as noted on the agenda and for an amendment to their order of registration.
Good morning, or good afternoon, good evening, Chair Gibson, Member Katsaros, Member Watkins, Madam Secretary. Sonia Vermees from the law firm Brownstein Hyatt Farber Schreck on behalf of the applicants. Chairman, do you think we should take item 10 as well with this? It's just a shelf approval application.
We can, please.
Non-restricted number 10 is the application of Light and Wonder Inc. for a continuous or delayed public offering. It is also the application of SG Gaming Inc. to guarantee securities and hypothecate assets in conjunction with a continuous or delayed public offering.
I have a very, very brief affirmative, and I'll also mention that also with me here in the audience behind me, Michael Fries, he's Senior Vice President and Chief Compliance Officer for Light and Wonder, and Vanya Kolobek, he's Vice President Corporate Controller. Mr. Freeze and I were last before you in July of 2021. That was in connection with the application for an information service license by SG Gaming Inc. There are some highlights with the company over the past year that you should be aware of and have probably read in the press. Just prior to that, in June of 2021, the company had announced its intention to divest its lottery and sports betting businesses. In September of 2021, the company entered into an agreement to sell its sports betting business to Endeavor Group Holdings. In March of 2022, the company formally changed its name from Scientific Games Corporation to Light & Wonder Inc. That was done in connection with the proposed sale of its lottery division to Brookfield Business Partners. That Brookfield transaction closed in April of 2022. And something else that occurred in April 2022 is what brings us here today, and that is that Scientific Games International Inc., a subsidiary of Light & Wonder, together with Light & Wonder, entered into a financing transaction with JP Morgan. JP Morgan serves as the administrative agent and the collateral agent. And the credit agreement provides for a senior secured first lien term loan and a senior secured first lien revolving credit facility. As security for the loans, Light & Wonder agreed to collateralize the loans with a pledge of the membership interest of NYX Digital Gaming USA and the stock of SG Gaming Inc. Those pledges require prior commission approval. As a result of this financing and the proposed pledges, Light & Wonder is also requesting an amendment to its order of registration. We appreciate the work of Agent Sean Landkamer on the application. And I also want to thank Deputy Chief Russell Teggio for working through the order with me. And with that, we'll open it up to questions.
Okay. Any questions on the items before us?
Just on the pledge, and it kind of ties into your, well, first of all, good afternoon, Ms. Vermees.
Good afternoon.
It ties into your opening. So the sports betting arm that is being divested or sold up to Endeavor, that's NYX Digital?
Correct. And that deal has not closed. It's still pending. There's still regulatory approvals that need to be received. So we still need that approval.
What happens when it gets sold? Then I guess this a lawyer question for you. We'll have to then come back and amend the order again?
Yes, and actually, Deputy Chief Teggio and I chatted about that. And I think the intention is just, we tend to come before the board every year, every couple of years, and the next time we come before the board, we would likely just amend the order of registration at that time. We likely wouldn't just file an application to do that.
Right, and I think that's sort of typical of how we've handled those before. Is there any other application that you would then need to file though, or no?
No.
Okay. Okay. Thank you for that.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Reyes. Would one of your colleagues step forward and just talk about recent changes in the company? You don't have to get into any great detail, but just to speak to it if you would.
Sure. Michael Freeze, FRIES, on behalf of Light & Wonder Inc. Thank you. Mr. Vermees, I think, summarized the major changes very well. The only other thing that has happened recently is we've had a change at the top. We've had our CEO has resigned and moved on, and he's agreed, thankfully, to work with us for the next 2 years and transition into a new leadership. That would be the only other thing that's significant.
Okay. Thank you. That's what I was getting.
Was there a reason for the departure mentioned in the press release?
No, he's just resigned.
It's not that Mr. Freeze is being promoted into that role?
No, it's not.
Surprise.
No, Matthew Wilson, who runs our gaming division, has been appointed into that role as an interim basis, and we announced that we'll do a nationwide search.
And then just a quick question back on the sports betting. Then once that transaction concludes, is there going to then be no sports betting activity from a Light & Wonder perspective? Or are you restricted in any way in getting that market?
So there are some restrictions back and forth pursuant to the agreement, but Light and Wonder is keeping certain sports-related product that we're keeping the PAM.
Okay.
So, and that can plug into a sports book and into an iGaming operator.
And you wouldn't be precluded from plugging that into a different bet management system to
Correct.
utilize your PAM. Okay.
Correct.
So you'd still, but they get the entire
Technology, the
operation.
sports tech platform and technology.
They take the PAM as well too.
No,
and
no, they will not.
Oh, they won't get to
We're-
keep
No,
even
we're
the
keeping,
IP as well.
No, we're keeping the PAM.
Okay. I thought maybe you each have the same. Okay. That was it. What?
Pretty straightforward. No questions or concerns for me.
Thank you.
Right. I wouldn't mind an update from a financial perspective though too. I didn't have anything else for Mr. Freeze.
Thank you.
You just want to give us an update on the.
Sure. My name is Vanya Kalabik. I'm VP Corporate Controller. I think the biggest transformation that you probably saw in the earnings release in the Q2 was complete balance sheet transformation, going from, excuse me, that company to the equity company. As a part of the refinancing transaction, we paid down we moved from 8.9 billion in debt to 4 billion in debt, significantly reduced our debt ratio to 3.6 times. So that's probably the biggest noticeable item in Q2.
What's the amount of the sale for NYX?
So NYX is going to be 700 million.
Okay. Any other questions? No? Okay, with that, I'd ask for a motion on the first item.
I move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 9 is read into the record by Secretary Rupert pursuant to the 8th revised order of registration draft number 1 dated 8/12/22.
Okay, Madam Secretary.
Member Katsaros?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chair Gibson?
Aye. Okay. Okay.
Now make the motion as to number 10. I move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 10 is read into the record by Secretary Rupert pursuant to the shelf order draft number 1 dated 8/12/22. 8/12/20.
Member Katsaros?
Aye.
Member Watkins? Chair Gibson?
Aye. Thank you. Thank you very
you.
much.
Thank you.
On to our next item, please.
Non-restricted number 11 is the application of David Nathanson for finding of suitability as a director of FanDuel Group Parent LLC.
Welcome.
Good afternoon, Chair Gibson, Member Kitsaros, Member Watkins, Madam Secretary. For the record, I am Erica Oakberg, outside Nevada Gaming Counsel to the company. Here with me today is the applicant, David Nathanson. Mr. Nathanson has applied as the independent director of FanDuel Group Parent LLC, which is 100% owner of FanDuel Group Inc., which in turn then owns Betfair Interactive US LLC, which is the applicant that was before you last month on the agenda. Mr. Nathanson serves as the independent director alongside Amy Howe, Peter Jackson, and Jonathan Hill on this board. He is the only independent member on that board. The rest, of course, are executives. I would turn it over to Mr. Nathanson to provide a brief overview of his background as well as his job duties and responsibilities.
Welcome, Mr. Nathanson.
Thank you.
Please.
Chairman Gibson, Member Katsaros, Member Watkins, Madam Secretary. Thank you for allowing me to appear before you today. And I also would like to acknowledge and thank Agent Keeney for his thorough work. I was born and raised in Los Angeles and remain Los Angelino. I went to the University of Pennsylvania, where I received my Bachelor in Arts and Sciences and an MBA from the Anderson School of Business at UCLA. I've spent my career in the media and sports landscape. I spent 18 years at Fox, where I oversaw many of their national sports networks. One of those networks was a horse racing channel called TVG, which also ran and operated one of the largest advanced deposit wagering businesses in the United States. I led the sale of that company to Betfair. And after additional years at Fox overseeing a number of their other sports channels, I left the company to pursue my own direct investments in and around the sports media real estate space. I joined the board of FanDuel in 2017 as an independent director. And I remain on the board as an independent director to this day. So thank you again for having me.
Okay. Are there any questions about Mr. Nathanson's background?
No, please.
Are you currently licensed in other jurisdictions?
I am.
What jurisdiction?
I don't
You have
believe that
pending
we have a list in
licenses, right?
front of us,
Louisiana,
but
Colorado, Michigan, Indiana, and they're all pending.
that's
Yeah.
correct. And we can certainly provide an update if that would be helpful.
No, I was just wondering if any of these had gone through yet. He just identified the list that we have.
Yeah, my understanding as of a couple of weeks ago, which is the last time I checked with their licensing council, was that there were no updates at that time.
I'm sorry, there are additional. Yeah,
I think we
there's,
got Maryland, Pennsylvania, West
yeah,
Virginia.
and those haven't gone through. Yeah. It's Virginia, Washington, DC, New York. Okay, and those have been completed. Okay, and in our agency checks with other agencies, there's been nothing that's come up that's problematic.
Did you say Fox then owned TVG at that time? Is that
Fox owned TVG through a subsidiary called Gemstar TV Guide.
okay?
And so it was still part of Fox, but part of a separate subsidiary, separate public company.
And so, but you were employed as the president of TVG.
Correct.
Oh, wow. Okay. I mean, well known, obviously, in the horse racing industry. So then you were the one that was leading the charge and selling it over to Betfair, then ultimately.
Exactly.
Flutter at this point. So
correct.
Oh, wow. Okay. What was your day-to-day like there at TVG? Was it about more distribution of channels and content?
Yeah, the goal at the time when we came in was to broaden the distribution, first of all, of the television network and of the broadcast of horse racing, upgrade our quality of production and programming. We transitioned the company from standard definition to high definition, including creating a lot more original programming around horse racing. And then from an ADW perspective, really advancing our mobile ADW business, which at the time was very nascent. So we launched a very robust mobile product.
Nice. Yeah, I remember the old days when it was standard definition, though, and you'd see these lines sometimes just waving, going, man, how can you watch this stuff? But okay. And then Mapleton is what you're talking about as your own private.
Correct.
So being the independent director, what's sort of your level of involvement in terms of your day-to-day dealings with them?
I work closely with the executive management team on a variety of strategic issues, many related to media and strategic sponsorship, as well as media strategies around FanDuel and their long-term prospects. For example, TVG was recently rebranded FanDuel TV. And that's just one example of one of the areas where we get involved. But in addition, we do have quarterly board meetings where we review the strategy of the company in addition to a number of other topics related to our fiduciary obligations.
Okay, so you're not just pigeonholed into the FanDuel, would you call it FanDuel TV now?
FanDuel TV, yes, is just rebranded
from
essentially
TVG.
from
That was
TVG.
so you. But in terms of your role, then it's the purview is the entire FanDuel spectrum of businesses. Then
yes.
Okay, interesting. I don't think I had any other questions.
Okay.
So you're currently the director of the U.S. Soccer Foundation since March of 2017.
Yes, I've been I'm on the board of the U.S. Soccer Foundation. I'm the treasurer actually of the board of that organization. I have been for a number of years, and I sit on the board of a number of other nonprofits as well.
How did that come about?
One of the channels that I oversaw at Fox was called Fox Soccer Channel, and that's what really got me involved in the soccer landscape. We acquired rights from the World Cup to the Premier League to Major League Soccer, amongst others, and I saw that there was an opportunity to create safe places to play in the United States across a number of urban communities. And U.S. Soccer Foundation has been a leader in that space in terms of creating safe environments for kids through the sport to teach them healthy playing habits, eating habits, and obviously providing coaching for those kids through the sport of soccer.
That's great to hear. That sounds like some good work they're doing. I'm a soccer fan myself, so I can appreciate that. You're also the trustee for a number of different family trusts.
Correct.
What other charitable activities are you, because you're not paid for the U.S. Soccer
No.
Foundation.
It's a nonprofit. I sit on the board of the Mayor's Fund for Los Angeles, which is a nonprofit arm of that's associated with the Mayor of Los Angeles, as well as I sit on the board of advisors of the University of Pennsylvania's School of Arts and Sciences.
It's always nice to hear of people's different interests and the things that they do in their free time. I think it gives you a fuller picture of people's character. I don't have any further questions.
Okay. With that, then I'd ask for a motion.
I move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 11 as read into the record by Secretary Rupert.
Madam Secretary.
Member Katsaros?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chair Gibson?
Aye. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right. Please read in the next item.
Non-restricted number 12 is the application of Michelle Sanford for finding of suitability as a trustee and beneficiary of the Lee R. Sanford Gaming Trust.
Okay. This is Mr. Nylander, and I think he's going to be conferencing in from his office. Okay. All right, there he is. Go ahead and speak, Mr. Nylander, when you're ready. I think he's muted or close to it.
I'm asking him to mute right now.
Mr. Chairman, can you hear me?
We can, thank you.
Good afternoon.
All right, welcome.
Thank you. And good afternoon. For the record, my name is Dennis Nylander with the law firm Kempfer Kroll. And I'm hearing, I have Michelle Sanford should be also on a Zoom window.
Yep, we can see her.
Oh, perfect. Well, again, good morning or good afternoon, members of the board. The matter you have in front of you today relates to the Sanford Gaming Trust, and it's an application for Michelle to be found suitable as a trustee and beneficiary. And the Sanford Gaming Trust has been around in various iterations for many years to hold a minority interest in leisure gaming, which is I think maybe the oldest slot route operator in Nevada now. It's still a family-owned business based out of Reno. And so William Sanford was the original trustee. And then when he passed away, it transferred to his wife, Patricia. And then when she passed away, it went to their son, Lee. And so Lee was licensed fairly recently. And unfortunately, he had some health issues and he passed away. And Michelle is Lee's wife. So we filed the necessary applications to have her found suitable as a trustee and beneficiary. And in the meantime, we updated the trust to, it was getting pretty outdated. So you did approve that, Mr. Chairman, under 172. We appreciate that. The trust is registered. already, but we did need to have Michelle file her applications. And I hope your documents show that she has a very clean record. Going forward, this will allow her to get distributions from the company, which she has not been, and we asked the company to withhold them, and they have done that. So this will allow her to get distributions. She has no interest in being involved in the company operations. She's simply going to be a minority shareholder. And we're glad to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, well, thank you, Mr. Nylander. It's always good to see you. There's a substantial echo, and so I'm going to limit what I say. Ms. Sanford, welcome. It's like the old days here, Mr. Nylander. We're just struggling with Zoom.
I know, I apologize.
No, it's okay.
And
Sanford, are you there?
Yes, I am here.
Welcome.
Thank you.
So you are on the application, or you are applying. It looks like there's a finding suitability as a trustee, beneficiary,
Correct.
And you have a clean record. You don't have any intention of being, don't have any intention of being involved in the operations.
That's correct. I do not.
Right. Okay. I don't have any further questions. I'll turn it to my colleagues.
I just want to send my condolences to you, Ms. Sanford, for the passing of your husband.
Thank you.
And then I just, and I have no concerns either on your application. Your background came back clean. And you've been well served by your counsel. He hit every box that I wanted to hear today, exactly what was done, what needed to be done, and where we're at this point. So thank you.
I'll do the same and just offer my condolences for your losses. I don't have any questions or concerns regarding the application, and I'm happy to support it.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you for appearing. And with that, I'd ask for a motion.
I move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 12 is read into the record by Secretary Rupert.
Member Katsaros?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chair Gibson?
Aye. Thank you very much, Mr. Nylander, Ms. Sanford.
Thank you very much.
All right, let's go to our next item.
Non-restricted number 13 is the application of Canyon Capital Advisors LLC for waivers as noted on the agenda.
Hey, welcome. Please state your name for the record. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chairman Gibson, Member Casaros, Member Watkins, and Madam Secretary Rupert. My name is Robert Kim with the law firm of Ballard Spahr, here on behalf of Canyon Capital Advisors LLC. With me is Doug Anderson. He is the Chief Compliance Officer for Canyon Capital Advisors LLC. And we have submitted to you an application for waiver as an institutional investor pursuant to 463-643 subsection 4. And happy to answer any questions for you as to their application, their history as being a current holder of waiver, as well as any other things you might ask.
Okay. So you have holdings and you hold a very small amount of shares of two companies. Is that right? Is that right?
That is correct. As of the last monthly report submitted, that is correct.
Okay. So the strategy is to be licensed and ask for waivers and then look for opportunity.
I would say that's probably a very accurate summary. Correct.
Okay. Thank you. I'll turn it over to my colleagues for questions, please.
So this is your second waiver, too?
That is correct.
This would be your second one. My mic's off. This would be your second waiver, which would be good for 3 years. There's no areas of concern here. You understand the requirements under Reg 16, which you've met already. There's two companies you just said, both under 10% at this point that you've invested in?
They are. In the past, Canyon Capital has had different positions in different gaming companies. And even though upon the period for renewal, they did not own or have any current intent to own 10% or more. They thought it was just appropriate just to file the application and be in a position just so that there wouldn't be a need to scramble for that later on. Correct.
And you understand there are regs and statutes talk about exerting influence or control over any of the RPTCs, and you're familiar with all the rules and restrictions around that?
That is correct.
Yeah.
That is correct.
I didn't have any concerns, so thank you.
It's a relatively new provision, by the way. As statutory, what it effectively does is if you own 0.5%, if you are an activist shareholder, then we can call you forward for license. That's the bottom line for that.
Yes. Canyon Capital is aware of the discretion to being called forward for any reason, and they understand that the concerns over activist investors, and obviously we've discussed those situations with the staff when that has happened in the past.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Kim. All right. Any further questions?
No, I'm happy with the representations and the conversation on the record and happy to support the application.
Thank you. I also want to thank Asia Mincha for being extremely helpful and responsive to getting us on this month's agenda.
Okay. With that, I'd ask for a motion.
All right, I move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 13 as read into the record by Secretary Rupert pursuant to the waiver order draft number 1 dated 8/15/22.
Secretary.
Member Katsaros?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chair Gibson?
Aye. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
All right, that concludes our non-restricted agenda. I need a 5-minute break to grab my materials for restricted and order a break as well. We'll come back. So this is scheduled 11, is that right? Okay, welcome back. We'll begin our restricted agenda now. And just as further explanation for cancellation of the regulatory hearing or workshop that was scheduled for 2, it's now almost 3. We also lost our court reporter. We learned that prior to cancellation. So that would have been another wrinkle in everything. We need a court reporter. So please, let's go ahead. Let's go ahead with restricted. Go ahead and read in the consent agenda items, please.
All right. Restricted number 2 is the application of Nevada Restaurant Services, Inc., doing business as Dottie's number 170 for a restricted gaming license. Restricted number 4 is the application of Sartini Gaming, LLC, doing business at 7-Eleven store number 41125 for a restricted gaming license. It is also the application for licensure of Bruner Holdings, LLC, to receive a percentage of gaming revenue as noted on the agenda. And also the applications of Brendan Murphy and Caitlin Murphy for licensure as a member and manager. Restricted number 5 is the application of United Coin Machine Company, doing business as Century Gaming Technologies, doing business at 7-Eleven store number 38817 for a waiver of Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 4.080 as noted on the agenda. Restricted number 6 is the application of United Coin Machine Company, doing business as Century Gaming Technologies, doing business at Quickie Mart for a restricted gaming license. Restricted number 7 is the application of Crawford Coin Inc., doing business at Green Valley Grocery number 76 for a restricted gaming license. Restricted number 8 is the application of Eclipse Route Operations LLC, doing business as Eclipse Gaming, doing business at Jackpot Jonies for a restricted gaming license. Restricted number 9 is the application of Sartini Gaming LLC, doing business at the General Store for a restricted gaming license. Restricted number 10 is the application of Jet Gaming LLC, doing business as Terribles Gaming, doing business at Terribles number 388 for a restricted gaming license.
Okay, thank you very much. Any discussion on these items? Okay, would either of you like to make a motion?
I'll make a motion. I move to recommend approval of restricted item numbers 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10 pursuant to the following conditions. As to item number 5, the waivers of the provisions of Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 4.080 in conjunction with approvals granted in March 2022 shall expire on the date of the regularly scheduled Nevada Gaming Commission meeting in March 2023. As to items number 7, 8, and 10, the surveillance system and/or mirrors must be inspected and approved by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Enforcement Division within 60 days of issuance of the state gaming license and thereafter be maintained at or above the standard that is approved.
Okay, thank you very much, please.
Member Katsaros?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chair Gibson?
Aye. All right, let's please read in restriction number 1.
Restricted number 1 is the application of NLV Pasta LLC for licensure to receive a percentage of gaming revenue from Sartini Gaming LLC, doing business at Rosati's. It is also the application of Kenneth Corbett for licensure as a sole member and manager of NLV Pasta LLC. Lastly, you have the request to withdraw the applications of NLV Pasta LLC, doing business as Rosati's, Kenneth Corbett and Leanne Corbett, as noted on the agenda.
Okay, welcome.
Yes, good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Madam Executive Secretary, J.T. Moran with the law firm of Clark Hill, representing the applicant on non-restricted restricted, strike that, restricted number 1. Also, I have the pleasure of representing Mr. Ken Corbett. He is the 100% owner of the business organization that is North Las Vegas Pasta LLC. This is a company that has been in business since 2007, filed with the Nevada Secretary of State, and has been in good standing since. As you know, members, Mr. Chairman, this item is back before the board. There are 2 items for consideration today. One item you'll notice is styled a 2013 number, and also an item that is styled a 2020, 21 or 22 number. The 2013 number is actually a request by us to withdraw that from the process. That was an application that was submitted first go around. Mr. Corbett had alternative counsel at that point in time. That particular matter is being requested for withdrawal today. It is agendized and noticed correctly, and we're asking that that particular item be withdrawn. Just to give you a little bit of a chronology, hopefully timeframes on that. That item was submitted at that point in time. It made it to the Gaming Control Board At the Gaming Control Board, there was a decision made at that point in time to refer that particular item back to staff, and it was referred back to staff with some items and possible recommendations and suggestions by board membership. That application was resurrected with the new application that you currently have before you, where you are making a determination today as to not the suitability of the location, but the suitability of the individual, Mr. Corbett, as the 100% owner of North Las Vegas Pasta LLC, doing business as Rosati's. You will also know, members, that Mr. Corbett has a current slot route agreement, SRO, with Golden Gaming, and has been in good standing with Golden for some time at that particular location. That particular slot route agreement has a provision in it that allows for the conversion to a participation arrangement, which is what is properly slated before this board for consideration. We're asking that Mr. Corbett be able to convert from currently what he has, which is a space lease, where he is obtaining a certain specific sum of money, not based on percentages of revenue generated by gaming, but he is now asking to be considered suitable for the ability and privilege to move forward as a restricted licensee for a sharing and gaming according to the hybrid that is attached as an exhibit to the current slot route agreement that we have with Golden. Mr. Corbett, to share with you some of the business, Mr. Corbett has been in business at this location since 2008. That's 15 years. Mr. Corbett is not on a double section line as is some of his competitors and others similarly situated. He operates an Italian restaurant, and he has a full bar tavern at this location. The location is located in local jurisdiction, City of Las Vegas. That is where the tavern license has been secured. That particular privilege license at the local level has been in good standing, has had no problems whatsoever since it was granted back in 2008, and he has had no issues at that location with the Department of Business License, City of Las Vegas since then. There are a couple of areas of concern that came up, possibly not necessarily areas of concern. I would probably characterize those as areas of interest, but everybody has their own views as to what is an area of concern and what is an area of interest. I think that the areas of interest can be resolved, and we are prepared to resolve those. This investigation started some time ago with regards to the application that's before you today with Agent David Bradford. Agent Bradford was reassigned, and we ended up receiving Agent Jasmine Jeffries, I think. Both agents obviously were very, very professional, super ethical, and were a delight to work with. And we enjoyed the investigation. We enjoyed them uncovering a few things that maybe we missed, not deliberately, not intentionally, inadvertently. But I think that we have a fairly good record as to what is before the board in terms of personal financial suitability, but also personal history suitability. And Mr. Chairman, I was going to ask you at this point in time, you know, as a lawyer, we can sit here and talk and talk and talk and talk. I really want to get to the meat of what your concerns are, what the concerns of your membership are. And so I was going to take a quick moment, and of course, I'd like you to hear from my client at some point in time as well when we get further through the hearing. But I'd like to know, what specific items would you like me to discuss? Would you like me just to give you my informal little agenda that I have in front of me?
If you have an affirmative, please go ahead and give it.
Okay, fabulous. I'll go ahead and start. There are a couple of areas of concern that have come up. Now, again, this item was scheduled for a June agenda, and it got passed off. Again, we had issues with regards to COVID. We had issues with regards to remote appearances. There was a lot of things going on in the last 3 years that kind of put things behind. People were leaving, retiring, new people coming on board and getting experienced and getting, taught instructionally how to move forward. So I think that there might have been a workforce issue here. Again, there was a transfer of agents, as I indicated earlier. We had thought that the item was ready for hearing going back to June. Again, Agent Jeffries came on board, and there were a couple little items that came up after the fact that were discovered in her second view of this particular application. And I see them as four, Mr. Chairman. And these are the four that I want you to pay the most attention to. And then again, if there's anything that I've missed, again, no one's perfect. And I don't think anybody's looking for perfection, but we're all striving for perfection. I certainly am in my own personal life and professional life. Mr. Chairman, let's go ahead and start off with this lien scenario. There were 3 liens that were disclosed and that had been paid. These are personal income tax liens from the state of Ohio. These were satisfactions and compromise were filed with the Attorney General's office and the state of Ohio on personal income taxes that were paid. And these were the result of a property that Mr. Corbett had owned. It was an income generating property where he was a landlord, was not involved in any of the operations, and he had fallen behind. And these are liens that he had going back some time. One of these 4 liens, so those are 3 liens that were satisfied, and they were satisfied some time ago. They were disclosed timely, and they were satisfied. There is a lien that was discovered some time after the submittal of the application on the second go around. And this was a lien, again, for personal income tax in the state of Ohio. And the amount of the lien was in the amount of $2,024. And this lien was for the tax year, again, state income tax, 2020, to be paid in 2021. We were able to get the information on this particular item. We were notified. We paid it. I provided proof of payment of this lien. It's been satisfied, and we've spoken with the Attorney General's office in terms of receiving satisfactions of those liens and filings of those satisfactions post haste. So as of right now, Mr. Corbett does not owe anyone, let alone the state of Ohio, any monies, whether it be in the form of any tax, a state, local, or otherwise. He also is in good standing with regards to his federal tax obligations as well. I think those are important things to note. I know that you have heard about those, whether in RUMP or on prior occasion, or just in looking at your investigative materials. But those, I believe, have been resolved. We're here to answer questions on that particular item. I'll reserve time on that if you don't mind and move to the second item.
Yeah, let's stop there. So I can look past the 2 2015 liens that have been satisfied, 2014 lien that was satisfied. I do have a question. Why? So the date that the 2020 lien was issued is 1/3, so it's January 3rd. It was satisfied. It was $2,024. So I mean, not an insignificant amount, but not something that would bankrupt most people who want to be business owners. It was released 2/25/22. Why did it take him 2 years to satisfy this lien?
Because he didn't know about it. So this had to do with a physical address change. The state of Ohio had his prior address, which was 7908 Broad Wing Drive, North Las Vegas. He hasn't lived there since 2016. His current location, in terms of where he lives today and has lived since 2016, is 7305 North Buttons Ridge, and that's Las Vegas, Nevada. So that's the issue that we have with that. The notifications did not go to the CPA. The notifications were mailed to an address, and that address, for whatever reason, that specific amount of money that was due, not contested, not disputed, went to an address that Mr. Corbett did not live at, so he didn't get the notice. When we found out about the notice, he moved within 10 days to satisfy it. So it's sort of an aberrational scenario. Of course, we wish that we had known about it, and maybe he could have taken efforts to make certain that the mail was going to the correct address, but he had no reason to believe that mail wasn't going to that new address because he had forwarded mail along and was received mail for other obligations that he had around the country, whether it's his credit card or something of the like, some sort of a debt due and undisputed. But that's the reason. It's elementary, Mr. Chairman.
So failure to additionally forward. What does he own in Ohio? These liens?
It's a piece of property that he has that he leases to a business operator who does business at that particular location.
He doesn't profit share. He's just a tenant. I'm sorry, he's just a landlord, and has been that way for many, many years. It's property that he acquired within his real estate.
Okay, I'll open it to my colleagues on this matter, on this item. Do you have any questions on this?
On the lien? No, I don't have any on the lien.
Do you want to jump forward?
Sure. No, I mean, sorry. I'm sorry that that's the way that
No,
that
it's,
went
you know,
down.
it's
It's,
not
I
your-
wish that we had done different things, but just to, end on that note, Mr. Corbett has taken measures to make sure that this does not happen ever again, and that it's mitigated, and that his business probity is of such a level that he doesn't let things like this slip through the cracks, because they can negatively interfere with what he wants to do in the future, especially as it relates to privileged gaming in Nevada or anywhere else in the world.
Okay, so just 2 points on it though. Just correct myself. All have been released
Yes.
and these were fully disclosed.
Well, they weren't fully disclosed.
Oh, you got, sorry, we found it because you didn't know the ones that you
Yes.
knew of. Okay,
Yes.
got it.
So there
Understood.
were 3 that were disclosed. Agent Bradford and I, there's a specific letter in the file between Agent Bradford and myself.
Understood. Understood. Sorry. Was skipping ahead to a different one.
Sure. I'm sure, just knowing you, I think you probably want to get into the citation by Metro. So why don't we go ahead and go right to that one? So as we know, and as Agent Jeffries and also investigative staff pointed out, there was a citation that was issued to the business, and this became a little confusing for me as well, in the sense that it kind of caught me a little bit by surprise, because it just, for somebody who's been in business for as long as Ken has been here in Las Vegas, Ken's 79 years old, and he works 7 days a week, and literally, 24 hours a day. Business is not open 24 hours a day. He provides for his entire family. His son works with him at the restaurant, and they've really, really been successful at this location. The food's incredible. I stop by monthly for my pints of, 1 pint of meat sauce and 1 pint of just regular tomato sauce. Yeah, I would recommend you try it, because it really is a hit in this area of town. And he's done very, very well. Another point too, before we get to this, because it has to do with the operations and being able to operate your business and knowing the people that are there. And if you're not there, you need to make certain someone's responsible there instead of you. And I think that's what happened here, is there was a mistake, kind of fell through the cracks, just because we only have one Ken Corbett at 79 years of age, who's working full time and hasn't missed a day of work in, I think, 3.5 years, but I'll speak to that in a minute when we get to him. But as for the citation, Metro came in for just a routine, regular business license check. And as you know, Metro works with the Departments of Business License, unincorporated Clark County Business License, and obviously City of Las Vegas. So there was a check. There was no dispute between patrons. There was no telephone calls to the police department. There was no fight outside. There's nothing that caused the police to be there. It was just a routine check. They wanted to go in. They hadn't been in for a while. He'd been in business for a significant period of time. And they wanted to check employee lists. They wanted to check to make sure that everybody had their own employment file. They wanted to make sure that under, the City of Las Vegas Municipal Code, that they were in compliance, an updated employee worksheet, TAM cards, sheriff's cards. Well, when they got there, Mr. Corbett wasn't there. And from time to time, he'll leave the property to either make a banking deposit or to do something that needs to be done in the ordinary course of the day. Sometimes he'll take a walk around the block. Well, on this particular day, he went to the bank. And if you look at the citation, it's even more interesting. The citation was issued to the business, but you'll notice that the citation that was issued on the day of the alleged infraction was actually signed by Ken, because he had gone to the bank on that day to make a deposit, and he came back. And at the time he came back, the police were there, and they were talking with an employee that's no longer an employee there, that had made a claim that she's the responsible party when he's gone, which was just not true. And so there was a citation that was issued for having somebody there in the capacity of a manager that did not have a key employee license or had not been found suitable, personally suitable, to manage.
What's the rule there then? Somebody, I mean, the police wouldn't just jump to the conclusion that the 20-year-old was the manager. Somebody told the police she's the manager right now, right?
I think that she told, if you look at the report, it's a two-page citation. I think that the police officer had indicated that she had said that she was the manager, that somebody had referred to her as the manager.
When it seemed like some other employee had said, I don't know what her name is, but you know, the 20-year-old is the manager.
Yes.
Yeah.
And that was just untrue.
Well, they issued the citation, you signed it, you paid for it. So
Yeah. So when you went to court, I'm sure this was all cleared up, I assume.
Yeah. So to make a long story even longer, what happened is Metro did their investigation.
Make a long story short.
Yeah, I mean, the difficult part we have here is that
it's wonderful food there and everybody loves it.
Yeah, I mean, get the meat sauce. I mean, this is the difficult part because I know you, but I will say this. His name is on this application.
Yeah, so the citation was dismissed. So the city of Las Vegas, they have.
He paid it. He paid it though.
So no, correct.
Okay.
So the Metro does their investigation and they made a report, and the city of Las Vegas, the city attorney's office got a hold of the citation as they do. It went through screening. He had a court date, and at the court date, he walked in. There was a deal offered in lieu of going to trial on it and determining whether or not he was guilty. And they decided to accept the fee and dismiss the charges. They closed the case. The bottom line is that he learned a lot from that particular experience. You know, it wasn't like we're sitting here saying, well, it was dismissed and we paid a fine and nothing happened. The bottom line is that we implemented some very, very robust procedures to avoid that from ever happening. Meaning if there is an issue, he has a specific person that is to make a phone call. If he happens to be gone at any particular time, that makes a phone call to him. There's none of this, I'm the manager, I'm the person that's, if he's not there, we have a specific individual that will be able to pick up the phone and call him at any specific point in time he decides to leave for any period of time. But like I said, he's been working there he hasn't taken a day off in the last 3.5 years. So he's there. He's the one that's responsible.
So the routine business license check turned up what?
It turned up that there was somebody there that said that they were the manager. They didn't have a work card.
What was the context though? Liquor licensing, right?
Liquor license.
Right.
Yes. So yeah, the city of Las Vegas did not file any notices of orders to show cause as to why the license should be revoked, because again, they wanted to see the ultimate disposition of the citation, and the ultimate disposition of the citation, because everybody's innocent until proven guilty, was a dismissal of him. But I think again, the bottom line is that, listen, we're not happy about that because it's kind of like a black mark on our record, and Ken takes this stuff very, very seriously. I mean, this is not like, oh yeah, we just paid the fine and moved on. No, we were very upset about the situation. He was very upset about the situation because he quite frankly has, as far as operations are concerned, he has a stellar record. And I don't think anybody can suggest otherwise. This guy has for 15 years done, I mean, God's work at this location, Mr. Chairman, not to mention the fact that he kept every single person employed during COVID, during the shutdown. There was not one person that was laid off. Okay, so he is not only contributing to the community, he's not only contributing to the betterment of the community, but he's also taking into consideration things that he has done, because guess what? You want to know what he told me? He said, you know, JT, about this citation? He said this. And I said, well, what does that even mean? And he said, you know, I can sit there and point the finger at everybody else, but you know what? I'm the one who's responsible for this because it happened on my watch, and it's not going to happen again. So I think the moral of the story here is that you have a businessman that made a mistake. We all make mistakes. Warren Buffett even said you follow somebody for 50 miles, you're going to catch him doing something wrong. I think I broke the law 4 or 5 times. I rolled through a stop sign. I probably was going 4 or 5 miles under the speed limit at one point and driving 4 or 5 miles per hour over the speed limit. The bottom line is that we put in place measures to avoid that from ever happening again, and we took it seriously. And that's the only other thing we can do. It happened. But we're certainly going to do everything we can to make sure it never happens again.
If I may, Chair, just
please jump in.
Okay, so yeah, I mean, the act itself, right? It's not a felony, you know, like some of the other ones that we had in the past. what happened thereafter though, it wasn't disclosed. And that's where I'm like, why wasn't it disclosed? Was it just sloppiness, forgot, was working all the time, didn't notice it? And so, by one thing I started, the act itself was one. I had like 4 others, because then we all of a sudden noted that that individual needed to have a work card, and she did, right? So that was another one, right? She wasn't even able to get one because she wasn't 21.
Well, no, that's not necessarily.
That's not accurate. Okay.
No. She wasn't working in the bar section. She was working in the restaurant section as really a cashier. Making phone calls.
And then the disconnect that we had in the explanation versus what happened, and the explanation, which it seemed to come back, there was an outdated list or this and that. Look, I don't want to make a mountain out of a molehill with this, but you said perfection at the beginning. We don't expect it. Actually, I kind of hope for it, especially when we have some problems in the past. And so that next application that comes through, you're like looking, going, all right, we need perfection here. Otherwise, why would you have waited this whole time anyway, right? Time somewhat heals all wounds. We needed perfection on this one. I appreciate all the explanation that you had here. It does help me, really does. I didn't think it was that big of a deal, this one. This is the lack of disclosure. Like, that's got to go on.
Yeah, what happened
Unless
with
you got to
that?
get to a point where if it's lack of disclosure, we just refer it back and put you in a penalty box for a month or something. But
Yeah.
I'm not suggesting that here. But it's just like that needs to be disclosed.
So as a gaming lawyer, you do your own background, I assume.
Say again?
You do your own backgrounds on your clients.
Yes,
Okay, so did you prepare the application or did he?
I prepared the application.
Okay, so what happened?
It just didn't come up in the due diligence. I mean, it was a business license violation that we didn't even know about at the time. In fact, like you said, and like member Katsaro said, it was brought to our attention by gaming agents. We didn't even know about it. When I started to dip into it, my first reaction was, what happened? Mr. Corbett said, well, you know what? They'd been in a couple of times, and there, maybe were some issues with regards to, like, we missed a person in terms of not having a TAM card, or we had a situation where the employee list wasn't updated, which is required to be updated every week. And so that's the direction that we went. Well, turned out that there was a citation that was issued, and even though it was dismissed and it was closed, it was something that that we just didn't know about, and it just slipped through the cracks. It was just kind of like, one of those things where
You know how seriously we take
I don't think Ken
failures.
quite grasped the magnitude of that particular violation at the time. And so, again, it was one of those things where, it did not get disclosed.
I think it might be different if it was just one failure to disclose, but given that there have been multiple failures to disclose, I see issues with that. That concerns me. Also, this was referred back previously from the 2013 application because the board had concerns then as it relates to theft. Do you want to speak to that?
Well, I think that we hit the 3 liens that were satisfied and paid off immediately. So I think there were 2 other areas of interest that the board had at that point in time under Chair Burnett's tenure, and they had to do with his gambling in one of the hotels and securing markers. And that was one of the reasons why that matter, Jennifer Roberts was his attorney at the time, asked that the matter be referred back to staff.
Because the board was planning to deny it, right?
Oh, I don't know about that. I mean, again, if I had a crystal
that's
ball,
what
I'd
my
be in a
materials
sports book down the road. But
I would
I mean,
have.
I just think that from my standpoint, I think, I think they had concerns with the markers that were taken, and making certain that he had enough time between those markers and the time that he came back to participate and share in revenues. That was 2013, and today we're coming up on 2023, so we're talking about 10 years ago. And I think that when he came into my office, I said, let's just sit tight. Let's get this stuff cleaned up. Let's make sure that we have our T's crossed and our I's dotted. Let's operate for another 8-9 years with no problems. And then we can come back. And we submitted the application. We came back with 2 issues. We came back with an issue with regards to somebody who said they were something that they weren't when he left the premises for 15 minutes. And then we had a situation with a lien that was given to the wrong address in the amount of $2,000 that when we found out about it.
But do you see the pattern?
I don't see it as a pattern.
The consistent need for explanation, the consistent, we don't remember, we don't recall, and then even the explanation that was provided in response to the work card violation didn't really reconcile the issue. The explanation provided was something related to an employee list was updated, and there seemed to be some difficulty in communicating with you and or your client and getting information.
Let me clarify that. There wasn't any difficulty ever getting in touch with me because you probably
I say
have.
getting information from
Who?
or accurate information.
No. I think it was my propensity to want to respond same day to the investigator. And based on the information that the client had provided me within 24 hours of having been notified of the situation, that's the best we could do in terms of understanding what this could have been from, because we really, quite frankly, didn't know. And then we were able to take some time after getting back to the investigator, finding out what the situation was, and then we were able to articulate a more robust response to that. So I don't think it had anything to do with the failure to communicate. And for me, I'm a same day kind of person. So if somebody responds to me,
I did
I
not
wrote a
say a
note to the
failure to
investigator.
communicate. That is an inaccurate misrepresentation.
What's that?
I did not say failure to communicate. That was not what I said.
Oh, well, I'm sorry if I misunderstood you. But in terms of my communication skills, I sent a note just this afternoon to the agent.
So again, it's not related to timing of communication or lack thereof necessarily, right? That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about in getting the answers that were needed, or you characterizing something differently than how it may have occurred, or not providing accurate explanations or information. Does that make sense?
I understand what you're saying. Absolutely.
So apparently that difficulty occurred.
Yeah. So we have a lien for $2,000, which is very important to us, and we're really upset that happened. We took care of it, and we have this issue that's a citation that was issued after 15 years of doing business without one flaw. And it just so happened he was gone, but he had come back within 12 minutes to sign the citation that would have been issued to the business in his absence. So we've adjusted. You're looking at me puzzled. I want to make sure that you understand what I'm trying to say 100%, because it's important to the button pusher. We want to get a favorable
You can go on, but going back, we have this theft issue. That's a massive issue. We're not talking about that right this second, but it is in the back of our minds.
The massive issue is which?
Taking the markers and then, falsifying checks.
So the markers, again, very, very unique for this Nevada, where the district attorney's office can prosecute for private debt, essentially.
Felonies.
Yeah. But he doesn't have any felonies and he was never arrested. And these are from things that occurred early in 2000. These were, if you read the transcript, that wasn't what AG Burnett was
the rule
concerned.
here is any evidence, right?
Yeah.
So this is not a criminal court.
No, I understand. No, listen, we come here with clean hands and good faith to lay it out in full transparency. We totally understand your concerns with regards to how this stuff went down. But the bottom line is that what you're hearing from us today is just, this is what we experienced.
He made an appearance. Is that accurate in the context of this work card issue?
Did I make an appearance?
He made an appearance, your client.
No.
An appearance was made in Las Vegas.
Correct, by counsel.
Fine paid, okay.
By legal counsel.
All right,
not
so
me.
he was aware of it.
Well, he has an attorney that handles
right, but you don't
lots of
just do
different stuff.
things without notifying.
I think that probably what he thought, and when we talked about it, it was kind of like one of those things where this was more like a business license violation. You didn't know that this was a misdemeanor. It was issued a citation for business operations. So he didn't quite get it. Well, the attorney went in, got it resolved, and we adjusted our procedures so that would never happen again. And so since that time, we've never had a problem like that, nor have we had any other operational problems at that location.
Could we hear from the applicant?
Yeah, I'd like to.
Okay.
Hey, Ken, state your name and address.
So what we know about you, Mr. Corbett, is you make a really good meat sauce.
God bless you.
And
actually, it's lousy. The meat sauce sucks.
Does it?
It's the tomato sauce.
Tomato
that's good,
sauce.
but no,
But we've got some trouble with we've got some challenges with your record. The burden, just explain. The burden is on you to establish that you're a person of good character and that you're going to follow our rules.
Yes.
Right. And so when we look as to
whether or not you're going to in the future follow rules, the best indicator of that in our minds is what you've done in the past.
I can see that. I can see that. I'm very nervous right now. That's
Go ahead and take your time. Please.
the I have run privileged licenses my whole life since going back to the 1960s. Okay, I've never had a problem. Never lost a license. I've never had anything ever go bad. I own 2 properties in Ohio, not 1 but 2. They're pubs and they're on a campus of a university, Bowling Green State University. Two really nice pubs. They're beautiful places. They're 6,000-7,000 square feet, very nicely done. And I've been leasing them out to a person for like 17 years now. It's been a long time, and they're really nice. And that's where my income comes from. The buildings are basically paid for. Okay, bought the first building in 1876. Okay, I'm really old. And I came out here. What's funny is how I got here was the one of my tenants there wasn't having a real good time with his food operation. Okay, he wasn't doing real well. So I said, well, let me call Steve Rosati. It's the Rosati family that owns all the restaurants. They have 200 locations. He's a good friend of mine. We grew up together back in Mount Prospect, Illinois. And see if he can come out and see if he would like to take over the kitchen or maybe help you out or do something. So it comes on out. And he says, looks at it and it's too small. Can't put a pizza oven there and all that kind of stuff. So he says, so we go out to dinner. We're sitting around relaxing. He says, I've got a location in Las Vegas, Ken. If you want to have it, I'll give it to you. And that was the one at 8001 Durango. So I was having him there to help me with that store. I said, okay, I'll take a trip to Las Vegas. And got on a plane and came out. I looked at the location and it was a 2-lane road with a stop sign there at that time at Durango and Grand Teton. And I looked at it and I said, this is a great spot. This is really, really a nice location. So I think I'll take it. So I end up calling him back, says, I'll take the location in Las Vegas. So I took it, I put it together, and we worked really hard. You know, we opened just the pizza there to begin with. Then we expanded it and we put the pub room in next door. And then we had a little patio on the outside. So we've been there 15 years and business has been really good. I cannot complain. Business is good. But now it's getting tougher because labor has gotten very expensive. Used to pay people $10 or $12 an hour. Now I'm paying people $18, $19 an hour, which is fine, you know. So, but you got to raise your prices and you need to create more income if you're going to do that. And the cost of goods has gone up. I used to pay $1.50 a pound for chicken wings, about $3.50. Okay, so the price of all the products have gone through the roof, and you can't double your prices. In other words, you can't automatically go from $7 for 6 wings to $14. So you end up eating part of that. So that's part of the problem. So always try to create some more income as we go along. But we did over our sales there. We're a little over 2 million last year. And that's food and beverage without gaming. It's just food and beverage. We serve anywhere from 500 people on a night to 800 people on a night.
What are your costs?
Well, right now we're
In a
running
year? Last year, so 2 million is what you made. Tell me what your costs were.
Well, I'd say last year was probably high. This year I've got it down to about 32, 33, but it was probably over 40 last year.
1,000
food cost, yeah, because of everything went up. I mean, you know, cups, just across the board, everything went up. And
you're including labor.
no, labor
Give me
7.
the total cost of what you spent.
Oh, between labor and food, probably 70%.
7%. Okay.
And then you have everything else, your insurance, your everything else on top of that. So basically, you're not going to get real rich on it. You just go along and pay all your bills. But we kept everybody. So I know a lot of places had a tough time restaffing. We didn't, because I have some people who've been with me 15 years, and we treat them great.
You know, they really are loyal.
So with respect to the citation, then it was just something, it didn't make it to the application. So what was with the omission? Explain how that happened.
Yeah, that's a good question because I didn't, pardon, my memory's not that fantastic. Okay. So, somebody mentioned it and I just didn't, honest to God, I didn't remember it. Okay. I would just flat tell you the truth, put me on a polygraph.
You shouldn't have to remember. I mean, there should be a full search on
Right,
your
right.
background before you fill out the application.
Sure. And I wasn't trying to hide anything. I don't need to hide it. I know who I am. You know, I'm very proud of what I've done. And
I'm just thinking maybe there was some bad communication going on. Just some of the issues that you had in 2013 that were discussed on the record a minute ago was framed as a gambling sort of concern. There was no concern with that. It is a special state in this regard that we do consider these things to be felonies here, and they do take action. I understand there was no conviction in those cases, correct?
No conviction,
dismissed,
nothing. This was paid
But
off.
it still was, I mean, to your point though, it still was disappointing to us that Ken even went through this. This is something that again, and reflects on. So it's not just like, well, you know, he never got arrested. It never resulted in a conviction and he paid it off. And that was the end of it. It was like,
it's passing bad checks though, is what it is.
It's not something he's proud of. Let's
Sure.
just put it that way.
To begin with, I didn't know a marker was a check.
I mean, you sign it though. So
I know. I found out it was a check.
I read the transcripts and the whole dialogue that you weren't aware that it was a check. I mean, you're signing it. They have
sign for the
triplicate
marker
forms.
is
You
what
get
I
a
thought it was.
piece of it. You know.
Yeah.
But it's never happened again. It happened
No.
at 3 properties.
Well, that's a major
Palms,
issue though.
Green Valley Ranch.
No.
And it happened Green Valley Ranch, Palms. It happened at the Golden Nugget, all within the same period of time. And it's never happened since.
And that was 2013.
This is 2008.
Discussed in 2013.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah,
That's
it
all.
was 15 years ago.
Okay.
Okay.
Understood.
I mean, if I saw that on an ERU, an employee registration application, I would probably deny it.
I would also like to add that according to your own explanation, the local banks would not give you credit for your fledgling business. And as a result, you cash the reference NSF checks to fund the business.
That's not quite true. But anyway, it was hard at that time in 2008. Everything was tough. It was, the banks were shutting down. No one could get anything.
So can you tell me what's not right about that?
Well, I'm trying to think.
Would you like me to repeat it?
No, I understand what you're saying.
Okay.
Yeah,
because to me that seems like you're admitting that it was intentional.
No,
and that you knew beforehand that
the
was
markers
what you
were,
wanted to do.
I tried to get money after the markers, not before the markers.
I'm sorry?
See, the markers came after, in other words, I took the markers out, but I didn't go, when I looked for money, I needed some money to pay them. I went to the bank and nobody was doing it. In other words, I didn't take the markers out to get money. See what I'm saying? In other words, I didn't take them out at all to get any money from anybody. I don't owe anybody anything. I basically have zero debt service in my company. Don't owe a dime. Okay.
So the board was so concerned in the 2013 public meeting that they were planning to deny it, but your counsel at the time requested that it be referred back. Is that accurate?
Yes, it's accurate. She requested that extend something to the board, but I have no debt, no
Let me
personal
take a
debt.
2-minute break. I want
Go
to
ahead.
talk to our counsel.
Okay, sounds good. Okay. Yeah. What? What? Oh, yeah. What? Yeah.
excuse me, I was just trying to assess our options here.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, did you want me to finish?
Please, go ahead.
Okay, yeah, no,
Sorry.
thank you. And
I did want to follow up on that because I want to make sure it's characterized and framed properly. Because when I was reading you just said yes to that, to Member Watkins' question. And there was a two-part there. It was going to get denied and it was requested to be referred back. I don't recall them reading the transcripts that it was gonna get denied.
I
I
didn't see
do
it
recall it was absolutely referred back, but I just want to make sure, I don't remember the record so clearly right now in front of me. My recollection was simply, there was a discussion, they were not comfortable at all, and there might have been a request for withdrawal, though.
that's the way I
That's how,
understand it.
Okay.
exactly.
Okay, because you said yes. And that was like, okay, wait a minute, now you confused me because I don't recall that, and I'm happy to be corrected too. It's a lot of transcripts there.
I don't know that the transcript said that, but that was the characterization that are in my, it was in my materials as it relates to
Okay.
the board.
And Member Watkins, and I was going to say too, I read the transcript again a few times too, and I didn't see it anywhere in there. I know that there were some concerns and they wanted to get some time between these incidents, but I understand the way that you're looking at it as well. And I understand that you're looking at him and saying, listen, can we trust an individual like this to make the right decisions in a privileged ecosystem, so to speak? And I got to tell you, Member Watkins, Ken's a friend of mine. I see him on a weekly basis. I know his wife, who happens to be very sickly, Ann. We're going to get into that in a second too, because I thought that was an area of interest that we wanted to address too, in terms of her purported ownership and how that went down. But some of the things that you're speaking of right now, we're not proud of the things that happened decades ago. There's not a whole lot we can do about what was done other than do things differently in the future. And we wanted to if you look at the common theme of what the board was really getting at back in 2013 was, they were looking at these items. They felt that they didn't have all of the answers to their questions, so they couldn't check boxes like there were no satisfactions of judgments on those liens. There wasn't a very, very good explanation as to what happened with these markers that were taken in terms of, number one, how did that go down? And number two, there wasn't enough time between these felonies, which are very, very serious in the state of Nevada, and the time that he was asking to participate in game revenues on a higher end as a licensee in the state of Nevada. So, I understand your concerns, but in terms of his business probity, he really operates this place, tight. It's a tight ship.
I would say that, I entirely accept that he operates the pizza business in a way that's beyond reproach.
So thank you, Mr. Chair. So let me make an
That's
example.
as far as I will go.
No, I understand, but let me give you a good analogy.
Before you get into the analogy, can I just round out where I was at on just understanding the transcript of my understanding of it was, again, talk about withdrawals versus not, please refer back at the time. Okay, refer. And at that point you were you did have an SRO in place, correct?
Yes.
You had machines there.
And that's
he was on a space lease already, as he is now.
Yeah.
Same SRO at that point as now. Okay, so the result at that point was he could carry on with his business with that SRO. But we're going to refer that application, which at the time I think was not a percentage revenue approval. It was to be licensed, probably with the use of an SRO. Okay.
That's exactly.
I want to make sure I had it under.
I don't want to talk around this, beat around the bush forever here. So our options are approve. I'm not in favor of approving. Deny. I also don't want to, sentence this man to purgatory. We can refer it back. I don't see the reason to refer it back.
Well, here's what I was going to say, Mr. Chairman.
Or we can allow withdrawal.
So this is kind of what I was going to say, is if you really kind of get down to the nuts and bolts of it, what is the difference between him having a space lease and him having the opportunity to share in gaming?
He doesn't have anything to do with the operation of the gaming.
I understand that. All I'm suggesting is that yesterday nothing's going to change. If you approve this today, nothing is going to change. We are still going to integrate our very, very high level of conditions and responsibilities and obligations that we are committed to. Okay, this is all this is today before you, Mr. Chairman, is a money deal. This has to do with nothing changes with the exception of how much money Mr.
Maybe.
Corbett gets.
I mean,
No,
we
it's
can
not
get
even
rid of the
maybe.
SRO if he wants to.
So what my suggestion would be, Mr. Chairman, is let's give him an opportunity to be successful. Again, all he's doing is nothing more than what he's required to do under the current slot route operators agreement. So what I'm suggesting is, why don't we give him a 1-year limited?
I don't want to do that.
Let me answer that question that you posed. You said what's changed? What's changed is that he's come before the board today, and we're required under NRS 463.1702A to consider the qualifications for license or finding of suitability or approval. That's what's changed.
And I don't think he meets the standard. I mean, we have to, in my mind, there's a standard, he hasn't met it. And I look back over time and he hasn't met it repeatedly. So I am at withdrawal with or without prejudice. That's sort of where I'm at. I don't want to deny him.
Why don't we do this? Why don't we set him up?
What do my colleagues think?
I'm definitely not in favor of approval. It's not just the 2013 allegation, or the 2013 complaints, the liens, the municipal code violations, and some of them recent. So this isn't all stuff. If it was just all stuff that happened in 2013, maybe you have a better argument, but this stuff is recurring. And also there are multiple failures to disclose in addition to these recurring incidents. So no, I'm not in favor of approving, but I would, honestly, I'm between a denial and a withdrawal.
Why don't we, again, I like to always look for a solution. Like, let's be a part of the solution, not a part of the problem. And so for me, it's kind of like, he's there, he's operating.
He's operating a pizza parlor.
A bar with 15 machines.
Right, but he doesn't control the machines.
Right, but nothing changes under what we're asking you to do.
Except that he will have no ability to manage or deal.
No, the only thing that he'll have, Mr. Chairman, is more money in his pocket at the end of the month. But we can get past that, because here's what I was going to recommend, Mr. Chair. Here's what I was going to recommend is, why don't we refer it back to staff and take a deep breath, take a look at the record a little closer in terms of how this actually did get streamlined. Because remember, I went through 2 sets of investigators on this particular deal. And remember, the investigation on the first go around didn't find the citation either, the one that I didn't find. Okay, I don't want to get into the details of that right now because it's not necessary. Because again, we're all trying to do the right thing.
Right. Ultimately, it was found.
What I'm suggesting, Mr. Chairman and members of the board, is that why don't we refer it back to staff and let him come back and let's shed some light. Let's get some color on really how these things went down, if that's what you're looking for. Because again, going back to April of this year, when this thing was slated under one agent to go forward on the June agenda, and I have emails, I can send them over to you if you'd like. And then it being reassigned and being asked, Mr. Moran, can we push this thing back? No problem. Listen, we're here for you. We'll do whatever you want us to do. We're just happy to have an opportunity to come back and plead our case before the board again. Why don't we worked for 2 years on this project. In fact, we've been working on this since 2013 when this thing originally went down, to really to make a really good splash on you all, to really come here and say, listen, we wanted to talk to you about the restaurant's success. We wanted to talk to you about all the good stuff that we did during COVID and all the families that were saved, all the things that we did to make sure that the things that we did do in the past, we made certain that we were never going to do ever again. It was never going to happen again. No one has been hurt. No one has been harmed. And Mr. Corbett is a top-notch operator. So why not give him a hand up? I mean, why not give him an opportunity? At least go back to staff and let's vet really and take a real close look at what the transcript says. Let's also give him a chance for him to at least close in his statement, say, hey, listen, this is me. This is who you're approving, not my lawyer standing at the microphone who's getting paid to talk, my friend, okay, also. But let's hear from him for a minute before you make that final decision, because let's find a way where everybody wins. Because he's going to go back to work today
Right.
And he's going to continue doing good things for the community, and he's going to do it according to the law. He's going to follow the law. He's going to do we've integrated some really great stuff over the last 10 years. And the bottom line is, Mr. Chairman, is that this is about money. And I hate to say that because it's money, because the margins, and I'm glad he went into that. I'm glad that you gave him a chance to talk about the margins in food and procurement, because he is operating on de minimis margins. And this gaming is huge for him. This is going to
meet the standard.
Okay, he has to meet the standard, and no one's
He has to.
suggesting that he has not as of this minute right now. So what I'm saying to you,
So 2013, we're not getting any clarification on that. There's no way.
well, there's nothing to clarify. Right. It's already done.
That's off. That's just done.
It's done. Yeah, it's all, but it was all resolved then.
Well, the record is what it is, and it's not good.
We have 10 years.
We can disagree.
So what? That's okay. But what I was going to say, Mr. Chairman, is why not give him a chance to go back and work with staff to make sure that all the boxes are checked? We are $50,000 in attorney's fees and close to $25,000 in investigative costs at this particular endeavor, and that's on the second go around. And he is trying to do everything he can to throw different lines of revenue that will help him expand the dynamic of his business and provide jobs for the people that are working there. And he understands that he has to operate this place according to the law so that it's not a danger and that he's doing things the right way. So my suggestion is please, Mr. Chairman, give him a hand up. That's what you're known as doing. You've done that your whole life professionally. Member Katsaros, I know that you see a few things with this application that you don't like, and believe you me, we're not proud of, we don't like. And it's not fun sitting here thinking about having to get up and speak to you all about these issues that it's very convenient to forget about yesterday's news, but yesterday's news is right here, splash right in our face, and we're dealing with it. Okay, we're taking advantage of an opportunity that you've given us to explain some of these things. Well, Member Watkins, you're not where you need to be, and that's fine. I respect that. You're the button pusher. You're the one that was appointed. I respect you tremendously. Let's give him a hand up. Let's give him a hand up on this one. Give him an opportunity to show you. Maybe it's a year, maybe it's 2 years, but let's get your staff 100% good with everything. Let's make sure that everything is where it needs to be so that when we come back next time, we have more time to look at. I would be happy to submit policies and procedures. I never was asked for them that we developed after we found out about this citation that was issued relative to typical day-to-day operations. But I'd like to have you have an opportunity to see all that stuff. Just the agents didn't ask for that, so we didn't think that it was relevant. So we stayed focused on what they thought was important, and we did the best that we could. But I mean, we're not trying to talk around anything, and we're taking this smack on the face. So give us a shot.
What I would say is, Mr. Corbett, your lawyer has earned his fees. He's done a very he has done a very good job here, and I don't want this to become personal, Mr. Moran. You're a friend. I've known you for a long time. But if you would, just please have a seat. Let us deliberate, make a decision here.
We appreciate it.
Thank you.
I don't know where the suggestion was that we may have wanted to see those procedures and that, our agents never asked. I wouldn't have been interested in those, frankly, anyways, just saying.
Yes.
I guarantee nothing ever will happen again. Really.
And I
So nothing would happen.
go to
Let's
the
let-
microphone,
yeah,
please.
sorry.
Yeah.
Let's let
Well, if he was going to say something, at least say it in the microphone.
Okay, I just want to tell you, I guarantee you nothing ever would happen again. I will do everything within my powers. to
I
make
can
sure
promise you is I will try your tomato sauce.
God bless you.
That's what I can promise you. So, but thank you.
No,
Mr. Chairman, as an idea, and not to belabor the point, because I agree with everything you're saying, because you and I are always on the same page. Member Watkins, I feel the same thing too. The stuff that you are seeing and found relevant, I feel you, because I feel the same way about it. Member Katsaros, we're both Greek, so I really feel you, buddy.
I knew he was Greek.
Again, you may owe more.
But the suggestion is
I like to say, if you turn me down or we do, I want to say this.
It wouldn't turn you down. I think the withdrawal
I
is probably where I'm
apologize.
headed.
Personally apologize.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you.
I do. Regardless of what happens,
I understand.
I apologize.
And there was a time too where there was the last issue. Again, I think we know you all need to deliberate again, but the last issue really was the issue involving his wife and her ownership of 5%. We were all kind of scratching our heads as to why wasn't she a part and parcel of the application? Well, I said earlier that she's had significant health oriented issues, but we have an amended and a restated operating agreement that was signed back in 2021 in August that took her off. So anything that you'd see on the Secretary of State's website, you don't see management. She was never a manager or never a co-manager. She was never a member essentially, but she had 5%, and that amended, it was just never asked, but I figured I would bring it up just in an abundance of
No, I mean,
caution.
that second item, it's not my problem. It's not a problem for me.
Yeah, I mean,
But
it really just, Mr. Chairman, it just really kind of boils down to, we're just as disappointed as you. Believe you me. I mean, some people stand up here and they make up a bunch of excuses as to why the dog ate the homework and shit like that. Excuse my language. But the bottom line is that we're not here to make up any excuses. We're here, hat in our hand, and we're saying to you that we're taking measures we take this very seriously, and it's integral to the wherewithal of this business.
And we're trying to do our jobs. We're appointed.
And I think you're doing a fabulous job, and it's a pleasure to be in front of all of you and our new executive, Madam Executive Secretary.
That's it.
All right, so
I agree with that. She's outstanding.
Yeah, so I never got to weigh. Yeah, if you guys want to go ahead and sit down. I never got to weigh in where I was at. I was not a denial. I frankly appreciate and respect the judgment of prior boards, and I enjoy the consistency that we have at this agency and the commission level. I'm kind of if there was ever a point to have a denial, it should have been back then. I don't know that I would have in the moment either, but again, that's 2008. Again, you corrected me from the 2013. I think that's big in my mind, because again, that's that time, right? It's not as if you need to be perfect, but I would hope and expect it the second time around in the application, even though this is a minor thing. So I was never there. It was really between a referral and a withdrawal, frankly. And I don't know if there's much of a difference. So
withdrawal,
I guess legally,
when could he reapply? Mr. Soms.
Well, if it's without prejudice,
Right.
At any time. If it's with prejudice, he'd have to wait 1 year. And one other
But
point,
they could take their time to, get everything. in
one other
order, and-
clarification on the withdrawal, as that being an option, is that the applicant would have to make that request.
I understand.
yeah. And so that's I wasn't entertaining with prejudice either, and that's where my head was. But if I would not entertaining a with prejudice. It was going to be either withdrawal or referral, and that's I was like tantamount to the same thing. And so, but I respect the will of my colleagues. And
well, I mean, we try to. I mean, we do deliberate. We don't violate the open meeting law. This is us as raw as you're going to see us, right? Sitting here, going through the issues and trying to find some ground that we're comfortable with. Why I cannot, even a restricted is not acceptable to me. I don't think we met the standard. I could tell you're a nice fellow. This is not an ideal situation for any of us.
It's tough.
But I would like to suggest that we allow withdrawal if you'll make that request instead of a denial, and let it be without prejudice.
And you
Paul,
understand
what do you think, Member Watkins? You want us to go straight for the denial and just okay.
I am willing to entertain withdrawal.
Now, if it's without prejudice, as Mr. Soms mentioned, you can reply at any time, but I would strongly suggest that you go back through your documentation, you develop a stronger case as to why you failed to disclose. That for us is a big deal.
I didn't.
I know, I understand, but the question has to become, why wasn't it reported to you by attorneys and so on, right? There has to be an inquiry on your part. So I don't want to refer it back because I just, there's too much here.
And how do you, and I would also like to know in the future, how do you reconcile the explanations that were given for what happened when LVMPD showed up?
Right.
What probably, I'll guess on, so I wasn't there. I got there a couple minutes.
Could you move to the microphone though?
Okay. My guess, well, it's loud. My guess is that they walked into the bar. Okay, I have a bartender there, and the bartender takes care of the bar. And they ask for a manager or something, and the bartender doesn't know who they are or what they want or what they're doing, and just says, "Well, I can't help you, but maybe Alexia can help you over there." And I honestly think that they were trying to be friendly and helpful, and that's what happened. Then I got there a little while later, and I said, "Well, I'm writing it." I said, "Well, I'm the manager here, you know." So from there, but I don't think the girls were trying to sneak anything. She was just trying to be helpful. And she said, "Talk to Alexia. Alexia might be able to help you out." And I think that's honestly exactly what happened.
But I mean, the explanation that you provided, I believe, in response to was that there was a employee list that was not provided, the employee list was not updated.
Yeah, we.
How is that related to the lack of a work card?
I have no idea. I was just confused as to what the situation was.
We see our problem, though. I mean,
Pardon?
that makes no sense.
No, I know it doesn't seem like me. I thought it was a work card thing to begin with, a sheet, and it was just that's what I thought.
All right, so we put it out there.
We did a
talk about
LexisNexis
denial
search
or
on it.
withdrawal?
We did a LexisNexis search on it and it didn't come up, just like when Agent Bradford did his search and was slating it for the agenda in June. It didn't come up on his radar either.
Okay, so we send agents to every jurisdiction, as you know, right? Check the court records. I mean, I can't get around that. We spend, it is applicant money, but tens of thousands of dollars to send our people all over the world to check for these records. So, I mean, here in Las Vegas, I mean, I can't give you a pass on that. I mean, I can't. So those are the choices in my mind.
Well, we would really like to, because of the fact that it's very, very expensive. I mean, that's the reason why we're here, is trying to create another revenue stream.
I understand.
It's very expensive to kind of move back through.
I mean, I can't go forward based on a desire for revenue unless the standard's bad.
So what's the harm, Mr. Chairman, in referring it back and letting us
withdrawal without prejudice or denial?
No, I understand. I'm just saying we're so far along in the investigation.
I appreciate you, Mr. Moran. I really do. But I mean, I've just laid out the options.
Yeah, that's fine. What would you like to do?
It's whatever you think is the best thing to do. I'll go along with whatever you say. Is it possible if we withdraw in a couple of years to try?
Can we
reapply whenever you want.
Can we have a couple of minutes? I want to make a quick phone call.
Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. If we can just take a break for 5 minutes or 1 minute or 2 minutes.
Yeah.
Should we go to the next agenda item, or are we gonna wait?
Yeah, I think we should.
Yeah, actually, we'll come back to you.
You don't mind?
No, it's fine.
All right, sorry to keep you here.
No, you're fine. Let's go on this. Is it number 3? Let's go ahead and table this for a second and go to number 3, please. Yeah, 3.
Restricted number 3 is the application of Store Llc for a transfer of interest as noted on the agenda.
Hey, welcome.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
All right.
Good afternoon.
Is this going to be as exciting as the last one?
Yes. We promise there is no pasta.
There's no sauce, maybe a little bit of beer, wine.
All right.
I'm not Greek. Asian.
We're hungry, but we're not gonna.
Good afternoon, Chairman, members of the board. My name is Serena Troy with National Licensing Services, and to my right is Ms. Bonnie Petros, and to her right is Mr. Scott Petros. The application was for a transfer of interest. This is a 100% joint tenant license. Mr. Scott would like to get back into construction development the way he had been working years ago. And so the market's turning. His son is in construction, so they like to go ahead and transfer interest for liability purposes. During the investigation, we didn't find anything through our background check. Right. However, it was brought to our attention through the agent that there was a lien that wasn't disclosed. Immediately, we contacted the IRS, and Scott informed me that when he contacted, when they were paying taxes, for the year before, it was a 1031 exchange, so he didn't buy any real estate. Right. He knew he'd have to pay some taxes. And on that day, October 15th, under the advisement of his bookkeeper, he did contact the IRS he notified them that they would owe him some money. And so they agreed to him setting up some terms. He then made a payment of $78,000 on that day. And he specifically asked if I make a payment.
On that day.
Yes. And so then he asked, if I make a payment, will you file a lien? The answer was no. So it wasn't even a thought. Continued to make payments. June 14th, 2022, he made his final payment of $24,000, $363. As soon as we submitted the response to Agent Katie, he then went to his mailbox and there was a release from the IRS on that day. Currently, there was nothing that is outstanding. He has paid his debt. We did do a background search check. We looked at his IRS payment activity, and it doesn't show anything with regards to any liens. It does show notices that were sent. It shows the payments that were made. He received a notice that says that you owe a balance. Again, there was no notification of a lien. He continued to pay, and we did submit a copy of his payments that started in October, again, trailing all the way over to June, and it shows that he has a zero balance as of today. It was an oversight. Again, he would have notified the board immediately and disclosed anything. It's not about evading any taxes or anything. It's just he wants to go on and do his real estate passion. His wife is ready to take over. She does work at her existing facility 3 days a week, and she's at the store 4 days. She does have her son-in-law that's there as well, and so it is a family-run business. We're here to answer any questions you may have.
Right. Let me ask questions of my colleagues. Do you have any questions about that, about the lien?
Nothing on the lien, no.
So what caught my attention with regard to this application is the fact that he doesn't have to do anything. This is a joint tenancy, right? It's held in joint tenancy. And he can just go off and do his business, and there's no harm, no foul. Nothing needs to change.
Correct.
So why?
So when you're asking applications, when you sign for a guarantor as a lease, any person that's listed on the LLC must come forward and sign that lease. Obviously, in privileged licensing, when we look at it for liquor and gaming, they oftentimes ask if you're not an owner of the business and you're just a manager, why are you personally signing and guaranteeing that? Obviously, it then affects their business and their license within gaming. And again, it is a privileged license. So rather than do anything that might affect his license, he wanted to make sure that you can separate that. So when he does his business with his LLCs and construction, different from what his wife.
So you don't have any of that lead over into this. Notice you're not getting into marijuana. There's no issue with anything like that.
Totally against it.
Sorry, it's one of those things when we did it years
Well, I mean, it's just
ago.
it's an oddity, right? It's just something.
Well, it was all based on years ago when we did this with Chairman Nylander and board member Sayer and Clayton. It was an applicant we had, it was a gay couple. So what do we do? And they said you can do joint tenants. So if either one passes away, of course, then the survivor get that. And so it was something that we discussed years ago. And I thought, well, for a married couple, it would only make sense. But then when the downturn of the construction, now the upturn, want to give him an opportunity to do his thing, because obviously Schedule J asks, have you personally signed, co-signed, guaranteed anything? Question.
You're not planning on doing anything wrong in the construction industry. I hope.
It's booming.
We have a great opportunity right now.
No, you do.
From
I agree with that.
perspective. So, I have my son, he's got a general contractor license. I have a real estate license myself. Like to move up in the world, like show them the ropes. So hopefully, like this, give us more opportunity to go, like to different directions.
You want to retire?
64 years old in a couple of years.
And you're starting construction. I like to see that. Any questions, please jump in.
No, my concern was why transfer was happening as well. I think you've answered that question. I'm happy to support the application.
Thank you.
Thank you.
What kind of market is this? We don't have all the materials on it because it was a simple transfer.
It's almost market everything that we have in there, like a little bit of groceries, quite a bit of liquor, like we got in there. Beautiful store. I wish you guys can come and see it. We do wonderful, very clean, and everybody impressed with us, like been in the community just for 3 years, and everybody loves us in there. And we became, like the talk town. So business being great.
Nice.
Fun, you have a great audience in there when you come in.
And I believe you opened without gaming, so definitely survived and realizing that gaming is incidental to your primary business. It makes sense.
And you had one in Michigan as well.
We had state of Michigan store, my brother and I, for about 18 years. We had a lottery in there.
Where?
Was in Garden City, right on the border of Garden City and Livonia. Oh, Westland. Yeah, Westland in there.
They're both from Michigan.
But like
Awesome.
over here.
Hello.
Whenever I meet someone from Michigan, it's
Yes.
always I'm from here.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Okay,
Did you have any other questions?
thank you for coming forward, making your explanation.
Thank
That
you.
was helpful.
Just have one something in here. Personally, I've had made some luncheon to the city of Las Vegas, some councils in there that we had. Can we bring in a beautiful grape leaves that she made for luncheons to you guys? At sometimes when you have a lunch,
Grape
is that
leaves?
okay? Not
What's the federal rule? I think if we get a
Federal
gift,
rule,
we
we
have to
cannot.
put it out for, full distribution.
They just said no alcohol. I've done that once.
Okay.
Are you guys Greek?
Huh?
Are you Greek or something? With a
No,
grape
Middle
leaf?
Eastern.
Huh?
Middle Eastern.
Ah, okay.
If you go to Clayton
Like
Market, they'll
don't
have
want
it.
to say
in the-
domades, but I think it's the same thing, right?
What?
Grape-
What
Marcus?
Domades?
Yes,
Same
same
thing.
thing.
Okay.
Yes.
Aisle
You
3.
make them, yeah?
She make an incredible.
You make domades?
Yes.
So we can go in there and buy them.
No, not at the store. I'm sorry.
Oh, not in the
Not at
store.
yeah.
Okay.
That's why we offered.
No,
to
sorry, I
bring
can't do
luncheon.
it.
Oh,
Just
okay.
put
We
it in
can't do
aisle
it?
3.
Okay.
Just give her a call and you can pay for it, whatever.
Well, we're not gonna
Thank
extend it
you.
any longer. You guys are tired. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
You know.
Thank you.
guys
No,
made it.
I don't feel as bad for canceling the workshop now that it's 4:00. So,
It's rush
All
hour.
right.
Let's do it.
I don't think I made the motion yet, so I
yeah, so thank you.
leave it.
In any
Go
case,
blue.
All
Thank
right.
you. Yeah. Go
Thank
blue.
you.
Go blue.
thank you.
Thank
No,
you.
let's-
Wrong one.
One minute,
Hold on, hold on, guys.
Go green.
Hold on.
I'd ask for a motion then if there are no.
Yeah.
All right. I move to recommend approval of restricted item number 3 is read into the record by Secretary Rupert.
Member Katsaros?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chair Gibson?
Thank
Thank
you.
you so much.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's the line.
All right, we did not read in, is it 8 or 9? We did not. You want to come back? All right, let's go back to 2. Yeah, let's go back to.
We didn't read in 8 or 9.
No, there was one we missed. I thought it was 8, 9, 10 that were on the consent, but something's changed. Were all 3 on consent?
8, 9, and 10 were on
Okay,
consent.
all
We
right.
only have 1 and 3.
All right, perfect.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, John Moran III.
So we're back on number 3 for the court reporter's record.
Number 1.
1.
Number one, sorry.
Yes, good afternoon again, Member Chair, or Mr. Chair, members of the board, Madam Executive Secretary. It's always nice to see your smiling face. Yours too, yes, Member Watkins.
What about these
We
two?
have
don't
two
smile.
things. We have 2 things for you. Number 1, we appreciate considering the referral back to staff. Just kidding, strike that.
I do like Mr. Moran. I do. This is just a tough spot. You understand?
We would. So we will graciously accept your offer to allow us a withdrawal of the application without prejudice. We want to be transparent with the board and let the board know that we are going to be refiling our application
I would do it immediately.
immediately.
You are immediately?
We would like to, just because we know that you guys are out 8 to 16 months. So we don't want to, we don't want to waste any more time. I mean, we can be back here in another year and a half, the rate that things are going. So my only suggestion would be is that. And then I was going to ask you, Mr. Chairman, if you could articulate exactly, what the issues were for you as to why you felt this couldn't move forward, didn't meet the standard, so that we can understand what we need to do differently moving forward to be a better licensee and a better operator and somebody that you guys can be proud of when we come back next time.
This is not a denial, and so I don't want to make a record of denial. I think the record speaks for itself, candidly. What do you have any thoughts on the immediate filing? It is without prejudice.
We're not 16 months out. So I don't know. I mean, shorter, correct?
Yeah, way less than that.
Okay. And I think we added a resource or 2 perhaps.
Oh, taking 2 steps forward, 1 step back. So we're working on it.
Really?
I just know you guys are really busy. We have applications in the
Well,
process.
the non-restricted, yeah, that queue is very full.
Did you say 2 steps forward and 1 back?
But again, Mr. Chairman, if it gives you any pause, just say so, and we'll hold back.
No,
for a
I
year.
just,
We're here. We're at your mercy. We're here to do whatever you'd like us to
no, you're
do,
not at our mercy.
and we're not going to stop until we get the result that we feel it's right. We're going to work hard, and we're going to make you proud because you're going to be here, and the next time, and you're going to be here, and you're going to be here hopefully. And quite frankly, we want to do what is expected
So
of us.
I guess I'm not going to make a full record, but you got to get your story straight. You really, there are inconsistencies in the stories here. You've got to explain why he did not disclose.
Got it.
Right? I mean, it's got to be a transparent explanation. You didn't catch it,
100%.
and you didn't fully check, then admit it. And he's got to live with that. I mean, he signed it. Ultimately, it's his responsibility, but you just need to be completely accurate.
Yeah.
That's what I would say. And let's just stop there.
No.
So I would ask for a motion. They've agreed to a
Mr.
withdrawal
Chairman,
without-
they
yes.
have to submit that request in writing. And I
Okay.
believe,
Got the form.
there you go.
Yeah, we've got a form
it?
right here.
All right.
Just need to sign it.
I have it. Yeah, sure. Would you like us to do it right now?
Filled out.
For sure. Thank you.
Is there anything additional we need to do on our part?
Just act on the request
Which we will do in writing or here?
through a
Verbally.
motion.
I'm sorry?
Through a motion.
Okay.
Have we thrown enough curveballs at you with motions?
Right?
Yeah. Well, we're testing.
I'm adapting.
All right.
That will be in the motion.
Thank you. Yeah, I knew there was a form. I just wasn't sure. We procure or you. Appreciate it.
So I'll give this to the secretary. And then they can make a motion. It's up to decide with or without prejudice. This is just a rule.
Yeah.
So when you go sit.
We'll do
down,
without
do some
prejudice and
prayer.
we'll sign it as soon as done that.
I wasn't sure.
We're good. You'll get a chance. You'll get a chance.
I appreciate you showing up. You've done a good job under the circumstances.
Yeah, I'm proud. I love being. It's fine. I'm proud to be here. It's my mistakes.
I understand.
And you pay for your mistakes, and you hope you learn from them, and you do better in the future. That's all you can do.
Right. Well, there's no one in the audience, so it's not.
What's that?
There's no one in the audience. So if you're going to make a mistake or have it disclosed, this is a good time. Right. All right. With that, I would ask for a motion, please.
I move. Did we get the paper? Or-
We have it.
Okay. I would move to grant the request to withdraw without prejudice.
Okay, Madam Secretary.
Member Katsaros?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chair Gibson?
Aye. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman,
Is there,
just to be clear, there are 2 requests to withdraw at this point.
Yes, the second one. Yeah, let's do that one as well. That's easy.
You sure we can't just leave that one on?
Yeah.
That would have been neat.
So, okay, so I'll do another separate, just to be clear. In the first one, I did say withdrawals plural, but.
well, you
I'll-
did.
I apologize. I did not hear that. If
Oh,
you
okay,
did,
okay.
That's fine.
Okay. But just for the sake of the record, I will do another. So I'll also move to request, okay. I will move to grant the other request to withdraw without prejudice.
Madam Secretary. Is it Mike, Mr. Soms? Is that acceptable?
That is acceptable.
Okay, thank you. Please.
Member Katsaros?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chair Gibson?
Aye.
Okay.
No, and Mr. Chairman and members of the commission and board, I will tell you that this has been an eye opener, and I want to tell you that we appreciate time. We appreciate the time of your staff. We appreciate all the hard work that they've put into this particular application. It's just an ongoing process, and they say Rome wasn't built in a day. And I think another year or two, or whatever the time frame looks like for Mr. Corbett, I think at some point in time you're going to get a format of Mr. Corbett and a past track history that I think you can swallow, so to speak, in the future. So it gives us something to look forward to. We appreciate not having the ultimate sanction, of course.
Yeah.
And so we're glad that you have faith in us in that regard. And I think the next time we're back here, I think you'll be quite pleased with the results. Thank you. Have a good
Thank
week.
you, Mr. Moran.
Appreciate
I
it.
appreciate your guidance. All right.
Be in better shape. Broke my back.
Hope your wife's feeling.
Yes, please.
She's had a really
You-
tough time. She had 3 strokes. in the last 11 months. She's bedridden pretty much. And then 4 weeks ago, I slipped in my bathroom and broke my L1 vertebrae. It's been a hell. It's been a tough. It's been a tough. But thank you.
I can tell. Thank you. Okay, so we are done then with our restricted agenda. Just 1 second. Yeah, let's go on to our casino player dispute appeal.
You have 2 casino player dispute appeals. Item 1 is Harmander Hyundai versus Peppermill Hotel and Casino. The hearing examiner recommends the agent's decision denying payment be affirmed. Would you like me to read in the second item at the same time?
Does anyone have any questions or want to discuss the first item?
I've had an opportunity to review and do not need any discussion on this item.
So please go ahead.
Item 2 is Teen Trin versus Harvey's Resort Hotel Casino and Harrah's Casino Hotel Lake Tahoe. The hearing examiner recommends the agent's decision denying payment be affirmed.
Okay. All right, any conversation, any discussion on these 2 items?
None for me, other than I will mention that I agree with both of the findings, the enforcement agents as well as the hearings officer.
Yeah, and the editor did a very fine job too. All right, with that, I'd ask for a motion.
Okay, I'll make these 2 motions separate. I move to approve the hearing examiner's recommendation that the agent's decision denying payment of $50,000 be affirmed as the first item.
Member Katsaros?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chair Gibson?
Aye.
I also move to approve the hearing examiner's recommendation that the agent's decision denying payment of $2,000 be affirmed.
Madam Secretary.
Member Katsaros?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chair Gibson?
Aye. Okay. So, Madam Secretary, this brings us to our last item, public comment.
This item is placed on the agenda to give the public an opportunity to comment on gaming-related matters.
All right, I guess we can start in Las Vegas. Does any member of staff want to step forward and comment? No? I'm kidding. Does any member of the public want to step forward and make a comment? Seeing no one, now let's go to Carson City. I see no one. Okay. That will close our public comment section, and this concludes the Nevada Gaming Control Board meeting for the month of September, and we are adjourned. Thank you.